Gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, May 18th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Yes, it is not magic. We are here. We are back in our New York City studio. What a trip we had. What a trip we had in La La Land. What a time it was. Man, I was saying around 2 weeks ago, I can't wait for May 17th. And here we are, May 18th. We survived it. A lot has happened. We've accomplished a lot. So proud of the team, from City Winery to Los Angeles to then all the back-end Netflix stuff. It was a crazy stretch, but a stretch that I feel like we will all think back on, look back on, reminisce about when we're old and gray. This is what we live for, doing things like this, coming together as a team, all swimming in the same direction, all fighting for the same common goal. It was so much fun. Honestly, so much fun. I want to give a big shout out to our friends, our new friends over at the West Coast Creative Studio. They are now officially Uncrowned HQ LA. Because we do have other West Coast operations that we like to partake in. Las Vegas, that's coming up in July, et cetera, but they killed it for us. Shout out to Zeus and his whole team there. Thank you so very much for being so welcoming and accommodating every single guest that came through. Man, I hope you guys liked it as much as we liked putting it on for you. It was an amazing time. And so we are back.
So great.
It is so great. And Frank, I'm glad that you made it back in one piece. I heard that you were burning both ends of the candle over there.
Excuse me, I'm getting offended now.
No, not at all. Not at all. You killed it for us, Frank. I don't want to give out MVP awards like Shea winning back to back, but everyone in their own right was an absolute stud, absolute MVP. It was amazing to be a part of, and we got a lot to talk about. And the vibes are amazing here in New York. It's 90-something degrees outside. The Knicks are playing in the Eastern Conference Finals. They're actually hosting Game 1 and 2, some way, somehow, as the 3 seed. We got home court in the second round. Some way, somehow, in the Eastern Conference Final, we have the home court advantage as well. Some way, somehow, Boston and Detroit, who talked all that shit all year long, are nowhere to be found. And I'm delighted for New York's own New York Rick, who has declared that he is jumping off the Cleveland bandwagon, that he is going to be supporting our team, because that, of course, is his hometown. He's one of our own. It's going to be amazing. We disposed of the Hawks earlier in the playoff run. Now we meet the Cavs, 8 wins away from finally realizing our dream, so I can stop watching basketball forever and ever. I'm going to die a happy man. In a month and a half from now, I'm going to be a fan of the defending NBA Cup and NBA Final champion.
Yeah, that's not happening. Not because the Cavs are going to beat the Knicks, but the East is just food for the West. Like,
no,
neither
I'm
of our
telling
teams
you,
has a chance. This is the amateurs.
Everyone's hyped about my team versus your team, and so I thought maybe you just cross over. He's doing that thing, guys. He's doing that thing. He's doing that thing where he's like, we don't have a chance. He's doing that thing. He's doing the reverse psychology thing. Oh, we have no chance. Only to then say, told you so, if they pull it off. Game 1 is massive. We need to right the wrong of last year.
I didn't say the Cavs have no chance against the Knicks. They definitely do. I predict the Knicks will win, but neither of us has a chance in hell against Wembanyama and the Spurs.
We beat them in the NBA Cup final.
Yeah, for sure. That's when it really
we beat their ass.
Yeah.
We literally just beat their asses 5 months ago. B, anything can happen.
A meaningless one-game series.
Injury here.
The East can't win.
Stub toe there. Let me tell you something.
No.
The vibe.
The Champions League of basketball?
I mean, some have called it the FA Cup or even the Milk Cup of basketball. Whatever it is, we'll take that. It's all about trophies.
PT, what's the worst cup? That's what the East Finals is. Carabao Cup.
The Milk Cup is like a youth team cup.
Yeah,
so that was a crazy grab from Helwani.
The Conference Finals is. Yeah. The Western Conference Finals is God tier, and this.
Well, I can't wait. I can't wait for that Western Conference Final.
Hang on, has Rick not crossed over? I thought that was breaking news.
That was my reverse psychology on him. Okay. I was trying.
I hope both teams.
Whoever wins the East, it's nuclear bomb versus golfing.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm saying this now. I'll definitely change my mind. I'll be very happy with the final appearance.
Yeah, I mean,
and then we'll lose in like 6 or 7, and I'll be distraught and questioning all my...
7, you'll be fucking heartbroken.
I'll be
if you
heartbroken.
grab 3 off of them and then it goes to a game 7, you will be fucking
I'll be distraught. It'll be 1994 all over again, except now I see my mortality facing me in the square in the face, and I'm like, I'm never going to see this ever again.
I'm thinking a little more 99, if I'm being honest.
That's possible. I want my kids to see a finals berth. That seemed unimaginable 5 years ago, pre-Jalen Brunson. Pizza, you look phenomenal, let me just say. I always feel like I have to comment on your appearance on the air. It's because I don't see you beforehand. Are you extra tanned or something? What's going on? Or is the lighting different? What's happening here? Is it just the stash?
Just showing up the way I show up, you know what I mean?
The hair is different. The stash is fuller. By the way, the amount of people, I kid you not, and I sent you an email.
No.
The amount of people that came up to me and said, A, I love the crack, and B, you're some kind of piss, Helwani. The amount of people that we have now gotten to speak in Blanche, I feel like, Blanche speak, if you will, really warms my heart. LA loves the crack.
I even saw the lads got tagged in the guy's picture, and he was like, "Great to meet you, cans of pisses," or something.
That's how he came up to us too. He was like, the boys in the back, the cans of pisses that you are.
I'm telling you.
Yo, that dude's a fighter, and he said next time he fights, he wants his...
this is the guy. I met him.
Yeah, Christian DeGuerro.
Yo, Christian DeGuerro. This guy came... Did he have his hand in an arm in like a cast or something?
Like some AI shit. Like,
no, legit.
I actually can't remember. He did just fight and win, though.
I met him at the open workout.
Oh, yes, he did mention that. So
and he told me he wants to be the first fighter to rep Uncrowned, and I said, I'm in. I love the idea.
Bro,
how would you do that?
Put Uncrowned on the shorts or something.
He's 1-0, made his pro debut, rear naked choke in the second round.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's got on his Instagram page, he's the future face of the fight game.
Gentlemen, I am so excited about today's show, not because the Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals, because we have so much to talk about. We have so much to talk about. Golly, do we have a lot to talk about. And you know what's so unique about today's show? What's so unique about today's show is that the 4 of us, and I'll kind of group GC and Eric together, and you'll understand why, have different perspectives on what transpired on Saturday night in Los Angeles, right? Pizza, you were watching at home on Netflix. GC and Rick were in attendance, and I obviously was working the broadcast. So we all have very different perspectives. We didn't really talk about it beforehand. I want everyone to be honest, open, talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and I want to get into it. I want to tell everyone who's going to be on today's program, and then we'll get into all of that and more. There's so much to get into. Back end of the show, we are going to be joined by Jason Jackson, who had an incredible win on Saturday against Jeff Creighton. This is a guy who was a former Bellator welterweight champion, by the way, beat Yaroslav Amasov, had a run in the PFL, has a massive chip on his shoulder, the size of Jamaica, dare I say, had a great win, came up to me before the fight saying, yo, man, why don't you invite me on your show? I said, well, if all goes well, I'll have you on Monday. Here I am, man of my word. He's on the program on Monday. At 3 o'clock, Arnold Allen, who had a phenomenal win over Melquizael Costa on Saturday at the Apex, was great all week long, great in the fight, great in the aftermath. He'll join us. Can't wait to talk to Arnold. You know we love Arnold around these parts. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Herb Dean. I haven't had Herb Dean on the show in quite some time. Always a treat when you get a chance to talk to Herb or any referee out there. Obviously, he was involved in that Pumi Nakuda fight. Obviously, he's been involved in some big fights. I mean, last week he was involved in the Sean Strickland-Khamzat Chimaev fight. He's one of, if not the most recognizable referees in the world as far as MMA is concerned. It's a treat to be joined with him. By him, he'll join us at 2:30, 2 o'clock. Mike Perry's going to join us too, of course. Talk about his win over Nate Diaz. And so let us get into it, my friends. Let us get into it. There you have the 4 guests, and there you see, bottom right, MVP MMA reaction. And so, obviously the UFC had a show on Saturday, and we will get into that. And obviously there was a big announcement on Saturday. What was that announcement? What was that again? July 11th? What was it? We'll get to that. Let's talk first about what transpired on Saturday at the Intuit Dome. I'll just say off the bat, and it echoes what I said in my little hotel post-fight reaction. On a personal note, I don't think I've ever had so much fun. Forget I don't think. I know I've never had so much fun working an event in my life. I had a blast. And I know no one out there cares. I had an absolute blast. I was so grateful and appreciative to be a part of it. I was so grateful and appreciative to work, to be honest, because, those opportunities, they don't just fall from the sky. You could be on the sidelines for years and years. You can never get a call. You can work your ass off and things just don't break your way. To be involved in a massive, massive, massive production like that on the biggest streaming platform in the world, globally streamed to the entire universe, 325 plus million subscribers, all that stuff and more, was just a huge deal. And so to even have like a minute of airtime was a huge deal. To be able to work more so than the previous fights where I'm not just doing the post-fight interviews, I'm also getting to contribute in other ways at the desk with Tyron and Elle was just a huge, huge honor. So I just want to get that out of the way. So grateful, so appreciative. I'd love to do more, obviously. It's just a huge, huge honor. And everyone from the production team to, the other talent, it's just so much fun to work on these shows. And I had never done that for MMA. I've done it for boxing now a bunch of times, whether it was the Showtime events, DAZN, Netflix, never done it for MMA. So even stepping foot into the cage for the first time was a really, really, really special feeling for me. Being around so many people that I recognized, from the referees to the managers to the coaches, like these are the people that I grew up with. And a lot of them I had not seen face to face in quite some time. The week was it was magic. It's hard to really describe because, these things get, they come fast and furious, they get taken away, they come back in your life. And, I talked about the 10 years, Inglewood and UFC 199, almost to the date and all that. And I was emotional. I was emotional on fight day. I wasn't necessarily anxious. I was emotional. And that's just life and getting older and whatnot. Like I said, I hope to do more. Don't know if there will be more. Don't know if I'll get that opportunity, but loved every second of it. I'm usually the guy who leaves the show thinking I suck, I hate myself, all this stuff. And this time I was like, wow, I'm so happy. That was so amazing. I think that's why I kissed Rampage. I was so happy. I was so happy. I just wanted to kiss someone. And where I come from, my country, we kiss cheek to cheek. Different strokes for different folks. I was you don't have to show it again, but yeah, sure, here it is. A nice little peck. Tried to hit him on the chin. He loved it. He said he was going to unfollow me. Didn't unfollow me yet. I asked him if he was proud of me. Walked away. I was so happy. I was just so happy to be a part of it. And just for the record, for everyone worried, I'll say it once and I'll say it a million other times. I do not get paid by MVP. I don't even know if I said MVP in any sort of like glowing term on Saturday. I know some people are saying like, oh, you're acting like Max Kellerman out there. I'll be the first to say, I'll glaze Netflix all day long. I'll glaze the platform all day long. I used to call myself Helwani when I was at ESPN. That's who pays us. That's who cuts our checks. There's a big difference between praising the platform, the network, whatever, and the promotion. There's a massive difference. And if you don't understand that difference, just think about it. We're media members. We work for a platform as opposed to a promoter. I've never taken a cent from them. I've never taken a hotel room, a taxi, an Uber, anything like that. The last time I did that was 2016 when it all blew up in my face with the UFC, and I vowed to never do it again. And I've turned down multiple opportunities where the only option was that, and I said I can't do it. And so on Saturday, I was getting paid by Everwonder, look them up, who produced the event for Netflix. They produce other things for Netflix as well. The baseball coming up, the home run derby, opening day. I make it very, very clear that I cannot get paid by a promoter. I will not get paid by a promoter. Obviously, everyone is working together. Obviously, I'm not completely naive in thinking like, oh, there's not some sort of like, you're broadcasting an event that is being put on by a promoter. But I think that MMA fans sometimes get, confused because the one way that we've been subjected to MMA in the past is that the promoter puts on the event. I get that. But in other sports, MMA is the only sport, not even boxing does that for the most part. Unless it's like a smaller event or maybe it's like a regional show or something like that. NBA, if you're on ESPN doing the NBA or Amazon or CBS, NFL, Fox, NFL, et cetera, if you're doing that, you're getting paid by the network, not the league, not the team, et cetera. So unless you're doing regional, that's a completely different thing. I'm talking about on the grandest of stages. So that's very important for me. And I feel the need to always back that up because I know it's unique. I understand that it's unique. If you would have seen me or any other journalist on a UFC broadcast knowing that you have to work for the promoter, I'm not saying that's bad, by the way. That's just their system. you may want to raise some questions or have some eyebrows raised. In this particular case on Saturday night and all throughout the week, myself, Tyron, El, Morrow, Kenny, Sean Wheelock, Sibley Scholes, I think I've gotten them all. If I missed one, I apologize. All paid by the network or the production company who's putting on the event, producing the event for the network. All right, Pete, you watched from home. Your thoughts on Saturday night. I want to go to you first. Your thoughts on Saturday night from a live viewing perspective.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. I was, these events come along, new broadcaster, all this kind of stuff. And sometimes when you're watching it, they'll say a few bogey things where you're like, oh, this is their first time doing that. I didn't notice that with Netflix. I thought it looked fantastic. I see online a lot of people talking about the fights in after the fact, but I think a lot of people knew this was more of a showcase. I felt like, when you're looking at the fights on paper with Francis and Felipe Lins, with Ronda and Gina, I think you kind of knew what way they were going to go. And I see people acting shocked after the fact. I'm like, I don't really know what they thought it was. The one thing I thought, the entrances, I thought that they call out the fighter and they just kind of had them standing there in the kind of gateway out to the arena. I think they could build it a bit more if they don't have them on the screen during that moment. But I know these things are all being figured out. Would like the music a bit louder on those entrances too. But I thought it was really, really good, a really fun event and a promising thing. It's rare that we see such a gigantic event happen for someone's first event. Massive names there. I had Netflix on the big screen. I had the UFC going on the iPad. I had a lot of fun watching it, man. I was really, really enjoying it, and I thought you did a brilliant job. And I love seeing you do that stuff, and I hope you do more of it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually was in the arena on Friday, and I saw the setup. I was like, oh, okay, well, first time I get to go inside Intuit Dome. We'll talk about the intricacies of the Intuit Dome with GC and Rick, who were in attendance. And I saw the black canvas, and I was like, I don't know if I like the black canvas, if I'm being honest.
I liked it.
I like the white. This is from my vantage point, like looking at it, not through a screen, right? So the black canvas, I was like, I don't know about this black canvas. And is the cage too small? Like we are subjected on a weekly basis to the same type of thing, a well-oiled machine that does MMA better than anyone has in the history of the freaking world. And so anytime there's something different or off, you're like, And then I watched it through the lens of the television on Saturday while like looking at the monitor, and I felt like there was something kind of cinematic about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it was the type of cameras, I don't know if it was the lighting, I don't know if it was just so different, but that's the main thing. The point is not to try to make this look like the UFC. You want to try to make it look different. That's always been my issue with PFL, with the uniforms and whatnot. Don't come across as UFC light. Try to be so different to where you come across as something different. Obviously, it's the same sport, but hey, this is the place where X, Y, and Z happens. This is the place where it looks a little bit different, where the entrances look like this, or the cage looks like that, or the lighting is like this or that. So I appreciate the big swing. I can understand why someone at home might be thrown off by the big swing because it's so different than what you're used to seeing each and every week. But to your point, it's really hard to come out of the gates and put on a show like that and all of a sudden start to be compared to the well-oiled machine that is putting on events week after week after week for the last 26 years. Zuffa, almost over 1,000 events, if not more at this point. It's a completely different ballgame. And everyone's in their, in my opinion, everyone's in their right to nitpick things. But I do think it's important to remember that you're comparing it to the establishment. If someone comes in and does something, for the first time, and you're comparing it to someone who's done something thousands of times, it's not necessarily apples to apples, but I get it. And you know what? I'm so happy that we could do that. I'm so happy that we have something to talk about other than the same old. Because, yeah, we'd be sitting here talking about Arnold Allen versus Melquizael Costa, sure, but I haven't felt this type of chatter. I haven't seen this type of chatter, the comparison, the fighting, the arguing, really since like Strikeforce 2011, Heavyweight Grand Prix. And I never even felt it was anywhere near what we even saw on Saturday after the first event. And we don't even know if there's going to be a second event. But that felt nostalgic. That felt refreshing in its own right. Even though I thought some of the takes were absolutely absurd, and I'm like reading some of them, I'm like, are you being serious right now? What is going on here? But I just think the fact that we were able to even have these discussions is great. It's welcome.
Is that tribalism, Ariel? Do you feel like it is kind of, you often speak about Strikeforce, the XC back in the day, where it felt there was that tribalism. Is this like on the UFC side? Is that what we're seeing? A lot of people
something like
being
that.
Like, hey, don't come after what we have is beautiful.
How dare
Leave
you?
it alone.
Yeah, how
You know
dare
what I
you?
mean?
I don't know. It's something, but it's amazing how everyone's nitpicking every single thing, from the length of the post-fight interviews to the pacing to the amount of time.
I have to ask.
Please.
But post-fight interviews, right?
Tell me.
You're sitting there, okay, and all of the fights end in the first round. Are you like, oh shit, this is gonna add a significant amount of time for what I have to do in this case?
I'm loving it. Here's the thing. First 3 fights, I didn't do a single post-fight interview because they all went the distance. And I think that there was some sort of thought process like, hey, let's not tempt fate here. This thing has to go out on the air to the world, because the prelims were on YouTube and the numbers were insane. I think it peaked at like 330 or something like that, PT. You were there, right?
More than that. Yeah, it was more than that. I think it was upwards of 350 at the time.
Just for context, because I asked, prelims for Tyson, Jake, had some names on there like Shushu Carrington and whatnot, Shadeja Green. That peaked at around 490, they said. That's their most ever. Number 2 prior to Saturday was around 119 for AJ Jake. So for this, MMA on a YouTube page that typically shows boxing, to get in that range was a huge success. And I even asked the guy that was talking to me about this, like, this is legit, right? 1,000% legit. Just had to ask, because I'm sure there are people thinking like, is this juiced? Is this? I wouldn't even know how to do that. So I thought that was interesting. But the first 3 fights all went the distance. They said no post fight, and I was like, damn, I just want to like you're a reliever to steal a baseball.
Get your reps in.
Yeah, I just want to like do something. I felt like the anticipation was building within me. I wanted to do something. And then Jason Jackson's the first one that gets the quick finish, and I get to go in there. They didn't want to go over because they want to go into Netflix clean and have that time. So I think there was like 30, 40 minutes extra by the end of the prelims to the start of the show. Better to be safe than sorry. Then the fights start happening on the main card, and they're all quick finishes. And as I said, on my post-fight wrap-up from the hotel room, I'm being told like, hey, we've got time. It's different. Their requirements are different than a pay-per-view, different than another streaming platform. They had their times when they wanted, fighters to walk and whatnot. So I'm not freestyling out there. I'm not just going rogue. They're saying, this is good. Keep it up. Francis and John are going back and forth. This guy's calling out this. Like, keep it up. Keep it up. So I'm going until they tell me last question. That's the thing. I'm not freestyling out there just being like, this is my time to shine. And to be honest, I love asking questions. And I feel like my questions were pertinent. And so I'm having fun. I'm having the time of my life, PT. I am having the time of my life standing there next to Francis, next to Mike, next to Nate. John's up there, that scene. Like, I'm having the time of my life. But I just want to make clear, I'm not freestyling out there. I'm having a great time. And dare I say, Barry H., I'm asking newsworthy questions that were then clipped off and people are talking about, and I don't think I wasted, a bullet, so to speak. So that's that. I'm not worried at all. I'm thrilled that I'm getting a chance, because when I did the boxing events on Netflix, because those fights go so long, I remember I spoke to Sugar Neeks after her first MVP. I got to ask her one question. And then I looked online and everyone's like, man, why didn't you let her talk more? Ellie Scottney as well, when she won, because the fights were going so long, there was hardly any finishes. So the juxtaposition of one question, they don't even get a follow-up, to now going like 2-3 minutes longer than your typical UFC post-fight, was so much easier to do what I did on Saturday, because at least you could build up to something and you can ask other questions. I also did want to note, I tried very hard coming in there as the MMA journalist aficionado guy. I tried very hard. I hate when other promotions put on shows and pretend like other promotions don't exist. So I mentioned Karate Combat a bunch of times. I mentioned KSW. I mentioned Bare Knuckle. I mentioned the UFC. I wanted to mention other organizations. I'm not trying to hide. I'm not being told what to say or what not to say. When do you hear that? I wanted to make a point to say, like, these guys are here for one fight. They may all be leaving after this fight, and they all came from other places, and we know them because they did things in other places. And I thought that was very important. It always annoys me when they pretend like he won 3 in a row in another organization. No, just say it. No one's going to click off and be like, what was that organization? I'm going to go watch that tonight instead. And so I tried to do that to show. I mentioned Shudo won championship at the press conference when talking about Adriano Moraes. I mentioned LFA, CFFC, all that stuff. I wanted to give those other organizations some shine to show that this sport is much bigger than just one organization. Now, let me ask GC and Rick. You guys were in attendance. Rick, I'll start with you. What did you think from a live event perspective? Now, worth noting, GC and Rick, we may have to change Rick's name to LA Rick now and GC to CC, California Connor, because it was a late arriving show from the two of them, right?
I've made it pretty clear it's main card Connor. Main card Connor was also in Seattle for the UFC event.
It's crazy.
Was main card Connor at the Netflix card. It's actually crazy you thought we would show up before the main
I was
card.
like, hey guys, what do you think? How's it going? Oh, we're not there yet. Wow, you didn't see the Adriano Moraes, Pumi and Kuda fight? Nah.
Yeah, we saw it.
We saw it
on YouTube.
Yeah.
in the car.
Yeah, man.
All right.
It takes 8 years to get everywhere in LA.
We were a little bit busy doing things. And
Look, man, we were getting content, all right? We were doing stuff for the channel.
I got you.
Nice.
Overall, I enjoyed it, man.
Yeah?
It was a fun card to go to. The Intuit Dome is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it was the Halo board when you get in. It's just insane. The Intuit Dome was great. I thought the fights were fine. I see a lot of people talking about like rigged. It was scripted. It's just like, no, I think it was just selective matchmaking to lend to exciting results. Which were most of those guys winning by knockout or by submission. But overall, I enjoyed it, man. I had a great time. I don't understand all of the anger surrounding.
Did it bother you that there was no one there?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that.
This is a joke, by the way.
Yeah, of course, obviously. Dave Meltzer is coming out and saying that according to WrestleTix, there was 15,795 people in attendance. I got destroyed for saying it was like 70-ish% full as the main card was starting.
This is Perry Diaz, and I found this clip online because I want to show this dude, MMA Fu, zooms in. Now, you could see those lights are extremely deceiving. This happened at the Royal Rumble in Saudi when there were the lights there, and it looks like no one's there because the lights kind of, I guess, make the person look dark. I don't know what to tell you. I would say if it was empty. I would tell you if it was empty. I have no reason to lie. I'm telling you, on my life, on my kid's life, by the time Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, I wish I took a video myself, were making the walk, the place was absolutely full. There were not even tarped off areas. That's the upper deck right there. And that's before the main event. It was full. And so I don't know why there's this thing to be like, the place was empty. It wasn't empty. I don't know what to tell you. Was it empty for the Chris Avila fight at the very beginning? Yeah, it was a late arriving crowd. But by the time the main card started, I would agree with the 75%. And then by the time the main event happened, it was, I don't know, 95, 98. I don't know if it was a pure sellout. I don't know what a sellout would be there. But the place was full. And those lights are extremely deceiving. Intuit Dome is beautiful. That screen is amazing. The way that wall is built, it's just 2 levels. It's just a really cool, the outdoor thing with the nets outside and all the jerseys from the state of California. All of it was it's a very cool arena, but those lights are a little bit screwy. Those seat lights there, I actually want to ask Jason Jackson, he didn't fight for very long, or even Mike Perry. I was wondering if the lights would bother the fighters, because there's all these different lights happening right behind you as you're trying to fight another human being. But trust us when we tell you, there were people there. It was not as empty. And I'll also say, I watched last night and I understand why people said that. The lights are deceiving. Those lights. And those lights aren't MVP or Netflix. That's Intuit Dome. That's their thing. They didn't install those things on every single seat. That would be absurd. That's an Intuit Dome thing, and they utilized it. Anyway, I guess you could shut it off, and maybe in retrospect they should have, but...
No, it looks cool.
They were using it for the show. I mean, Robles de Spain is walking out, and it's like circling the arena in Cuban colors. Like, They were using it to add effects to the show. I don't think they care whether it looks like there's people there or not. I also don't understand this rhetoric why would we lie about who was there?
I don't know. Rick, go ahead.
You're in the pocket, bro.
That's right. That's right.
only
Not me, though.
Sellout shill.
Agree with everything that's already been said. The only thing I'd say, if I had a critique from the live viewership experience, the lulls between the fights started to drag at times. Obviously, they have a TV product to be aware of, but there was quite a big gap between some of the fights. Now, you get a decent shot on the broadcast of like, hey, it's 10 minutes till XYZ walks out. In the arena, we're not up to speed on that. So that was the only critique. But that happens at different events as well.
It also it lengthened as that main card went on.
Yeah,
like when we got in there, it was just like, all right, here we go. We got JDS versus Spain, quick finish. All right, let's get Saladin out there, quick finish. Then you get like a little bit of a break, and then it's Francis, and then you get a long break before Diaz, and then you get a long break before Ronda Rousey. I'm with Rick on like the Nate Diaz one. I was like, all right, man, let's get Nate out here. Come on.
Yeah, I look, for me, it's hard to tell because like I'm running back and forth.
Yep.
And so there was one time where I think it was the Nate fight. I was like, oh shit, this is starting. But again, my perspective is completely different. I could totally understand that. I think if every one of those fights, like prior, went the distance, it wouldn't have felt as long.
Probably,
obviously,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they had it baked in regardless. I think it was just a matter of the fights being, rather quick early into it. I didn't see a dull fight on the card. There were a couple of decisions, like I said, I think the first three were decisions at the start. But once Jason Jackson got rolling, the action was kind of like fast and furious. And so again, it is important to remember MMA was never really a thing for this company. It only became a thing because Ronda Rousey decided to, not go with the UFC, or it didn't work out with the UFC, and come back and present them this fight. And then they had to build a whole card surrounding it. And this is going to be one of the challenges if they decide to stay in MMA, which it sounds like they want to. Are there enough fighters to be able to put on a consistent number of events, maybe not 43, but I don't know, one a month, one a quarter, whatever it is? Are there enough fighters? I think that they have some matchups here post this event. You do Robles versus Francis. I was going to suggest Namo versus Mike Perry, but I saw Namo Fazil say afterwards that he has a contract to fight for the UFC or a Contender Series after his win over Jake Babian. Maybe there's a Perry Diaz rematch there. If they can convince Ronda to stick around, like Ronda versus Holly Holm is right there. Ronda looked fantastic. Ronda looked incredible. But the point is, this isn't 2011. This isn't 2009 when, Strikeforce takes over the Elite XC contract and all these guys are available. This isn't the UFC taking over a Strikeforce or an Affliction and all these guys are available, or even the Pride guys. Like, it doesn't exist. Just ask the PFL, who have struggled to find names. They're trying to find names like Patrick Habibura is fighting this weekend, Cedric Doumbé. They found Dakota Ditcheva, but those lists are, the list of those fighters is not very deep. It's a shallow pool outside of the UFC because the UFC has so many fighters on their contract, and they are the gold standard, and so many fighters want to fight for them. So that's going to be a big challenge. Can they do this consistently? But I would argue that they could probably make a greater impact off the bat than the impact that they made in boxing, because they could start like Pumi was like, let me fight for the first MVP flyweight title. And Robles said the same about the heavyweight title. You could start handing out belts today and no one in our sport would bat an eye, because we are programmed to be like, okay, who's the promotional champion here, as opposed to boxing where you have to do this and that, WBC, IBF, WBO, and the rankings, and who's the number one contender and all that stuff. You can make that greater impact, especially because there's so little competition these days, quicker, which has got to be something, in my opinion, that they're looking at right now. Rick, what do you want to say?
I was going to say, I think it's viable. I think it's possible. Once a month seems too much, right? Because one, the talent pool that you're pointing to. Two, it's a lot harder to make a big splash once a month, right? But once a quarter, you can make a big splash because you can put together a card that's going to have enough star power, enough name value. Quite frankly, like, it feels like an excuse to say that there's not enough talent out there, and I think that this is up to now managers to earn their money. If you're a manager of somebody who's competing in combat sports, particularly MMA, this is your time to be able to negotiate what Francis Ngannou was able to negotiate, where it's, hey, I'm able to compete for this. Or even a better example, Mike Perry, right? Mike Perry has a relationship with BKFC. That's his home base for now. It's, obviously we'll see what happens with his deal in the future. But throughout his tenure with BKFC, they allowed him opportunities to pursue big fights, right? He got to fight Jake Paul. He got to do other things that were outside his BKFC contract. And so that's up to the managers to now figure out, because I think in a world where this Netflix entity and MVP, if that's who Netflix continues to use as their promoter, exists, you should be somebody who's thinking about, I can have 3 fights with some other promotion, but I need to have the ability to just do these one-off fights for MVP or for Netflix or whoever is, tied to Netflix at that time. And that's up to the managers. That's up to the managers to do, because you're potentially leaving a lot of money on the table if you're not thinking that way. And if other promotions are willing to play ball with you, as it seems that some of them are, that's the path to go.
Let me also just say, like, being in the back, getting that opportunity to be in the back and talking to a lot of these guys, because I wanted to, coaches, managers, fighters, they were all very excited. Getting to have sponsors on the shorts. I forgot how much I missed the sponsors. I forgot how much I missed just guys and gals being able to wear whatever the hell they wanted. That's just a part of the fight game that we don't get to see anymore in MMA. You get it in boxing, but I forgot. They all were like, we hope this lasts. We hope that there's another place. Like, look, Namo gets this big win, and now it seems like the UFC is interested in him. You telling me the UFC doesn't want to be in the Saladin Parnasse business? They've wanted him, and now I'm sure they want him even more. Obviously, the top guys have their history with the UFC, but like, if I'm the UFC, you don't want to be in the Mike Perry business after Saturday? So having another place to do your thing and then to be able to negotiate with is massive. It's absolutely massive. Let me talk about the Ronda Rousey fight for a second, because again, this is a byproduct of the sport just being newer and newer fans getting involved in the sport. You guys have to realize she's done this before. The idea that this fight was rigged is so completely absurd. Number one, no promoter would ever partake in that. Number two, no broadcaster would ever want to partake in that. And number three, it's not like she's never done this. It's not like, oh my God, this person was a decision merchant. She's never done this before. We've never seen her steamroll through an opponent and armbar them. What the hell? She's done it time and time again. In fact, I think that was her 10th armbar. She did it to Katzengano in that same freaking city back in, 2015? We've seen her dispose of the likes of Alexis Davis with a slam. She's done this before. Did I feel unfulfilled afterwards? Absolutely. I wish that fight at least went 60 seconds so we could see a little bit of what Gina Carano could do. Just throw some strikes, something. I mean, here it is, in case you missed it. She goes for the takedown, which was a little different. It didn't always work this way. Like, we never seen Ronda do a takedown like that. Usually it would be like a slam or a throw or something like that. Quick little guillotine there, a quick ground and pound barrage, and then it's lights out. She's that damn good. She did this to some of the best women bantamweight fighters in the world, time and again. Like, that felt like a time machine. When they were standing in there about to fight, I was like, wow, is this a movie set? What are we watching right here? Because I never thought I'd see Ronda Rousey walk out to Joan Jett. Never thought I'd see Gina Carano walk out ever again. And I never thought I'd see them face off. And for her to do it like she has done so many times in the past, the first thing I didn't think was rigged. The first thing I was like, holy shit, she turned back the clock. And she turned back the clock against someone who was older, who had to work very hard to lose a lot of weight. I'm not suggesting that I ever thought that, I think we all thought that Ronda was the heavy favorite and should win that fight. Thought the fight was going to go a little bit longer than that. Wished the fight went a little bit longer. My heart broke for Gina. I saw her in the hotel afterwards. She was devastated. She worked all that, that time and effort. She put all that time and effort into coming back, and she didn't get to show anything. I talked to her coaches afterwards. They were crushed. Crushed doesn't even put it mildly, but that's what happens when you face Ronda Rousey. My takeaway from that wasn't like, oh wow, look at how quickly she disposed of Gina. My takeaway from all of that was like, can we see more of that? I would love to see more. I probably asked her that question 10 times last week, including afterwards. You're telling me right now, Pizzi, right now, Ronda Rousey against the best women's bantamweight fighters in the world, she can't hang? She can't hang? That version of Ronda.
She can hang for sure. Like, and exactly what you were saying. This is textbook stuff, really, what she did there. The shots are just to open up the arms, so Gina will react with her arms and armbar. Like, as anyone who's watched MMA before can't seriously be like, Ronda Rousey and Mount is not like gonna armbar this person immediately. Like, that is exactly what I thought. I think what you're saying, that is the beauty of Rousey. That is why she was compared to Tyson so much. It's because things were happening in the blink of an eye. And people would say, I stayed up all night to watch this fight. It lasted 20 seconds. Same with Tyson. That's the idea. it is that appetite. You want to see more. Well, what would she look like if she was against Holly Holm now? You know, she lost to Holly Holm before. Like, that is a very appealing fight. But as I said on the Crack on Friday, fair play to Ronda for taking the most perfect negotiation position that she can. I'm just not doing it again. So what are we gonna do here?
They're gonna back up the truck and be like, come on, one more against Holly. Holly fights for MVP. They don't even have to sign her. She's right there.
And it's a really intriguing that is a really intriguing thing.
The story
considering
is
everything that happened.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I mean,
people, obviously the fight was not fixed, rigged, whatever. People will find something to complain about, right? Like when Jake Paul and Mike Tyson are fighting, the complaint is there's not enough action, right? They're letting each other off the hook, whatever.
I think there's multiple complaints.
Whatever your slant on that is.
He's 58 years old.
Then and
just showed us his ass.
And then
I wasn't complaining about that, Pete.
And then with Ronda, it's too fast. Like it's at the end of the day that you can't worry about satisfying that. Quite frankly, if you thought Gina Carano was going to be competitive in that fight, you only have yourself to blame. Like, there's really no excuse for thinking that wasn't a squash match. And I don't think, quite frankly, I don't think anybody billed it differently. Did anybody see anybody going like, this is going to be a battle of titans? Like, did anybody see?
Gina's live. Rick said there was smoke that came down before the co-main in Maine, hyping everyone up. And Rick pointed to it right as the fight was about to start, and he was like, before that smoke clears, Ronda will be getting her hand raised. Like, we actually couldn't believe it. At one point we looked and Ronda was only like a minus 450 favorite. I mean, this is a 44-year-old Gina Carano. She was never at that level anyway, 17 years off. And then Ronda Rousey, like you talk about it, like her last 3 wins before the 2-fight losing streak and the retirement and everything were in 34 seconds or less. She armbarred Kat Zingano in like 14 seconds.
Yes.
This isn't a shocking outcome.
Crazy exchange.
You said a squash match. Most of these were.
Yeah.
When Francis and Felipe Lenz were walking out, it was just like, good night, Felipe. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
like Francis is here to knock him out. The only one I had a little bit of question on was Nate Diaz versus Mike Perry. And on Boys in the Back, we talked about it. I thought Mike Perry was going to come out on the gas. Nate Diaz wasn't going to be able to hang, and like he was just going to unload on him. And that's what ended up happening. Like, they were all pretty much predictable matchups in terms of the outcome of what they were going to be. And like, it didn't really make it any less fun for me.
Yeah, when Affliction put on their 2 events, when Strikeforce was doing their thing, that was one of the big complaints about those organizations. It's usually like an A side that's a big favorite, and another, like there weren't historically a lot of Strikeforce used to get killed for this all the time. But what you would get were like crazy knockouts,
highlight reel stuff. Yes,
and I'm not saying that they're trying for that every single time, but we'd be sitting here on Monday if the matchups all went 50 minutes and they were hug fests or, like wrestle fests or whatever, and being like, wow, that was dull. I was sitting next to a lot of people who were watching MMA for the first time being like, holy shit, this is insane. This is nuts. Like the Pumi Nakuda fight, like that's insane the way that ended. That can't happen in another form of combat sports. And so Ronda Rousey wins big, obviously. True or false, she fights again, guys. Does anyone?
True.
Wow. Man.
Too much money.
I know.
Assuming that she is.
They have to make the offer, though.
Pizzi said it perfectly. She's already started the negotiations by saying, I'm done.
Wow.
If her saying this is the biggest
I thought you guys were going to say false.
No, if her saying this is the biggest payday of her life is accurate, no chance she walks away from another one like that.
Oh, and by the way, another indication that there's a lot of new people. Those payouts are not real.
Yeah,
they're not fucking real. Rick, do you remember how many times I said this on the show?
$70,000. Do you think
the yellow numbers? We get the yellow numbers.
I used to go crazy in the MMA Hour days about this. Those payouts are not real. They are not real. Do you think those guys, every single one of them, at least maybe the prelim guys were real. The top dogs, not for, there's no chance those are real.
By the way, to be very clear, when they are released for the UFC as well,
they're not real.
It's exactly the same.
Yes.
They are not real. It is.
They're going to come out with the Conor payouts,
$200,000,
and it's going to say $1 million for him and like 75, 700, 500,000,
750,000
for Mac, and everyone's going to be like, Conor made $1 million.
No,
it's never real. They do this thing where it's like disclosed payout, and then there's like another agreement. Trust me, it is not real. So you guys think that's
not what she takes
Ronda's
home.
Gonna fight again? Wow.
Yeah, the Holly Holm fight, as you said, is right there. Like, why? For how
she wants to have babies?
That's great, but you could wait a year, get all that money, and then really take care of those babies in a much better way.
We're literally beating up babies.
No,
Not beating up babies.
not those.
Ariel, one of the best moments of the day was the scene with Francis and John. And as I'm watching it, I'm buzzing because you're in the thick of it there. But what is going on in your headset when they're like, John's up there and you're looking around like in real time and you're going, he's up here. And it's a magic moment between these two dudes because obviously it's the fight everybody wanted. Now, I don't think it's going to happen because Jones is obviously sewn up in that contract.
Yeah.
But it was a great moment. What's going on for you? Like, are you being told, go over here? Maybe John will say something up here.
In that moment, to be honest, I wasn't told. I saw him cage side. And I was sort of watching him watch Francis, and then I saw him leave, and then I saw him from the corner of my eye. So initially, I was sort of looking for him, like where did he go? And he was wearing a white T-shirt. So and that desk area was right in front of us. So I saw him, but the cameraman was blocking me. So that's why I was like, he's right there. He's right. Look behind him, and you know what I was reminded of? I was reminded with. Bisping Romero, yes.
Yes.
Remember when Bisping was up there like this?
Yeah.
It was a carbon copy moment. It was an amazing moment.
Yeah.
And if you go back and watch the interview, which I did yesterday, I never said like, he's next or anything like that. I just said, what do you want to say to him? He's here watching you fight. He's sitting there with a smile on his face. What do you want to say to him? And then later in the chat, I said, he's contractually tied up, but this guy standing in back of you just disrespected you to your face yesterday at the weigh-ins, Jake Paul. So maybe you want to fight him next. So I wasn't saying like, hopefully we can make this happen next. I'm not trying to sell wolf tickets here, but John Jones is in the building, which he rarely is for a non-UFC event when Francis is there. Golly, like, what are the chances? Obviously, we know he was paid to be there to be a part of the broadcast for some portion of time. Of course, I'm going to ask him the question. Like, that's not instigating. That's journalism. I want to know what he thinks about John being there. And by the way, the person who asked Francis the question about Dana breaking the Conor news during his walkout, that was a good question.
Ain't that what journalism is?
People were like, this guy should be ashamed of himself for banned post-fight press conferences. This is so stupid. No. What did you think about the president of the UFC waiting until you walked out to steal the shine away from you to announce Conor McGregor's return? I want to know how he feels about that. Now, Francis's answer is like, what do you want me to do about it? But like, all right, that's his answer. That's a very good question. And I think the question, hey, what do you think of John, or what do you want to say to John, is a very fair question as well. I'm not trying to say that they're going to fight each other, that they can't fight each other. It's not going to happen. It will never happen. There's no way that TKO is going to be like, yeah, let's work together. But I'll tell you what, if I'm Netflix on this Monday saying, all right, so we're in business with these guys. These guys, we do WWE with them. Obviously Raw in the US, SmackDown, and the rest of the WWE stuff, PLEs around the world. We do the odd boxing event with them. AJ and Fury is probably going to be associated with them in some shape or form. Obviously Fury Makhmudov, all that stuff, Canelo Crawford. Did you really have to try to mess with our event? Like, we're partners. Are we not partners? You know what I mean? Did you have to try? Like, I wonder what the executives think on this Monday, or even in the moment, as Francis is walking out and Dana's running to IG Live, which I said, like, it almost felt like, okay, the old Dana still's got his fastball. Like, he still cares. To me, if I'm MVP, if I'm Nikisa and Jake, I'm thinking like, oh, wow, this is a bit of a moral victory. He's not doing this for a PFL event. He's not doing this for a one championship event or any other event. He's not doing this for a Bellator event of 5 years ago. That was not a coincidence. He did that exactly when Francis was walking out to steal some shine away from Francis. Now, I don't think that anyone said, oh my God, Conor's coming back, click, I'm not watching anymore, let me just stare at my phone.
X.
I thought it's promoter battle 101. I do wonder how the network feels about it, who, may be the one entity out there that is bigger than TKO. And if I were doing it, if I were trying to be as petty as the UFC in that moment, what I would have done was, hey, at 9 o'clock or something, we're making a big announcement, tune in. And I'm sure he gets paid by Meta to do those IG lives, but I would have said tune into IG or tune into Paramount Plus to get people to click over. That's what you ultimately wanted. You wanted people to stop watching the Netflix show. That's what you wanted, but you did it on IG Live in the most underwhelming way possible. That's what I would have done if I were them. I would have said at 9 o'clock. That's what they did in the old Monday Night War days. That's what they said. Like Bischoff would say, we're making an announcement, or Vince would say, we're making an announcement at this time. Tune in to the start of this segment or the top of the hour, etc. That's what I would have done. So it felt like they didn't quite execute as good as possible. But to me, that's just classic Dana. And I was debating with people earlier in the day, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? I knew it was coming. Did I not tell you all a million times that this was coming? Oh, you said it was going to be 24 hours. The fucking announcement, who gives a shit? I told you from the beginning that it was going to be Conor versus Max, 170 pounds, 5 rounds, July 11th, International Fight Week. I told you. And it was right. And it did happen. And it is going to happen. And I said that from the beginning as well. Oh, yeah, it's never going to happen. He's never going to fight again. They're never going to announce a fight. Blah, 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 blah. So I'm not surprised that they waited a week to do it. And I'm not surprised that they waited during Francis's fight to do it. I am surprised that they didn't tease the announcement, as they usually do. Don't they tease announcements all the time? Later today, Dana White's going to make an announcement. Unless I missed it, the fact that they didn't do that felt like a miss, because they were ultimately hoping for people to click off and tune into their shit. And in the end, you just dropped it, and I feel like everyone just kind of moved on with their lives.
Come along with me here. What about just like waiting and not doing it on the same day?
Nah.
Wouldn't that be something if you just like had a big announcement and like made it feel big? Am I stupid? Maybe I'm stupid. What if
We
you
don't
just
do that
like
anymore, mate.
It was pure pettiness, and I bet someone is going to call someone at TKO and be like, yo, like, to your point, Rick, did you have? Oh, we can't control Dana. You know, Dana's a renegade. He does what he wants. He's a maverick. He's going to make that announcement. That's the easy out, right? He didn't do it on Paramount Plus. He did it on his IG. He's a maverick. He got excited. He's a fighter. He wanted to stick it to Francis or to Jake and Nikisa. But come on.
But isn't the way to bury it like on Wednesday? You announce it and just crush the news cycle or something? Like it just feels
I don't
like
think a lot of thought was put into that.
I don't think that this was the right play if you were trying to do that.
Wait, to bury what though?
Like he means the build-up. So announce it during the press conference to like drown out all the pre-fight.
Everything.
Yeah, maybe.
Get days of Conor McGregor talk.
I'm with you, Pizzi. Yeah, I prefer this.
This is what we're here for.
It's so petty.
It's petty, but it's like it's been a long time since he's had to be
exactly.
It doesn't matter if it's effective or not.
It does matter.
It's a McGregor fight. It's going to get talked about no matter what. Like, people are going to go gaga for it. They're like, McGregor's posting on Twitter now, and everything he puts is nuclear. I'm seeing edits posted everywhere. Like, people are hyped that Conor McGregor is back.
All these things can be true 3 days before and 3 days after.
I just don't
But
think
then we won't have the contention, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy
felt
it.
the
I don't
need
think
to
there's
do that.
contentiousness. It doesn't.
Why did he do it then? Why did he do it
Because
then?
I think he thought it was some kind of like master plan.
Exactly,
It doesn't
that's
feel like a
contention.
master plan.
Oh, okay.
That's all that's what it is. That's the best
So we're kind of arguing. We're all arguing different things here.
play, Dan.
I think we're all in agreement that he tried to mess with him. I think Rick is saying he failed in the execution.
Did it work? Is it like?
Would it have
No,
ever worked?
I don't think-
It's a fight announcement.
I was titillated by it.
counter-programming
If you did what
to a
Ariel
fight
said,
card.
it would have worked. If you said to people, "We have a 1 hour special coming up. It's going to be Dana White and these number of people sitting in studio. Tune in at 9 o'clock when that card is going on, and come over to us." I guarantee there would have been people who did
it was lazy, and it was poorly executed. You know what you do? We're gonna announce. If I was them, we're going to announce the return of the biggest star. Don't even say his name. The biggest star in the history of the sport at 10 p.m. Show started at 9, right? And we're going to have an exclusive interview with him.
Yep.
And it's going to be Joe Rogan talking to him. You don't think people would have crossed over?
Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what they want.
that's what I'm
But
saying.
it's lazy.
We're never going to do that.
Okay, well then
To your
why
point.
fucking do it?
To your point, Meta, he's paid by Meta to do these announcements. It's clear.
But you
They
could have
do
put a
every
little
announcement on Meta.
It's the fastball. It's what I'm saying. It's like you really want to fuck with them. You could have fucked with them. I agree with you, Rick. Ultimately,
What they used to do was
someone
put
might
on a
have been
better
there.
show.
Yes,
Now
someone
they
might have
don't even
been
give a
there.
fuck.
Someone might have been there and been like, that was annoying. But ultimately, no one's clicking off. So the thesis that I think we all have is it was much ado about nothing. It was much ado about nothing. No one shut off the show, and it only gave Ronda, Nikisa, Jake, Francis fodder to respond. Ultimately, for us who likes to play in the sandbox, it was all good.
Now you're talking.
It was fun. Yes, it was fun. I don't think anyone should feel personally offended by it because it was a sort of nothing burger. It's great.
If
I
anything,
can't wait.
if I'm Francis Ngannou, I feel better. These guys are still fucking thinking about me.
100%.
Every time I'm out there, these guys are still thinking about me.
100%.
Shit.
I would ask.
Just devil's advocate. You're one of Dana's mates. You're with him. You're sitting beside him. And they have the fights on. He's like, "Will I just fucking announce it?" You're like, "God damn it!" And you're like, "Guess who's fucking fighting on July 11th?"
Yeah.
You'd be like,
well, that's the best part is that they definitely were like queuing it up, and they're like, "Okay, he's walking. He's getting ready to walk.
Yeah.
Felipe is in the cage now. All right, go ahead and go live. Go hit live."
Oh,
and then it's like, as soon as he did it, he was like, "What's up, everybody?"
So
It was perfect timing.
It was so good.
Also,
That'd be banter. That
you
would
said
be banter.
no one should be personally offended, and I was like, man, who would be personally offended by this? But the amount of people that were personally offended by this MVP card on Saturday, I could understand.
what do you mean?
How they would be personally offended?
But
by
for
this
the opposite reason, right? Because I was talking about the only people that I think would be annoyed by this, honestly, are the Netflix people who are like, did you really have to do that?
I
Did
see.
you really try to mess with us? And we're partners in so many other things. But yes, the amount of people that were personally offended by just the mere presence of this card, the attempt to put on something other than a UFC show was very, very funny.
Credit to the UFC for building this fan base around this brand.
It is incredible.
There was once a term that we used to talk about on the UG and the Sherdog forums known as Zuffa zombies. And we hadn't heard that term in quite some time. Welcome back to the party, kids. The Zuffa zombies are back. I did mention John Jones. Happy to say that the Fences Mending Tour that is 2026 continues. John and I had a nice little chat. I don't really feel like we need to talk about the chat, but I can tell you it was nice. It was cordial. It was positive. I think even a little voyeur over here got some footage of us chatting. Look at us.
He's happy.
Look, are we shaking hands here? I'm not sure. We did at some point. He's happy.
Yeah, there's physical touch there. Yes.
There was some nice words shared.
Yeah, you physically
extended
touching people
handshake.
was kind of the.
You didn't kiss him on the nape of the neck like Rampage?
Listen,
Yeah,
different
Ariel,
approaches.
man, what the fuck is this?
Different approaches. I did see Kamaru Usman, but I don't think he wanted to talk to me, and I didn't really want to talk to him, and so we just kept it moving. But it was all good. It was all good. It felt like a cordial just decision on both of our parts not to talk to each other, but it was fine. I'm going to chalk that up.
Save that one for 2027. We'll mend that fence.
I mended fences with Barry Bonds, guys. In 1997, I asked Barry Bonds to sign my baseball, and I gave him a Sharpie, and he was holding on to a blue pen, and a pen, like a shitty pen. And I was like, hey, can you sign it in the sweet spot? He looks up at me, he goes, who's signing the autographs here, kid? I'll sign it where I want to. Horrible autograph. I see him at the event. We shake hands. Big fan. Watch your stuff. You're doing your thing, kid. Take a picture with Barry Bonds. Are you kidding me? I'm chalking. At the end of the year when we do the awards, and I want to have the whole list, I'm putting Barry Bonds on that list. I got to see Beast
for
Mode
what
for mending the fences from 1997 for signing my ball in the wrong spot.
No, but what list? What portion of the awards?
The mending fences list.
Okay.
Kobe, Ronda,
You're
Gigi.
recapping. I got it.
If you ever end on my
got
shit
it,
list,
got it.
you're there forever. You die on my shit list.
Wow.
No fences ever made.
James Tahuna?
Marshawn Lynch and I mended fences.
Wait, what was your beef with
How did
Marshawn
the
Lynch?
fence get unmended?
He left the Bills. He had a Hall of Fame career. I just said,
Jesus
like, yo,
Christ.
Marshawn, you're the man. He's
Do you
taking
have a list
photos.
like Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison where you're just crossing things off with
Barry
lipstick?
Bonds, kill Barry Bonds.
No.
Sign my baseball with a blue pen.
One of the highlights of the weekend, guys, Cain
Yes.
Velasquez. Just being around Cain. What a soul, Cain. He's talking to me about the ayahuasca, about the Toad's Revenge, or what is that thing called that they take? He's
Did you get some of it into you?
I didn't get any of it, but you have never met a more Zen-like human being than Cain Velasquez. He's sitting there. You know, people talk about raw dogging. We were on a 1 hour, like raw dogging a plane.
Yeah.
Make him finish the sentence next time.
Yes.
Pizza got his
we're up
blue
against the
radar
clock.
up.
We're up against the clock. This guy is sitting on the little van that we're in the van, for an hour. Never looks at his phone. Is just sitting there like this. I'm like, Cain, man, how are you doing? So great to see you. He's just soft-spoken, nice. Saw Kat Zingano. That was incredible. Saw Mr. Carano, Glenn Carano, Gina's father, former Dallas Cowboy quarterback who I'd not seen in 17 years, I guess.
Hang on, what?
Yeah, you didn't know that.
Did not know that.
Gina's dad was a former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
shit.
You didn't know this? Glenn Carano.
No.
Legend.
And was Michael Irvin buzzing with him
GC?
too? He's like, oh, there's
Michael
my old QB.
Irvin, saw him there. Saw Le'Veon Bell. Saw CM Punk. Haven't talked to CM Punk in quite some time in the front
Called
row.
the Ronda thing perfectly.
Shout out to Phil.
LCM did.
He read the script.
Annie-
CT.
He read the script.
Oh yes, forgot he's got the script. Any invites to like a new White House for me from Michael?
No,
Any chance?
we didn't get there. But he did enjoy the chat. He told me when I saw him, he did enjoy the chat. Guys, I met Carmen Electra. I walked up to Carmen Electra and said, Carmen Electra. Let me tell you something. In the 90s, I mean,
Easy, man.
who? No. What was the pound? What was the pound for pound in the 90s? It was her. It was
Never
Pamela
mind the
Anderson.
90s.
It
Never
was
mind the 90s.
It was Jenny McCarthy. That was probably the pound for pound, right? Her and,
Still looking
and,
well.
and Dennis
Fair play.
Rodman. Carmen Electra looking great. I don't know how old.
Dave Navarro.
Yeah.
How old's Carmen Electra now?
Carmen, let me tell you about the 90s.
Let me tell you about something.
Me and you,
54.
first
Wow.
time I'm meeting you, sir.
Say she looks fantastic, does she?
She's great.
What do we think of the hexagon?
I'm fine with it. I mean,
Love Big Mo. Big Mo absolutely
Big Mo crushed it.
crushed.
That dude is
Crushed.
amazing.
He is on
when
a
he
rocket
does the
ship.
promos and stuff, like when he does not the promos, the intros, and he's like, "Welcome back" and all that. It's great.
I
Different.
didn't. I have to
His
say, I
first
didn't love
one
the
was great.
hexagon.
You didn't love the hexagon. What would you have preferred? Circle?
No. I didn't love branding it as like they enter the hexagon.
name.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just say.
I wouldn't
I
mention
was
it
thinking.
that much.
Just say cage. Just say
Yeah.
cage.
I thought what you were trying to say was you didn't like the shape.
Yeah. Was it small?
It looked small. Yeah.
It felt like it was
Yeah,
small.
yeah.
Yeah. I just didn't love the like they enter the hexagon tonight.
Would you have preferred circle?
No, just the word.
I know, but
the hexagon.
I don't know. Yeah, if we could have made it bigger, yeah, maybe circle.
Yeah.
But Big Mo was doing such good entrance, and then it would just go to that one shot of the fighter just kind of standing there, and then you wait for the music to hit, and it just didn't hit that hard at home.
Well, the
Like, you're
walkouts
waiting-
were very short. I think they could. I think they
But
could
you want
create like
Joe
a
and Jet to
longer
just
track.
smash you in the face.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
fucking bad rep. Just be like, oh fuck, here we go, and it's so loud. It was just like maybe a whisper in the background. I was like, ah.
Hey, no, that's
wanna
a great
feel it.
point. From a
feel
TV
my
perspective,
balls.
I hate the ramp.
Yeah.
I hate when the elevator ramp. And so when I first saw it, I was like, I don't like. But I guess the ramp was on the ground, right?
Yeah.
The ramp was like level, and there was like the one shot where like Saladin is walking, and you could at least high five. What I didn't like about the ramp in the Strikeforce days was that they were above the crowd. It kind of reminded me of the WWE ramp, which is a shorter ramp, and they're on the ground. So I didn't hate that, but I know what you mean. It was short. And I wonder, I don't know, I didn't ask this question. I wonder if it's because of the Intuit Dome. Like the way that thing is structured, I don't think you can have hockey there, GC, right? Because it's so like, did you see the way the seats go? They go so steep into the ground.
Especially the wall, like the Clippers thing where it's like only Clippers fans can sit in that section.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a straight up mountain going up it.
Fascinating.
And Intuit Dome's still the winner of the night. I had a feeling it would be.
Oh, it's a great spot. Those lights are something else. And that screen, they don't have a scoreboard. It's just a circular screen all
Halo
around.
board.
Yeah. There's much more. Hey, Pizza, if you could come back in a couple hours, there's much
give it a think.
more. Thank you. Appreciate that to discuss as far as news and notes are concerned. And as far as the weekend is concerned, I mean, we just scratched the surface there, giving our thoughts. But I did want to have, in my opinion, one of the biggest winners of the night on the program. We had a chance to speak after the fight, but I had a few more questions, believe it or not. I didn't have enough time. And so without further ado, let us speak to the one and only Platinum Mike Perry, who was kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon back home. Mike.
What's up, dog?
Great to see you again.
What's up, bro? It's good to be here, man.
Yo, congrats, man.
Thanks, bro. It's, it all came together. I put in a lot of work, and I'm grateful that it all worked out.
What is it like to come home after a crazy week like that, all that attention, all that media, all that stuff, Nate Diaz, Netflix, all that, and it's just back to reality? What is that feeling like? How do you come down from that high?
Well, I gotta there's a couple things I still gotta do, and then I also have to put some things back together back home. Like right before the trip, man, I lost my wallet somewhere. So I went on the trip with like cash and like my passport. I didn't have an ID. I didn't have credit cards, but then I found out like how to use a credit card on my phone, and so now I gotta order all my credit cards and order I gotta go get an ID. I gotta go to the DMV. I gotta put some other stuff. I got some mail from the HOA. I gotta do some landscaping. Oh my goodness, I gotta put my life back together.
Is that how it usually goes, by the way? Does everything stop before a fight, a week or two out, and then it all piles up afterwards and it hits you smack in the face? Or is this one a little bit more?
A little bit, I guess. I try. It's like some things are like, okay, we can push that. I don't have to worry about that right now. Or I just got mail when I was away, and come home, open up all this big stack of mail, and it's like I got tons of bills and all this stuff, and people are hitting me up like my HOA knows they must have known that I got some money, and they're like trying to hit me for things that don't matter or they don't like that's not necessary. It's like y'all ain't getting free money out of me.
By the way, can I ask you a crazy question? Maybe I'm exposing myself. What does HOA stand for?
Homeowners Association.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what is HOA? Fuck.
I thought that was like a regular thing. Like,
I
don't
guess-
the buildings in New York have like a HOA or no?
Guys, do they? I don't know. What is it? No, I don't know what that is.
They keep things like, your shrubs got to be like your.
Oh, you live in like a gated
plants.
community or some like, bougie
It's
thing.
not a gated community because like those HOAs are like $400 to $700 a month or more for like gated communities. So, I don't want to pay like when you're done paying your mortgage, you still got to pay HOA fee like forever. And I didn't want to pay like $700, so I got a lower HOA neighborhood.
Okay, wow. Okay, you learned something new. By the way, regarding the wallet, just curious, this is always my biggest fear. I left my wallet one time in an airport. Always worried that someone's going to like use my credit card or something like that. Have you been able to track? Like, do you know if anyone actually has your wallet and your cards? Or is it just somewhere?
I have a memory of like dropping it somewhere in a tight corner somewhere. We looked everywhere before the fight. I've checked like my accounts, like maybe if I dropped it somewhere that someone could have it. But then I was freezing my cards, and then I'm like, oh my God, I have so many bills that are just like connected to these cards. I unfreeze them just so like my life could keep going while I was.
Yeah.
If some homeless guy's grabbing a $4 beer while I'm out, you know what I mean? Like it's all good, but I got to get that adjustment fixed. I got to go to the car dealership and get my car. It's been in the shop. I got to, they had to hold it for like the whole week I was out there. So I got tons of stuff I got to do. More
I love
media.
this.
Yeah.
I know that's what comes with the win, but I love this perspective because we just think of you guys as fighters and then not realize that you have actual real life things to take care of when you come back. I thought you owned the week, man. Like I first saw you on Sunday of last week and I was worried that you were going to get frustrated. He was late to the face-offs and all that stuff, and you were just so calm. You and your team were just like playing. I don't remember now if it was ping pong or something, but like you were just the whole. Even at the presser when Namo was coming after you, it just felt like you have come such a long way. And we've talked about this a million different ways, but to actually see it up close, I thought you owned the week. I thought you really did an amazing job. Obviously, the win like alters the way you view a week in retrospect, but how did you feel about the whole week, the whole experience? This was such a big deal for so many reasons. What did you come away feeling?
I came away feeling like I said about being, the best welterweight 170-pound fighter. Like, talking to Jake after the fight, it's like I fought him at 200 pounds. That 30 pounds makes a big difference. The fact that I came in that shape and I did the diet for over 60 days and got myself in incredible shape. And I maintained the diet and exercise through traveling and being in California and change of scenery and maintaining that hold on my it's a structure. Like a diet is a big part of your structure when you're prepping for camp, and you can mess up so easily with like some salty food and stuff. But I made the weight really good. I felt really good fighting. Nate's tough, and like I watching the fight back, it's like he was hitting me with some jabs. He split my face right here with the left hand. I guess he hurt his hand, but like he hurt it on my face or something. And then he had that judo throw, but I came out in a better position really with it. And I went for some of the ground and pound. It's not like I just was like, oh, stand back up. Like I went into his guard a little bit. I tried to play the game, and I would get a little tired sometimes trying to get past his legs and punch him. So then I'd be like, okay, get back up. Like that people are like, there's lots of comments.
Yeah, the comments are wild. Are you getting the comments too?
Comments are all over the place, but they were all over the place before the fight too. So it's like I don't even pay attention to that stuff anymore. I just, I read a lot of it, and I'm grateful for this positive, supportive ones. They know I put a lot of work in, and I just, I know I got a more dangerous fight ahead of me now. And if it's, some people are like, oh, I've seen enough. Give them Alex Pereira or Francis Ngannou. Like,
What?
okay, well, tell them to make 170.
Who's saying that? That's insane to say that.
I seen a couple of those because it was devastating.
Yo, when you say you have a much bigger fight coming up, what's that?
I'm just saying, like, the next one, like, you don't go from this one to crap. Like, I have no need for 99% of these guys. And there's a couple fun ones people are talking about.
Like what? What's like piquing your interest?
Masvidal.
Why him?
Masvidal is a good fight because, but Nate was able to beat him in a boxing match, and then I got that fight, and Kamaru was there that night. All respect to Kamaru. We were talking a little bit. I asked him if he's going to 185 or is 170. Like, I was like, you could still do 170. And people were talking about UFC stuff and like who would be the fight. Like, who's the top dog right now knocking everybody out is the Nightmare. And, if I've seen it in history where guys come in or come back into the UFC and they get a, top ranked fight. And I feel like I'm somebody in that category that fits the category. Like, you could bring me in and give me a top ranked fight and crush it.
What interests you more? A fight against someone like Jorge, which would have to happen in the UFC probably unless they release him because he's contractually tied to them, or a Nate rematch?
I just don't think Nate. I know he was hitting me a little bit, but like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like he had anything for me. Maybe the third round would have been different, but is he not gonna cut again? Like, I was literally even trying to hit him on the other side of his face. He was bleeding here, and I'm trying to land the right hand on the other side, and he pulls away, and you catch this side, and I was like shaking my head, no, like walking him down in the second round, like, oh my God, look how much blood this is. Like, there's no way this is gonna continue. But I can't do anything else but go forward, and I'm gonna try to land big shots. And it's just if that's the job, if that's the big fight that people want to make, if they want to offer me a fight, I say yes, you know what I mean? Because that's my gig, that's my job. And then I shouldn't feel bad about it.
Have they approached you about that yet?
We was talking about it the night of the fight, right after the fight, because it's just so unfortunate. Like, I wasn't ecstatic about necessarily getting the win that way, but like, I know it was my damage from the nasty stuff I was throwing. And like, what was I supposed to do? That's how I fight MMA. I throw elbows and knees, and it just makes sense to do that. And why would I just box? Like, I watched some of the fight, I'm like, come on, Nate, like, hit me, throw an elbow back. Like, cut me too, throw an elbow back. But
That's why I asked you that question, by the way, in the cage about sort of being robbed of the moment of winning via TKO. everything you did led to the fight being stopped by his corner due to the cuts. Like, that wasn't a freak accident. That was all because of you. And so to me, it's the same, but just knowing you and knowing how fighters think, I was wondering if there was any part of you being like, bring him out for one more round so I can actually finish him emphatically, if you wanted that head, so to speak.
A little bit. I believe that I was inching towards that. I mean, at the end, even that knee that I guess didn't really, he blocked it. He's savvy. He like blocked it with his
maybe
shoulder.
my favorite moment is it this moment right here.
No, the kick to the face. Man, I did that kick. It was like an invisible kick because the blood just pours from his head right after that happened.
And you start laughing.
Yeah, because I was trying to land that and I thought it was silly. But I think, I would have, if it gone to the third, because at the end of the second, even though that knee didn't necessarily land on his head, I was thinking last night that his arm has got to be sore today, taking that knee that was strong enough to knock him over. And when he went down, he wasn't in the best defending yourself position. He looked like he was ready for me to crawl over top and throw some quick ground and pound punches that probably would have got in there. And if it went to the third, I think I continue to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's the way it was looking. Did you see Conor McGregor's tweet about the fight?
Oh, I didn't.
Here's what Conor McGregor said. He said, "I see why Nate Diaz didn't take the fight, LOL. Anyway, here's to when I get my hands on you, you lanky streak of piss. Trilogy, and I gonna need my money." And so it seems like he wasn't all that impressed with Nate's performance.
Well, damn. Why are you calling out Nate? Why you don't want the winners? I want the winners. I want the guys who won their fights and are coming off a big win, or, because I'm coming off a big win. So I want, a big fight that makes sense. Like I said, I saw some stuff. People were saying me and Masvidal should make that fight, and I think he's a great fighter. He's had some of the best moments in the octagon, big time fast knockout stuff like that. He's a hard hitter, and the best against the best, like two East Coast street fighter style guys who are savvy and know how to cause damage in a fight. I think Jorge would probably hit me back a little more than Nate was able to. But 170 pounds, dude, I make that weight like that. I put it back on. I only put on like 10 or 12. But I think I was in incredible shape. I think I could have gone 5 rounds, but I don't necessarily pace myself. I just bring the fight.
And so what about a potential future with MVP? This is now your second time fighting for them. And obviously we don't really know if they're going to stick around. They keep saying they're going to stick around, but I think a lot of that hinges on whether or not Netflix, is interested in airing. We don't know the viewership numbers yet. You're wearing the hat, so it seems like you enjoyed it to some degree. Are you interested in seeing this through with them?
Yeah, man, let's go. The fight night was beautiful. The production, I actually thought the production was beautiful and all the stuff. I actually seen some comments. They were like, "Oh, something should be better," but people just say literally whatever. They just say anything. It's ridiculous. They got like 12 or like 1 or 2 followers. They follow like 11,000 people. Like, come on, bro, that's a bot page or something. And like, you couldn't follow 11,000 pages if you just sat there following pages all day. And so these are the people leaving comments. They're not real. They're bots. And I just got to stay attached to real life. So whatever the real options are coming in, I should be getting some this week or some news of something. I do have a little downtime. I can chill and obviously try to put my life back together and organize things to catch back up. And I'm a fighter, and I said anyone, anywhere, anytime. And I just got to be able to get back in the gym because that's the guy I want to get in the ring as. The guy I was in the ring as on Saturday, I trained extremely hard. I guess it helped to have such a famous opponent like Nate, and someone who I was a fan of, who I am a fan of. I mean, even after the fight, he still had moments. After taking a beating like that, he's hilarious and says things on the mic. It's like, damn, bro, he's a clever guy. And his shape before the fight, I'm like, he's got to be in good shape, right? And then during the fight, it's like, was he? Was he in shape? Because whatever, but I mean, I got to get back in the gym and put in all the hard work so that when I show up in the ring, I'm that guy who's prepared. I can take hits. I can hit you back. I got energy to throw, and grapple and wrestle, so that's what I want to do.
What did you make of Dana White announcing the Conor McGregor return as Francis Ngannou was walking out?
Yeah, I just see the media keep making a story out of that or something like.
It wasn't a coincidence. Come on, I think that's really interesting.
Okay, well, they did it, and what did they do? Did it? I mean, that people were gonna watch that anyways.
I think the point is he's not doing things like that when the PFL is on or when Bellator was on. To me, it's an indication that he wanted to screw around with it. And to me, like, that's not out of bounds necessarily. Like, all's fair in love and fight promotion. I just thought he was just going to ignore it. Like, we don't even need to bother. He jumped on IG Live to announce the return of the biggest star in the history of the sport is some sort of indication that it was on his mind. And to do it during Francis's walkout of all people, come on, that's not a coincidence. I thought it was fun. If I'm Netflix, though, I'm not so amused. But everyone else, this is fair game.
Yeah, the big dogs at Netflix, you know what I'm saying? It's different when worlds collide like that. I mean, Dana White has been in control of the game for quite some time, but I think I went out and showed that just because you're in the UFC doesn't mean that you necessarily are the best fighter in the world. There's always been this stigma since Strikeforce and Bellator, and there were some really good guys in those companies at the same time as there was a UFC champion. There was people saying this guy should fight this guy because those guys are the two best. And maybe like once or twice in history it really happened. No? Maybe?
No, yeah, of course.
Right? So like I'm kind of doing that, and we made noise. Let's see what the possible fight options are. I mean, Dana White talked about Nate Diaz saying, let's see what happens in the fight. Well, okay, we saw what happened. I brought it. Nate it's tough. It's unfortunate that he bleeds like that, but I think I can do that to anyone with the elbow upside their head.
Hell yeah. And what a gash. Can I ask, like I saw a clip earlier today of Dustin Poirier on his show saying like Nate looked like dog shit. And, they have a history as well. But I'm just wondering from your perspective, is enough being said about you, in your opinion?
Well, that's what they do, right? They take it away from me and they make things about the guy who was more famous. They'd rather talk about his stumble or the fact that he's just so tough that he could stand there bleeding and seem to not care and try to do whatever he can. It's not that he looked like crap, because he looked like, in my opinion, like he usually does. It's just I had the abilities to just dominate in that space. And it wasn't all domination. Like first round, he was jabbing me away. He was landing some shit just because I was walking into it or walking through it. Some of it was pushing me up, but I was setting my range and timing. So, if they don't want to give me credit, it's just another Mike Perry fight where they don't, I don't necessarily always get the credit, or I don't have a million followers, but that's fine because I'm going to keep working out hard. I show up to get that check on fight night and fight like I want to win and fight like I want to fight it again, another big fight.
Mike, a few years ago, you and Connor faced off in BKFC, and it felt very far-fetched because it was BKFC and he's in the UFC and you're outside. I feel like we've never been closer to that fight happening. And, he has 2 fights left on his deal. He's coming back in July. And then there's one more. You're a free agent now. You just got a massive win. I feel like this is a real thing now. I feel like you versus Connor in the year 2027, latest 2028, is a very, very real thing. What do you think?
I like it. I like the sound of that, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for it.
For sure.
I'll just keep fighting when I get an opportunity or a matchup that makes sense. Some of the offers that are going to come through, shout out FRM, they're going to do good business with me and for me like they always have. And we're making waves as a big name in the fight game. Connor's going to fight Max Holloway. And then, maybe I'll get another fight in the meantime, and then I'll win that next one. And then maybe Connor will be ready to make his return and have that final UFC fight or whatever. Maybe it could be against me. Maybe the UFC can make an offer or something. I don't know. But let's make it fun. Let's make it worth my while. Let's make it a name that makes sense. Like I'm on the path to going up. And anybody who doesn't want to believe in me or kiss my ass, I'm working my ass off. I look in crazy shape. I land hard, dangerous shots, nasty stuff, mean. That was some of the meanest clinch work we've seen in an MMA fight in recent times.
It was amazing. No, you look phenomenal, and I want to see more of you in this sport. That's why I said that to you, rather than doing the BKFC thing again. I know you have to leave, so I'm going to ask you 3 very quick questions, and then I'll let you go. You can even give me yes or no answers to save time. Okay? A lot of people are saying Nate should retire. He says no, but do you think he should retire?
I'd like to see him fight someone else. Maybe another lightweight that goes up to 170. Let's be honest. I don't think Nate was a real welterweight like I always have been.
Right.
And so I'd like to see him, give him another fight. And I don't know if it should be against me, but if that's what they want to call with, I'm not going to say no.
The numbers that have been released as far as the payouts, is yours accurate?
It's a good question, buddy.
I said they're not.
Well, it's all right. I haven't gotten anything yet.
That's right. Okay. Saladin Parnas said he wants to fight you. Any interest?
Fizzle? You can just fizzle him out of your mind, bro. Who's that guy?
Oh.
That guy's got a lot of work to do.
That's the other guy.
Saladin.
Saladin was
I'm
the
thinking
Frenchman.
Fizzle.
Yeah. He.
Saladin. I did see people talking about the Saladin fight. He's had great success in his career so far. He was a humble warrior. He competed really well. He did a good job. Is that the big name that I'm looking for? It's not just a big name. I also want a big challenge, which is why I said Masvidal. People know Masvidal is dangerous, and he's a huge name. Whatever offers and names come across my table, I say yes when they come. Because if that's the offer I'm going to get, that's what I'm going to get. So I can fight anyone at 170 pounds. I can beat anyone at 170 pounds. Run it.
You're the man, Mike. Thanks so much for doing this. Really, really appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. See you guys.
Peace
Thanks
up.
a lot. Have a great day.
There he is, Mike Perry, the platinum one. What a guy. And he was styling and profiling all week. He rolled up in, I think it was a Rolls Royce, what was it, on weigh-in day or press conference day? What is it? What the? It's a big-time car when the door opens that way, right? What is that, a Rollie? Did they call them roll? Oh, did someone close that or did it close out? Oh, yeah. Did he drive that?
I think that's an HOA.
Do you guys know what an HOA is?
Oh, absolutely.
My dad is the HOA president in their neighborhood.
Wait, what are you scarfing on
You
over
made
there?
him choke up because he's so upset that you didn't know.
Connor, in the Slack channel, you wrote, bruh, what? I didn't know what you were referring to.
Oh, I sent it right when you were asking about the HOA.
Bro, I'm not reading this in real time.
Yeah, brother.
I don't understand. What? That's not a thing in New York. I've never heard of an HOA. What is an HOA?
Homeowners Association?
Yeah, clearly I learned that 20 minutes ago, but...
I bet the neighborhood you currently live in
Does
has-
every state have this?
Most neighborhoods, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of people hate them, though, because they cost a lot of money.
And your pops is the president.
El Presidente. He fucking hates it. Everyone complains a lot.
All right, well, God bless him. He's got HOA issue. Maybe you could call your dad. Or is it by state? I guess you can, like...
No, bro. It's by community. It's by neighborhood. It's done by the residents of the neighborhood.
I never heard of such a thing. This is crazy.
Did you think that Connor's dad was the HOA president of Georgia?
I don't know what to think. All right, I don't know. He said
Do
president.
you think he was president of the Homeowners Association nationwide?
Maybe.
Him
That's
and
how much
Mike
respect
Perry?
I have for him. Yeah. Mr. Burks, Mike Perry here. I gotta ask for a bit of an extension on my HOA payment. Is it like a mortgage?
No, it's like dues. You pay dues, and like they keep up the neighborhood. Like if you live in an apartment
Gotcha.
and you pay
It's
like amenity,
it's like property taxes.
but
No.
a separate thing. It's
Well, that
it's like to
seems-
keep the neighborhood presentable. You know, you can't
never
let your
heard of
grass
a-
get overgrown. You can't
Yeah, like-
you can't build certain things on your property.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I would argue in New York, it's almost as much as a mortgage sometimes, so
Okay.
it's very expensive.
It is very expensive. No, of
It
course.
can be, yes.
All right. Well, you learn something new every day.
And ask Jacqueline if y'all got it.
No, I take care of these things. So if I don't know about it, she definitely doesn't know about it. But I'm happy to learn something new. Later in the program, we're going to be joined by Jason Jackson, who also had a massive win, 22 seconds on the prelims. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. And Arnold Allen is going to join us in about 30 minutes' time to talk about his big win over Melquizael Costa. He looked phenomenal. In a matter of moments, what was that? I know. In a matter of moments, we are going to be joined by our next guest, and he is one of the most famous, most recognizable, longest tenured referees in all of mixed martial arts. He's the great Herb Dean. It's been a while since I saw Herb, but it was great to see him on Saturday. Saw Big John as well. Saw Frank Trigg. Saw Mike Beltran. Saw Andy Foster. It was great. You know, the last time I went to a PFL event at the theater in like, what was it, 22? I think it was 22 or 21? 21, 22, something like that. Last UFC event I went was in 2020. So even when I'm at the random boxing event, you don't see a lot of these people. And it was just great. It warmed my heart. He was involved in a few fights on Saturday. Obviously, the most notable one was the Pumi and Kuta fight against Adriano Moraes. I did post, by the way, the scorecards for that fight that was given to me by Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission. And so in case you are wondering what the scores were heading into that final round, the third round, as you could see right here, Pumi was up 2018 on two scorecards, and it was 19-19 on one. I'm trying to read the names. I can't read the names. They're too small for my eyes. I think I see a Daniel there and yeah. Oh, Derek Cleary, Daniel. Anyway, two 2018s. So he was en route to winning, and then he made a crucial mistake and got subbed. And Herb was the guy there. He was also the referee for the Francis Ngannou fight, and of course many others. Last week he was in Newark, referee for the main event for UFC 328, Khamzat Chimaev versus Sean Strickland. And so without further ado, great to be joined once again for the first time in a very long time by the inimitable Herb Dean, one of the very best in the history of the game, and he's kind enough to join us. Hey Herb, how are you?
Man, I'm really good. Thanks for that introduction, man.
Of course.
Man, yeah, it's been a while, man. Yeah.
It has been a while, and appreciate your time. It's always a treat when we get to talk to a referee, a commissioner, anyone involved in the officiating side of things. So thank you so much for the time, and it was great to see you and so many others on Saturday. Can we start talking about that fight? Because it was obviously a big one, and it was fascinating to see how it all played out. The Pumi and Kuta versus Adriano Moraes fight. In the end, technical submission. Could you tell us what you saw there?
Well, okay, so first of all, I'm certain that the right decision was made. What I saw was towards at the end, he got caught in a rear naked choke. He was like palm to palm grip. And man, I believe it was after the clapper. I believe the 10-second clapper, but I mean, it was right at the end. And so, man, he was giving it everything he's got because, here's the opportunity. When I stopped the match, there was there was a fraction of a second where he held on to the choke. And because of that, hold on just a second. I have a dog barking.
No problem. It's not even that loud, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So a fraction of a second, just a fraction, he held on. And because of that, I wasn't exactly sure. It gave me some, I wanted to make sure I saw what happened and when things happened. So I went and looked at a replay. For that situation, that's not the new replay we have. For that situation, we've had the ability to do that replay for a long time in the rules because it was a fight-ending situation.
If you don't mind, this is a rare opportunity. Can we watch it with you? Can we watch the...
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to play it full sound so you can hear the end. And then I was going to play it again, no sound, so you could talk us through it, okay?
All right.
All right, here we go. Here it is, full sound, the end of that fight.
Expending all their energy. Moves from Moraes. Immediately it takes the back. Seconds left. Moraes looking for the rear naked choke. High drama. Nakuda survives an incredible sequence.
Okay, so here he is out. Now we're just going to play it without sound so you can speak over what you're seeing and what you're thinking in that moment, if that's okay. Rare treat.
Okay.
Here it comes in a matter of seconds. Oh, here you guys are actually watching it together.
Right.
But can we go to the beginning, guys? Just to the beginning of this clip. So here we go.
All right. Okay. So I see that he's going after the rear neck, and I'm like, man, you don't got much time to get this, but he goes straight to it, has it locked in. Now I'm thinking of right as we're getting close to the end, I'm thinking about, okay, there you see him go out. But I'm thinking about the bell, that the bell's going to sound and I'm going to have to fight hands. So my focus, usually when in a situation like that, where I'm thinking about somebody may go out for a rear naked choke, I have a bit of a wider focus. I want to see the body because the hands and often the legs are what's going to give you your clue that someone's out, whereas looking at their face won't. But then as it's time for me to stop the fight, of course, I'm looking at his hands because, I'm trying to figure out which grips he has and what I might have to fight, if he's not letting go instantly. So that's where my focus kind of shifted towards the hands. And I saw his body did, but I wasn't focused there. And since I had time, I wanted to make sure I got everything right and want to know when things happened, especially in relationship to the bell. I went out and to look at the replay, and definitely sure that he went unconscious before the bell, right, like a fraction of a second before the bell. Then I went and stopped the fight. He grasped for a fraction of a second, let go. And then we went and we had the time to look at things. And, I think that looking at it kind of made it seem odd, but I wanted to take my time since the fight was already over and make sure that I got all the information so I can make the right decision.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think that was odd at all. I love to see you guys do that to try to make sure it's right. Could I ask, just to be clear, if he would have been in the choke, bell goes, fight's over, and clearly Adriano was holding on a little bit too long, and you determined that he only actually went out post-bell, you would have gone to the scorecards, right?
Yes.
And so ultimately what you were looking for in that moment was, did he go out before the bell or after the bell?
Exactly.
What about the fact that Adriano didn't break when you were trying to get him to break? Did that make it more complicated?
That made it a little bit more complicated just for the timing of it. I don't think that at that point in time, as far as I don't think it was egregious enough for me to disqualify him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I think when guys, when you're going, each fight is the most important fight in your career, and you have seconds to lock something in. Who knows where he went. He's fighting for everything for his whole career, and he's giving it everything he's got. Sometimes it takes a second for someone to realize it's over.
And so can I ask, in that moment, what you guys are looking at? Like, that shot is really cool of you, Andy Foster, Mike Beltran. What are you guys looking at? Are you listening? What's the breakdown? It's rare that we get to see that as well.
Okay, well, actually, that was pretty funny, that shot. I've seen some funny things on the internet with that. I'm glad we could give you guys that material. But so what's really cool is that we have replay with the UFC. And so they have a replay device where we have control over it. We have 4 different angles we can look at, and we have some buttons that, we can move things backward or forward by 15 seconds, 1 second, or even frame by frame. And we also have a toggle. So, and also we have a time running at that too. So we're able to get a bit more information. Here, they were nice enough to run replay for us. If we request it, we had a headset and we could request it from the truck, and that's what was happening. But we didn't have as much control, so if we want to look at something again, and we didn't have time, so we couldn't match it to how long this happened or how long, when things were happening. So that's why it was a little bit why we spent a little bit more time than we wanted to looking at it.
Okay, so overall though, you're content, you're happy, you feel like the right call was made.
Absolutely.
Okay, controversial one. It's tough, right? How, you mentioned online. Do you go online? Do you look at this stuff? Because I would imagine as a referee, you don't want to have anything in your head before or after your confidence. Like, you need to be 1,000% sure of yourself. How often do you actually look online afterwards and see what the people are saying?
I'm online sometimes, so I'm going to see it whether I'm looking for it or not.
Yeah.
But I don't spend a lot of time. I think what's useful for me is to talk to people who understand my job and do my job, and the regulators who are there. So it's good for me to talk to those people, and if I could do anything better, if somebody gives me a suggestion from there, then that's something I definitely consider, you know what I mean? Or even if I just want to bounce things off of, because everything I do, I'm constantly reviewing it to make sure that I'm, doing the best job I can, so those are the guys I talk to.
It's the toughest job in sports, your specific job, because it's so subjective. In boxing, it's not like that. It's not like that in the NBA or NFL, and so I don't envy you guys. Do you guys speak after the event? Is there like a debriefing? I know Andy's big on
Yes.
Oh, you do speak on the night of the fight?
On the night of the fight, we debrief. We speak about things. The judges actually, in between each round, they in between each fight, they talk about it while it's fresh. Us, if something happens there, we talk about it right then, and then we debrief about it. And I spoke to Andy about it afterwards, and I spoke to John. And there's a lot of different options. I mean, one option was just because it was. He did hold just a fraction of a second. I could have some thought would have been, hey, you held a fraction of a second. You made things a little muddy. Now it's your fault. So I'll just go to the scoring cards. But I want to get the right result, and I'm certain that we got it.
Was anyone pushing for that?
Well, I mean, I don't think people want to push too hard because it's my decision.
Sure. Ultimately, it comes down to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, what is it like having John back in the mix? We're talking about John McCarthy, of course.
Oh man, I always like talking to John, and it's great seeing him there as an official. And also, that's one of the fun things about this thing is that that's my we're longtime friends, and these guys are our closest friends, because if you think about it, on the weekends we spend more time with these guys or on the weekends for the last over 20 something years, over 25 years, I've spent a lot of time with these guys.
Yeah.
So it's always good. I'm always happy to see John, and yeah. So
one other one, if I can, before we get to the actual news here. You were in the Francis fight as well. You were officiating the Francis fight against Philippe Lins. He backed off after landing another strike there, which is sometimes we've seen time and again fighters don't do that. Here's the sequence here, but you took a minute to assess the situation. What are you seeing to ultimately call it off?
No, I definitely caught it off. The thing about it is that one was a hard one because I mean, believe it or not, we spend a lot of time looking at the way people fall and analyzing falls. And that fall, the way he fell, wasn't a definitive out before he hit the ground type of a fall. I mean, obviously it was. You never know what's happening with people. But the way he fell, I definitely wanted to look at it. I was in a good position if Francis was advancing and he wasn't turning to defend to be able to tell him, to be able to push and put my hands out. But I did take a second to look at it.
So on Saturday I saw...
Because I was already in position.
Right. On Saturday I saw Andy Foster, and he always keeps me abreast about the rules changes and the updates and whatnot, and he told me that there's a vote that is actually coming up tomorrow. He's the head of the rules committee about the language for assessing a foul, and then eventually if that passes, and he feels confident that it will go to the ABC conference later in the year, and then they'll vote on it. That's typically how it goes. So could you tell us what's going to be discussed tomorrow and why the need to change things?
Yeah. Before I do that, one thing I want to tell you about is there is a need for officials, for especially inspectors. I do a referee course. Herbdean.com. Check it out. I just did it. I had a great group that went through, we're wrapping it up, and then I think I have another one coming up in September.
Okay. And by the way, just as an aside, when you say there's a need, do you feel like there's a shortage of talented officials these days, and if so, why?
Well, I think that at the higher level, there's, we have officials, but as far as in the amateur, sometimes I do amateur fights and I travel around the country, around the world, and I get there and there's just not enough hands. So oftentimes there's officials there, but there's not enough. Oftentimes there's not enough inspectors there. And that's the base unit for making sure we have good results. You know what I mean? And inspectors are people who maybe not have a lot of martial arts experience, but, are organized, and they can organize things from our side to make sure that, that we get good results for these guys and looking after them,
Okay, so back to the foul language and what's being voted on. What can you tell us about
You have it there, right?
Yep. You want me to read it?
Okay. Yeah. Because I wrote it, but I've read.
Okay, yeah. So this is what Andy sent me. This is the new language for assessing a foul. The referee is the sole arbiter of the contest and is responsible for identifying and assessing all fouls. The referee has the authority to issue warnings, deduct points, or disqualify a contestant when appropriate. Additionally, the referee has the authority to adjust position, including returning contestants to a prior position or restarting in a neutral position when an illegal action has affected the course of the contest. In determining the appropriate penalty, the referee must evaluate the severity of the foul. Factors to consider include the effect of the foul on the opponent, the frequency of the infractions, and the degree of fault, whether the action was incidental, negligent, reckless, or deliberate.
Yeah, that sums it up. And so one thing, this needed to be addressed for a long time. We had a way that was written that, for one, I think it took it was confusing, and then also it took the referee was the sole arbiter except for in this situation. So you're saying you're the sole arbiter, but we're saying what you have to do, and there's like kind of a chain with, if, then, must, and like the way I taught it in my referee course, I would teach it with like a flow chart so that people could, figure out what they're supposed to do. And the thing about it is, one thing is that we've had that for a long time, and it's the thing that is most gamed. So the grounded opponent was always gamed, but I always wanted to change this because it was two rules that were actually being gamed. It was the grounded opponent and drawing the foul, and then when it was ruled as intentional, then things that happened like and so fighters have been gaming that for a long time. Matter of fact, Paul Buenatello gamed it in a UFC fight. And I told him, hey, no, you're playing games. I'm not going to call that, and keep fighting. And so that's what we started calling it, playing the game. Paul Buenatello is really fun because he actually went through my referee course, so he's a referee now.
Is he?
So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's great. No, we have a lot of officials who are former fighters. Vladimir Matyushenko has come through.
Wow.
There's Chris Lieben is a great official. Frank Trigg, you saw him working the other night.
Yep.
John Romero, who was a fighter and also the coach for the Marines MMA team. He's like he's a really good official. He actually helps me teach my course. And we've been getting a lot of good guys from the military, and so we're getting some good guys in here. But Okay, but yeah, that before I went off on that tangent, the way that rule was set up, I mean, our fighters in our sport are smart, and they know. They know some of them know the rules, and there's room to game there, and so you don't want to have things like that where the referee's not the sole arbiter, and there's room to game.
So I was curious about how you assess, this thing has come up a lot with the likes of Tom Aspinall and others, intentional, unintentional, which would lead to either a no contest or a DQ. What are you looking
Right.
for?
Well, that's gone now.
As a result of this, right?
Yeah, as a result of the new rule, that's gone. And so intentional or unintentional, it was always hard to judge that because you kind of set someone up to be a mind reader. Some people feel they're more capable of reading minds than others. I don't think I can read another mind. I can barely read my dog's mind. I don't know what she's thinking. You know what I'm saying? So another person, it's really hard.
And so who was the driving force behind changing this language? Was it you?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we changed it. We brought it up a few times over the years, and Andy's like, yeah, we keep bringing this up. Let's get around to it.
And so now, just to be like as crystal clear as possible, now it's just up to you to decide, is this a foul that's worth, penalizing, right?
Yeah, penalize. So there's, what we have in there is, the referee has the authority to give warnings, to deduct a point or points, and deduct points. Also to adjust position. So sometimes somebody might commit an infraction, and I think because as us officials, we don't want to put our finger on the scale at all. Do you know the majority of what the when something goes to the cards, the majority score? Do you know what that is?
Of course, yes.
Okay, the majority, the score, the results in most fights is a 29-28.
Oh, got you. Okay, I thought you were asking what a majority decision is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no. So the majority of the fights, the score at the end of a fight is 29-28. So when we take a point, we take the win and make it a draw for the majority of fights.
Yeah, and you don't want that.
Yeah, and so if that's the appropriate penalty, yeah. But if not, we want to have levels and be able to make decisions. And also, we can give warnings. We can give a hard warning where we're making sure we take a timeout and make sure people know what's going on. But also, we can adjust position. Hey, if someone in superior position commits a foul, we can take them off, give them a hard warning, and take their position away. And so that gives us a little bit of room there.
What is your thought process now, especially if this passes, when to give the warning and when to take the point away? Because sometimes it feels like there are too many warnings that are assessed. I've often thrown out the idea should the warning just be in the locker room, and then the moment the infraction happens, there's a point? I understand you don't want to change the course of the fight, but sometimes it seems like the cheater benefits because they just get a warning, but they hit someone in the eye or poke them in the eye. Or
well, there's so many different infractions, and so that's why it's in there that the referee is needs to evaluate the seriousness of the foul, before giving the penalty. So if we have a situation where someone grabs the fence and it doesn't even stop a takedown, I don't want to take a point for someone.
Right.
It didn't affect the fight at all. It's a natural reaction. You know what I mean? And then, so I don't want to, and so I wouldn't want to take a point. I think that would be, now I've changed the outcome of a fight for something that didn't have any effect on the fight. I want to see the best fighter. I want the conclusion to happen without my input if possible.
Let's say it does. Someone tries to take someone down and they hold on to the cage, and now the takedown has been thwarted. Do you take a point away for that?
I mean, in my instructions, I always tell the fighters that if for example, someone spends a lot of energy, I call it, burning matches. They burn a lot of their matches trying to lift and get a takedown. They lift the guy up. It was going to be a slam. And now the guy grabs the fence. He doesn't get slammed. He doesn't, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's something you could take a point for without warning.
Yeah. It seems like sometimes it doesn't happen. And so you feel bad for the fighter who is on the receiving end of that, or is not benefiting from his moves coming to fruition, and the other guy is just getting a warning. What about eye pokes? How do you feel about eye pokes these days? Is there anything that can be done?
Just to go back,
yeah,
it feels that sometimes it doesn't happen, but sometimes it does happen.
Sure.
So we have a lot of different situations, and we have a lot of different officials we're talking about. So sometimes it happens a point gets taken when it was something that maybe should have been a warning because it didn't affect the fight much at all. So we need to get more consistent on that with each other and continue to have more and better training.
How do you feel about eye pokes these days? Is there anything that can be done to stop those, or is that just a fact of the sport?
I haven't done the numbers of it, but I don't think I've had a lot of eye pokes in my fights lately.
I'm not suggesting that, by the way, just for the record. But
I know, but I'm just because we have done some things to try to change it. For one, we made a rule a while back because eye pokes are a serious thing. We made a rule where the fingers pointing towards the eyes are a foul. So we make that rule, and and we can enforce that. So if someone's using their fingers, and also, and before that, I was enforcing that before that rule, because I believe that the threat of a foul was helping people get out of situations, or people were using the threat of a foul to get advantage.
That's the part that always kind of doesn't sit well with us, when it seems like you do something to get out of a tough situation and just receive a warning rather than a point being deducted. An idea that's been thrown out, Herb, I wanted to get your opinion on this, is like if someone misses weight by an egregious amount, to deduct a point going into the fight. Would you be in favor of that, or is that too much?
I'm in favor. I think other organizations have done that.
Yeah.
And I like that.
You do like it?
Yeah, I like it. If that's what people are going to expect, yeah, someone gets an advantage. You know what I mean? Especially on the lower level fights, it makes a huge difference because some guys are trying to build up a record, and if they're always missing weight, and then they have a financial punishment, but down there at the lower levels, the finances aren't that big of a deal. Some of these guys have money, and they're just trying to build up a good record so they can get some opportunities. So I've seen people who kind of do that like consistently, and I think it should be I think it would be good if there's a penalty given from the beginning.
How do you feel about open scoring?
I'm not much of I'm not a big fan of it, but I haven't seen it used that much. The places where they are using it, I haven't been working. So,
why aren't you a fan?
Well, I'm just not sure if it's going to be helpful. Why do you like it?
I like it because I feel like the fighters deserve to know, with so much at stake, where they stand going into the final round. And if a fighter thinks he's up and he's not up, he may fight differently. And I understand that people say like, oh, you might stall or you might coast or things like that. I don't understand when people say it takes away from the show. The and new or and still, that's nonsense. I feel like in every other sport, where you stand going into the fourth quarter or whatever. You should know that in a fight.
Yeah, well, I'm not married to it one way or the other, but I think that you're going to get a lot of fights where there's going to be some stalling and running and things like that. And maybe we just won't have as fun of a sport. But that's what I think. But who knows? Maybe the opposite might happen.
Yeah. Sometimes we forget that you guys are human beings, and I'm just wondering if you have a stretch where, like, there's sometimes where I do bad at my job and I start getting in my head and your confidence is down. Do you ever feel like, oh no, I'm overthinking, I'm trying to overcompensate for a controversy? You've been doing this long enough. I'm sure there's times where you're feeling on top of the world and other times where people are coming after you. How much of that comes into play when you're actually out there?
Well, I try to keep it not coming to play. So, of course those things happen. And as someone who's, have experience, I have, you don't want that. And so, I do have people I can talk to, I bounce things off of. And also I know I do need to be in control of my emotions when I'm doing that, not bring anything in. And to be honest, the best way to have a good result, I noticed that I do best when my house is in order, my mind is in order, when I don't have any clutter that I'm bringing in there. And I have a lot of room to make good decisions,
Okay. Has there ever been a time where you thought like, man, I probably should have sat this one out because there was too much going on?
Well, I try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah. And, the day when I show up ready to work.
I know you're a big supporter of California's MMA and boxer retirement fund. I saw you out there with Andy, with Rhonda recently. Can you tell us why you feel so strongly about this? Here's the photo, and there you are, and how much help this can actually provide to the fighters.
Man, I'm glad that you brought that up. Because the bottom line, our fighters I believe, are the best athletes on earth. There's very few people who actually can get in there and do that. And I don't think that it should be a sad story at the end of people's careers after they've given everything to try to make this work, And so I think that it should be better outcomes for these guys because they don't get paid enough, and maybe we could fix that. But here's something that we can do, the officials, what we can do on our side to try to make things better.
You mentioned that you have a seminar coming up. I have it here. I just want to get this right. There it is. There's where people can actually check it out and sign up, right? The website. And I do believe it's September 16th to the 18th over at herbdean.com.
Yes, exactly. I can't see it now. Something happened.
Oh, no problem. We just showed the website. So herbdean.com is where people can check it out. Before I let you go, I did want to ask, because I was being informed of this. So it seems like Pumi Nakuta's team is going to be filing an appeal. How do you feel about that, about the decision there?
Well, I think if they feel they should file an appeal, they should. It's their right to do it. And, it's a very serious thing, and people should fight for everything they can, if they feel that that's the right thing to do. I'm not sure what I'm going to do in this situation. I'll just wait for the commission to tell me what they want from me.
To the best of your knowledge,
if they need anything from me.
Sure. Yeah. To the best of your knowledge, has anyone ever appealed and it's been like a situation like this and it's been overturned? It feels like it happens, the appeal happens, but the overturning doesn't usually happen.
Well, I showed up and talked to overturn one of my decisions that I made because I made the wrong decision.
Oh, wow. Which one? Do you remember?
It was a long time ago. I'm trying to remember the fighters' names. But what had happened was the fighter threw a combination, and then part of the combination when it became a Fight Indian series, and there was a knee involved, and the fighter was on the ground, and the knee thrown, and I see the fighter's head snap back from the knee, and then and we stopped the fight, and there was a disqualification. Okay, everybody was fine with it. The audience saw it. They thought, hey, that was a foul, and that, it was a heavy foul, and that was the right result. As I'm walking out of the arena, Pat Miletich is one of the analysts. He's like, hey, Herb, I think there's something you should see. I want to show you something. And he shows me that the knee actually hit the guy's shoulder and arm, and then the arm hit the head and knocked it back. So it was a body shot. It wasn't a blow to the head.
Oh, wow.
Everything looked like it. Right there in front of him, no one saw it as any different. But, they were replaying it and saw it in slow motion. And so the fighter, he did appeal. And I did show up, and I told what I thought the situation was, and that I did see the replay, and then I told what I thought should happen.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to look that up. That's really interesting. Then it says a lot about you that you do that. One last thing, back to the assessing fouls, change of language, and again, it's being voted on tomorrow. The rules committee. Are no contests still a thing? Because in the little thing that I read, it says the referee has the authority to issue warnings, deduct points, or disqualify a contestant when appropriate. I don't see no contest mentioned here.
Okay, so some people call it no contest, no decision. Some people even change no contest, that word, to technical draw.
Okay.
And so just to be clear on that, not always using that. But I think that, no contest is something that could still happen.
Okay.
And that happens because the reason why that would happen was because of a result of a foul that causes a fight to end before the majority of the rounds are done.
And what would that be? Like over a round and a half for a 3-round fight?
Well, so that's another thing. So there is some places, I believe, do have that a round and a half, but most places they would want for a 3-round fight the second round to be concluded.
And so unintentional, intentional is no longer there anymore? That's no longer a
Well,
factor?
that would be that still would be that would be there. That wording is not there, but
Yeah.
still the ability to say a foul. Let's say there was no fault in the foul. I don't think we'd want to disqualify someone.
Got you. And then
Especially, and so if if the majority of rounds had been completed, we would go to the scorecards. If the majority of rounds had not been completed, then we would be no contest or no decision or technical draw.
Understood. Thanks for doing this, Herb. This was great. Really appreciate it. Great insight. And it was great to have you back on and would love to do it again in the future.
Okay, thanks for having me.
You're the man. There he is, Herb Dean joining us. So great to get his insight. Love having the referees on. Really, really, really appreciate his time. Interesting stuff. We'll talk more about that fight later in the program. For now, though, let us talk to the man who was victorious in Las Vegas. Massive win for one of our own, Arnold Allen. What a performance against Melquizael Costa. Sublime. Almost finished him in the opening moments of the fight as well. Looked fantastic, and he's kind enough to join us. I do believe he's on vacation right now, so I don't want to take up too much of his time. Hello, Arnold. How are you, my friend? Congrats.
How you doing?
This is amazing. You did great out there. This is a great win. Are you over the moon? Are you overjoyed? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was all right. It was not bad. I'm a bit tired, though. I'm jet lagged.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you regretting this? I told you you would regret it.
No, not at all. No, I'm just tired. I have a bit of like a chest thing going on, so I'm a bit congested in my chest.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been annoying for a few days, but it's all good.
I saw you mention that at the post-fight press conference. What was going on? Just feeling sick all week?
Yeah, just probably from like Wednesday. We're coughing up loads of phlegm and just, yeah, but it's all good. All good.
How'd you feel about the performance?
It was all right. I think I could have pushed a bit more, but I was just a bit concerned with how, like, if I was sick or not, or I didn't know how hard I could push. But yeah, I felt I could definitely do more than I did. But yeah, I'm happy with the performance. It was nice. This one was wait, was it this one? Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I think this is when I was being lazy on his back in the first, and he threw that elbow, caught me right in the eye. I was like, oh man.
As I mentioned, I think first minute of the fight, you dropped him.
Yeah, that was nice.
What'd you think in that moment? Did you think you had him?
Yeah, I thought I was going to walk away and it was done, but I've seen him. I don't know. He's been in fights before. He's kind of showed up and not quit, but you look for the way out. But this one, I mean, he improves every time, and he improved a lot in this one as well. So I mean, every time he fights, I've seen him, he looks better. So, and I think this was no exception. I think I just showed up. I was really on.
And what was the difference this time when you say like you were really on? Was there something different about the lead up as opposed to previous fights?
No, I just like mentally, I really didn't want to let it go to decision. After getting, having some tough, close decisions in my career, I really wanted to make a statement and take him out, but he showed up and he was tough as hell, and he kept coming. And he said he was going to knock me out in the second round, and I think obviously that ain't going to happen. But like, I figured once it didn't happen, I thought he'd break 3, 4, and 5. I thought he'd give up on himself, and he came out strong.
Considering how the recent stretch has gone, were you putting more pressure on your shoulders to not only win, but as you say, like, try to finish him, win emphatically? What were you feeling going into the fight?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely felt the pressure to go out there and try and take him out. The old story of like the veteran with the young guy coming through. It's like I really want to squash all that and put myself back up there with the top dogs. But I did all right. I think I did all right.
I think you did very well. I mean, the striking was very crisp. It was on point. I was when I heard you talk about the chest and all that, and heard your voice a little bit. I was wondering about the weight cut and everything like that. But it seemed like you were okay overall, right?
Yeah, weight cut was fine.
Okay.
Weight cut was fine. It was weird. My cat like hates everyone, and I did the weight cut in the room with her, and she is so like does not do like touchy. I woke up in the morning and she was laying on my chest like this, giving me headbutts, making like weird noises. And she woke me up about 5 to start the weight cut. And I thought that was quite funny.
You brought the cat to Las Vegas.
Yeah. And she's like she's not always lucky because we have lost we have lost a few of her there, but she's part of the team.
I love that. You mentioned in the post-fight press conference that you have to pay an arm and a leg to get her over there. What is that process like?
Well, that's actually why I'm in Amsterdam, funny enough.
Why? Why?
Because you can't fly direct to the UK with your pet in without putting her in the hold, like under the plane.
Oh.
And I don't want to do that. So she sits with us, but I can fly to Amsterdam with her, like in the plane with you, and then I take a ferry home. Like tomorrow, or Thursday, Wednesday, I'm gonna take the ferry home. And yeah, it's just because like we're an island, the rabies stuff.
Oh my gosh. This is what you were talking about the January fight when you had a hellacious trip home. I didn't quite understand why you had to do that. This is true love right here.
Yeah. It's all the cat.
I mean, but the fact that you guys go out of your way to do this just for the cat is amazing. And I'm not trying to diminish her presence in your life, but most people would just say, let's keep her at home so we don't have to stop in Amsterdam.
Well, it's more of a knock-on effect because I like my wife around who kind of, she runs the Almighty brand and the YouTube and that. And then if my wife doesn't come, like who's going to do that? If the cat doesn't come, then she can't come with us, so she won't leave the cat. The cat ain't staying at home, so.
That's a non-starter. Yeah. She won't go unless the cat can come.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it.
Wow. What about on vacation?
The cat goes on holiday. The cat's been everywhere. He's been everywhere.
So you have to make sure the hotel's okay with it.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, sometimes we sneak her in.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I didn't realize that she was like an actual fixture in the family and all the trips and all that.
Oh no, she's been everywhere. Like she has been everywhere.
Did she go to the Apex too?
She didn't go to the Apex. Some people were asking me to bring her along. But I say she hates everyone, so I'm not gonna bring her out. Let me show her. Let's see what she's doing. She's here just.
Where is she? There she
is.
What a life, this cat. What's her name again?
Fish.
Fish. Oh, there was your wife right there. Hello.
Hi.
Fish, that's right. What a legend, that Fish. What a shot it would have been had you won and they panned your wife in the crowd just sitting there with the cat, petting the cat.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. Oh, man.
Like Dr. Evil.
No, she's but Fish is vicious, man. She's vicious.
In what way?
Like she will claw you and like scratch your eyes out. Right.
If you get too close?
Yeah, I used to play with her. Like I put my face near her tent and she'd like go for your face.
Golly.
Yeah, no, don't get too close.
How old?
How old is she? 3. Yeah, she's 3.
Trafford would never do that.
Oh, Trafford was a lover. Trafford was a sweetheart.
Did they ever meet?
No. She was. I don't. Yeah, she wasn't even born when he was alive. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
something really annoying happened as well with the fight.
Tell me.
In all my fights, I've been a medium. I've always worn medium.
Okay.
I've got little lady hands, and this one the week I tried the gloves on, and I had to go for larges. They were so tight. And then we wrapped up whatever. We tanned for the gloves. Tate helped us sort them out. And then they still didn't fit. So then I had to get another pair of mediums in, and they fitted. I've got this really, like they're cut into my hand.
Yeah.
The gloves, like every round I was coming out, I was trying to pull the thing out because it was digging into my wrist. But yeah,
That's never happened.
I think the manufacturer must have like messed up the design or whatever they did. But yeah, they fucked me up.
By the way, the hands looked a little swollen there.
Yeah, just a thumb. Bit of thumb. See that? Oh, you can't see it. I don't know what's going on. It keeps zooming in and out on me.
Yeah, it's this new thing, like the stage something that they...
I don't like it. Can you see the thumb?
Yeah, I see it.
There's a fat thumb.
Does that usually happen?
Not always.
Okay.
Sometimes.
I liked. I mentioned the post fight a couple times. I liked how spicy you were in that.
Yeah, I was fired up.
Well, you were fired. First, you commented on the lack of media there. You seemed a little bit perturbed.
There was 3 people at the media thing. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Did you feel the disrespect?
Yeah, a little bit, but like I didn't really overthink it. Not until you mentioned it now. I'm like, that kind of sucks. But yeah.
Well, no, you mentioned it at the thing, and I couldn't see how many people were there, so I was curious, like if it was just one guy asking you questions.
Oh, there was three people.
Okay, I would have been there, by the way, but I was working the other card.
For the ops.
No, just trying to provide, just trying to. And then you called out Ipswich Town. Finally, it's about time you called them out.
Yeah, no, they share the post now, but
it's not the same.
Yeah, no, I don't get the same hometown love. Like I said, I've been in the Premier League for
I love that.
Over 10 years, right? So and I'm just every now and then get a mention, but it is what it is.
It's crazy. I love Fabio Wardley, but
he's the man. Yeah, he's the man.
They treat him with so much love and respect, and you get a repost. It's not right.
Yeah, he's sick, but it's when I went for dinner with the executives of that, they're all old boys, and they're asking what I do, and I was like, I see what this is. I see. Yeah.
You went out with the execs from Ipswich.
Yeah, like there was like a dinner, and
recently
I think they were lining up some sort of partnership, sponsorship, but then they realized it's like there are no logos on the shorts. I'm a cage fighter, not a boxer. Yeah, stuff like that.
Have they ever brought you out onto the pitch? The people like serenade you? Have you ever had that?
I did a halftime interview on the pitch.
Okay.
After I beat Dan Hooker, and but yeah, it wasn't for nothing because I have nothing to talk about. I had no fight coming up. I think I just halftime interview.
Yeah, I see like Ed Sheeran, he doesn't show up for the whole season in the championship, and all of a sudden he's getting to hug the players in the locker room when they get promoted. Where's Arnold in there? You should be in there.
I know.
I saw that video, by the way, and I thought it was great, and then I saw the comments, and everyone was crapping all over him.
Ed?
They were saying he's a plastic fan. He only shows up when they get promoted.
Nah, he moved away, though. He doesn't live... He lives... I think he lives in Nashville now.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think he lives local.
By the way, you mentioned the merch. I screwed this up. 1 second. Stay right there, okay? 1 sec. I forgot to show this. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Stay right there. Look what I got. In the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
You're the man. Thank you, man.
It's some shirt right here. I love the logo. Can I say what impressed me? Are there any left, by the way?
Are there any left? Well, she just said this.
Oh, minimal. Okay. Limited drop. No, I have to give props to your missus. The packaging. You have, I wish I brought it. You have almighty packaging. Like this logo is on the actual packaging.
Yeah. You know what the worst
That's next level, by the way. Well done.
We had that logo, and we have a Union Jack. We had like a Union Jack branded packaging. And I told her, because obviously maybe being Canadian, she doesn't get it. And we have quite a lot of like fans in Ireland, and they kept buying shirts. So she kept sending the Union Jack packaging to Ireland, and then wondering why she was getting charges. I was like, stop sending the Union Jack to Ireland. She's like, why? But yeah, so yeah, we went back to the default one.
Yes, that makes sense. That would probably be smart.
Yeah.
Saw an amazing photo of Big Pace at the gun range or something? What is going on over there with that gun that he was? What is this? This is the most absurd photo of all time, but also amazing.
He's out of control. I forced him to get his shirt off. I said, get your shirt off. Got to get your shirt off. He loved it.
Did you go to that too?
Yeah, I went down there. That was fun. That was on the weekend, on a Sunday.
We were trying to determine what kind of gun that was.
Oh, I don't know nothing about guns.
Did you shoot it as well?
I didn't shoot that one. I shot like some sort of like Gatling gun thing. Yeah.
Is he a big gun guy?
He was into the westerns when I was a kid, and like he's he doesn't really tell you anything until he's there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I love this gun." I'm like, what do you know about guns? And then suddenly he reels off everything he knows about it. So, yeah.
Does he like Vegas? Is he a Vegas guy?
Is my dad a Vegas guy?
No.
I say no. Yeah, no, not really.
Gosh,
not really.
He's such a legend. He just cracks me up, the sight of him.
Yeah, he's losing it, but it's funny.
Do they test you more because of your association with him?
No, I don't think I'm one of the guys that get tested a whole bunch. I thought I got tested more than someone put a list out, and I could have swore I've been tested more than that list had said. So I wasn't even on the top. Like it said, 4 tests was the minimum that was on the list or something.
Oh wow!
And then it's like I'm sure I've had more than 4 in the last year, but I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, I've had like 5, 6. I don't know.
Okay, but you are top 3 stars in the UFC now, established.
One of the big dogs.
I think so. We've always thought so around here.
It's a fact. Everyone knows it.
How is it at the Apex?
It was all right, to be fair. It was. You know what's nice is that when they were announcing my name, it's like I could see like my family and my friends there, and they could actually hear them shouting, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I only fought. Well, I fought Calvin there, and Calvin had a ton of rich friends that were all there, and he explained to me that he didn't actually know these guys. He went on some sort of trip and they met him, and so they all support him. But yeah, so it was actually nice to have some people there for once.
I also saw that you said you want a Monster sponsorship, and you're holding out on trying it. So what do we have to do to make this happen?
I don't know. I just it's probably about 6 years ago. I just have these things. I get like OCD sometimes, and I just said it like I will never be world champion if I drink Monster before they sponsor me. So now either I have to become world champion, which I'm working on, or they have to sponsor me, or both, and then I can drink some Monster. And I used to love Monster. I drink like 3-4 a day. I had a real problem, but I just I'd like to go back to just like a casual one every now and then.
Yeah. So you're refusing, even if it's like right in front of you on the dais or anything like that. You refuse.
Yeah, no, it's been about 5 years.
Wow,
at least 5 years. Yeah,
I appreciate that. We need to get Hans on the case. He's the guy who makes all those deals, right?
I know. I need to get in touch.
Do they sell them in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the Monsters, they're not as good. We ain't got like the same ones. We've got like limited amount, but yeah.
I appreciate you holding out. I'm always curious about the context of some of your tweets. I just want to ask you about 2 of them. On May 13th, you tweeted, "You can't just milk any old cow." What's the reason behind you tweeting that in that moment?
I think I was in Whole Foods at that point, and I was just walking through the dairy section, reading like the milk options. And it just popped into my head.
Okay. All right. I thought there was like some sort of like symbolism there, that you were trying to make an analogy.
No, nothing's ever that deep.
Okay. And what about May 7th? So 6 days prior, you said, "Sorry, mate, that cheese ain't for sale."
It's a very dairy month. That was, I don't know. I remember I was talking to Jack, my manager, about one of the fighters we had, and he won a fight in Italy, and they paid him in cheese. They paid the winner of the show like a wheel of cheese. I could just like,
that's insane.
That's what that comes from. Yeah, and it was funny because he couldn't even travel home with the cheese because he couldn't travel with the food. So yeah.
So in that moment, do you remember like what prompts you to do that in that moment? Tweet that in that moment?
I think it was like hours later. Like I was just sat there on the toilet and it popped in my head.
So I lied. I actually had a couple more. Who thought, this is May 3rd, who thought it was a good idea to take away the supermarket deli? Used to love 4 hot chicken thighs for 2 pounds at Tesco. Pissed off now. Happy bank holiday, guys.
Yeah. So like, you used to go like the hot counter and they'd have chicken thighs. They have a big old Cumberland sausage.
Oh yeah.
Wing. Oh, it's delicious. Now they got rid of the deli counter, and it's just all like, it's just got crappy meal deals now. It just pisses me off.
You still go to Tesco?
Yeah, I haven't been in a while. I go upper class when I'm in camp.
Oh yeah.
It's like Marks & Spencer's or Waitrose.
M&S. Oh, I don't know that second one. What is the second one you just said?
Waitrose.
Waitrose?
Yeah.
That's high class.
Yeah, high class. We're high class. And my wife is like, she will find like whatever the more expensive option there is, she will find it. and so she's found, was it Ocado? Yeah, it's like an online order thing, mainly Marks and Spencers, but then they have some other stuff on there. She's recently discovered this, so grocery lists get real expensive.
I do have to say, you have painted an expensive picture of your wife, talking about the hotels and all the things you have to keep winning. So I don't know how she feels about all of that. It seems like you're positioning her as someone who spends a lot of money.
Well, she comes from a family with Italian. And Italians, they like the fancy stuff. And Mum even said to me when I met her, she's like, "Oh, well, you have to pay for it now." And I was just like, "Well, what does that mean?" And I'm finding out. So, yeah.
Do they watch your fights, the in-laws?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
They support you.
They do. Yeah, they go crazy. Her mum is her mum is the craziest. Them people. Like, she doesn't necessarily know what she's watching, but she's one of those ones that's there like screaming "twist his dick" sort of thing.
Oh yes. Okay, just do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Are they St. Leonard Italians?
No, Côte Saint Luc.
Oh, Côte Saint Luc. Yeah. Okay, that's right next to where my wife grew up in Hampstead.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I know where you are.
You know this. It's amazing. Small world. One more. I saw MJ on a bus. Not keen, I'll be honest. Is that Michael Jackson the movie?
Yeah, I was running like on my village.
Oh, the actual MJ.
No. I was running and I saw a double-decker bus and it had a big billboard.
Oh,
Michael Jackson on it. And I don't know. I'm not deep into the conspiracies, but I just feel like maybe it's inappropriate. I don't know.
Because of his checkered past?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
And that was on April 28th. So I'm assuming half a month later you haven't watched it.
No, I ain't watched that shit. No.
I think the reviews are actually a little bit comme ci comme ça.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. If they bring out a Jimmy Savile documentary, like a movie of his life, and they don't touch on the other shit, I'm not really interested.
Who's that? Jimmy Sala?
Jimmy Savile? Oh, you never heard of Jimmy Savile?
No. Is he a Brit?
Yeah, like the piece of shit, like notorious pedophile.
Oh, really? Gosh.
Like Louis Theroux did a load of documentaries with him and stuff like that, but yeah, it kind of before it was exposed and then some stuff. Yeah, it was just a big thing. But yeah.
Okay. Did you see Louis' last doc on Netflix?
Which one? The Manosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I haven't seen it. How is it?
I thought it was good. It's a bad thing that these guys, isn't it? Right, like young lads getting into it, and I don't know. But he does a good job of like letting you answer without even asking a question. He just kind of like gives you the court, right?
Okay. And you don't like that?
No, I like the way he does it. His interviews.
Oh, he's a legend. Yeah, one of the greatest of all time. I'll let you go in a second. You mentioned Movsar. You mentioned Yair. For me, just curious, you'd like to get another one in this year, right? You've had 2 this year, which is great for you. You'd like one more?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. It's gonna take a couple weeks to heal up. My shin's a little bit sore from trying to check kicks. But yeah, definitely. I mean, at least one more,
And anything fun that you're doing in Amsterdam while you're waiting for the ferry?
I just went to some bakery. This is weird. I went to some bakery, and what did we get? We got a cinnamon swirl. I got an almond croissant.
Oh, I like the way you said that.
What was the other one? What did you get? A chocolate croissant. But this, like, a guy was in the corner and he just goes, Arnold? All right. Yeah. And he's like, "Can I have a picture?" And he's like really shocked. And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And then an older lady was in the line as well, and she recognized me. I was like, "What?"
What?
Yeah, was she Dutch? I think she was Dutch. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, could I have your photo also?" And I was like, "What?" I was like, "You don't want my photo?" And she was like, "Yeah, we was watching the fights with my kids this weekend. We watched the fights. I'm going to send it to my son." Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's so crazy.
Wow. You are massive. You are top 3.
Superstar in some random bakery in Amsterdam.
Is it one of those bakeries with the extra stuff in it, or is it on the?
Oh no, that's not for me.
No.
That's it. As soon as I say I'm coming to Amsterdam, everyone thinks I'm doing that, like I'm some sort of stoner. I've never even touched the stuff.
When you said that to me, I was like, oh, on the way home, a quick little high. I thought that's what you were doing to celebrate.
No. I've never even tried it.
Wow, in your life?
Never, yeah, not once.
In any way, shape, or form?
No shape or form, never.
You're the walking antithesis of your father.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I know.
By the way, how long is that ferry?
Well, it's about 6 hours.
That's not too bad.
A long one. It's slow. It's like a slow plod.
I'm trying to be respectful and resist the urge, but I'm dying to ask your wife what it's like to be married to you and live with you, because I would imagine it's just hilarious.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with someone when they just are constantly making jokes at you.
Yeah.
I can imagine it's a great time. It's like just those tweets, but in like walking, living, breathing form. Random thoughts all day.
You just have to nod and go about your day.
That seems like a compliment, right?
I think so, yeah. I think this is one that killed me the other day, because she's in the suite at the Trump Hotel. What was it? What did you order? Like towels or I don't know. No, you ordered food.
Steak.
Yeah, she ordered like a steak.
Oh, nice.
And the guy comes to the door, and I was in the other room. I think I was about to do my weight cut or something. And I was just screaming like there was something stuck in my butt in the bathroom. And I could just hear her like so embarrassed talking to the guy like, "Thank you. It's stuck in my butt. It's in my butt." And the guy was just like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, I thought that was fun.
Yeah. Wow. Trump Hotel, huh? Interesting for a Canadian to be staying at the Trump Hotel.
Pet friendly.
Ah, see? Welcoming.
Pet friendly. It's pet friendly, and I think the other option is like the Four Seasons, which is we're not there yet.
You're getting there. So you guys, you stay outside of the fighter hotel because of the cat.
Yeah, usually I do. Not because of the cat. Just usually I stay with the team. But I kind of overcrewed myself, and there was too many people, so I just stayed with my wife all week. And it's fine. I've been having this thing where I don't really sleep very good on the night before the fight, probably for a few years now. And I was in the spare room sleeping, and the cat never sleeps near me. Never, like she will not sleep on the bed with you. And I was struggling to sleep, and then like she just scratched on my back and then just like nestled in next to me. I was like, huh, I slept great.
Wow. Maybe she knew. Yeah. Maybe she knew you needed some TLC.
Yeah, she like slept on my back. I was like, I've had her over 3 years, and she's never done that.
The cat loves you. It's nice to see. After everything you've done for her, all the places you've taken her, a little snuggle doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it goes a long way.
It does. Delighted for you, Arnold. Thank you as always. Appreciate you doing this while on your séjourn in beautiful Amsterdam. Thank you so much. Safe travels back home, and again, congrats on the win.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate
there it is. Get it while you can. Limited left. Get it while you can.
That's amazing.
What a shirt. You're the best. Thank you, Arnold. All the best.
Thank you.
Take care. You. And thank you to Mrs. Arnold Allen as well. Amazing stuff. What a guy, that Arnold Allen. Big win for him, getting back on track. Has had a tough road in the UFC. Never backs down from a fight. Doesn't pick and choose his opponents. In fact, I was running back and forth from the cage to the desk, all that stuff, and there was someone in the crowd. It wasn't GC or Rick. It was someone else just watching the fights. And in the midst of the madness, I stopped and I said, "What's going on?" He was watching Arnold. It was main event time. He said, "Arnold's up." I was like, "Yeah, let's go, Arnold." And not to suggest that I was rooting against Melky, but we do have a soft spot for Arnold around here. And I was delighted to see him win. His last fight, of course, against John Silva back in January. So the last time Arnold Allen, by the way, didn't fight in 2025. Okay, so he fought twice in 24, but then once in 23, once in 22, twice in 22, once in 21, once in 20, twice in 19, once in 18, once in 17, once in 16. Okay, twice in 16, once in 2015, 3 times. Okay, the last time he fought 3 times in a year was 2014. M4TC 15, Bad Blood. He defeated Paul Cook in November of 2014. Actually, that was his last fight before getting to the UFC. Cage Warriors 71 defeated Gaetano Pirello. And that was in August. And then in June of 2014, actually, hold up. He fought 4 times in 2014. Wow. June of 2014, he lost in Cage Warriors, and then April of 2014, he won in Cage Warriors, and then fought in December of 2013. So in the span of 12 months, actually fought in October of 2013 and July. Early days, Arnold Allen was quite active. So let's see if he can get 3 in at least this year. In a matter of moments, we'll be joined by our last guest of the day. But we have a lot to get to on the back end. Still didn't talk a lot about the Conor return, other news and notes, all that stuff and more. But we are going to be joined by the ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson, from Spanish Town, Jamaica, the former Bellator welterweight champion, former Titan FC and Legacy welterweight champion. Has wins over the likes of Benson Henderson, Paul Daly, Douglas, and Diego Lima. Yaroslav Amosov, probably his most high-profile win. Ray Cooper as well. But on Saturday, he had a massive win over Jeff Creighton. Knocked him out in just 22 seconds of the first round. And I do believe, off the top of my dome, he was my first post-fight interview. I saw Jason at the press conference on Thursday, and he called me out. He's like, yo, man, when am I going to get on the show? And I said, well, let's do it after this one. And we have a reason to do it now. So we're going to be joined by him. I didn't really go over the results. Brandon Jenkins beat Chris Avila via split decision. Hard-fought win. Some people thought Chris won. I thought Brandon did enough. Alini Pereira defeated Jade Masson Wong via split decision as well. Cool to see, of course, Alex Glover and Plinio in her corner. She is, of course, the sister of Alex Pereira. David Magoyan defeated Albert Morales for unanimous decision. So first 3 fights of the night, no interviews because we were going long. Jason Jackson comes out and scores a vicious knockout in 22 seconds. And that was the first one that I got to do, of course. Then it was Adriano Moraes with the crazy technical sub against Pumi Nakuda. Pumi's going to join us in studio on Wednesday, get his side of the story. So looking forward to that. Namo Fazal beat Jake Babian in the second round. Jake was great on the show last week, but Nama won via Anaconda choke. And then it was the main card, Robelis Despan knocking out Junior Dos Santos in vicious fashion. Saladin Parnas knocking out Kenny Cross with a vicious body shot. Sorry about that, Frank. Francis Ngannou knocking out Philippe Lin. So it was Strikeforce heavy artillery. I thought we were going to get a line from Moro. Ho ho ho! Who wants a KO for Christmas? Mike Perry beat Nate Diaz in the second round. Then, of course, Ronda Rousey beating Gina Carano in the very, very first round. So every single fight on the main card went the distance. Didn't go the distance. Either first round or second round, 4 first round, 1 second round. In total, I think it was 22 minutes of action on the main card. Man, we're talking to now one on the undercard, and it was an amazing performance. Like I just said, 22-second knockout, first stoppage of the night. What a big performance out of him. Loved his energy before and after. I noted didn't crack a smile when he was in there. Let's see if he's smiling now. He's the pride of Spanish Town, Jamaica. Now, of course, residing here in the United States, training out of Florida. Jason Jackson on the program. Hello, Jason. How are you, my man?
How you doing, Ariel? Thank you for having me today.
It's nice to see you. It's great to have you on. You called me out when I saw you on Thursday. You said, when are you going to have me on the show? And I told you I'd have you on, and here we are the Monday after your victory.
Yes, it's well appreciated. I've been longing to be on your show, talk to you for sure.
Well, it's our honor to have you on. It's good to see you smiling, my friend, because I noted in the cage there was no smiles to be had there after a vicious knockout like that. I was surprised because we often do see you smile.
Well, I'm back on the east side. Everything is better in Florida.
You don't like Cali?
Not as much as I love Florida.
Yeah, no, I understand that. What a win, man. Were you expecting it to go that way? Like, were you feeling that you were going to be able to dispose of him rather quickly?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Because this guy said I was gonna rustle them, and I was like, whatever I make up my mind, that's what I'm gonna do. And I was planning on knocking him out. And I said it to Ty Woodley that the promotion is sleeping on me. I'm gonna sleep this guy. And showed him.
Why did you feel like the promotion was sleeping on you?
Well, I didn't felt like one of the valuable players, but I was well appreciative of the time that was there. The opportunity was given, but felt like little small things like walking out, I didn't get an entry,
Yeah.
and small little things that makes me feel like Jason Jackson. They kind of like took it away, and I don't know what's the reason to it.
Yeah, that was really fascinating. I don't think personally, just from my perspective, I didn't ask anyone specifically, but my perspective wasn't that you were trying to be disrespected or slighted. I think that they were worried about the prelims going long and bleeding into the main card. And so the first 3 fights went the distance and they were trying to make up some time. That's what I felt. But you deserve that. Everyone deserves that moment. Everyone deserves a post-fight interview and a walkout and all that stuff. And so I was curious how you felt about that and if you felt rushed at all.
No, everybody else had to walk out, but and another thing, I didn't felt like I deserved to even be on the prelim in the first place because, like I said, my credential hold more weight than a lot of fighters. And another thing, the bonus.
Yes,
I felt like I deserved the bonus for sure. I went out there and showcased my skill. It wasn't like I know this is Francis, but we knew what he was gonna do. The guy's like 30 pounds heavier than the guy. And they kind of struggled a little bit with the guy. I didn't have no issue at all. I went out there and put everything together like a martial artist should. And I just felt like I wasn't even recognized that, when I did that.
Was that the theme for you throughout the week? Were you not feeling the love throughout the week as well?
No, I wasn't feeling the love at all.
Tell me why.
I felt like because I felt like my skill wasn't. I don't know. For some reason, I just felt like once Lorenzo Larkin fall out the fight, then my fight, they didn't pay any attention, really. So it was like, basically, I was just doing it for Lorenzo Larkin. Like, my skill didn't hold no weight.
Did you feel as though that sentiment translated into your performance? Did you feel like you took that sort of energy that you were feeling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I felt disrespected.
And so maybe it was a good thing in the end because look at what we got from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm starting to love it. I'm thinking that's gonna be the new me. I'm saying I'm not gonna use music or anything, no distraction. I just focus on, hey, they're not gonna give it to me. I'm gonna go out and take it because I was shocked. My fight was on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just more excited for the opportunity to even compete on Netflix. I told my whole family, everybody. So come to find out that I wasn't, was like kind of a little disappointed too.
I understand that. Can I ask, how did this opportunity even come about? How did you end up on this card?
Well, my manager, Dave Martin, he put it together. So, I understand it was a one-fight deal thing, you know what I'm saying? But I just felt like I didn't felt like one of the valuable players in the game.
When you were offered Lorenz, did you like that fight?
That was one of my dream fights. A few times we were supposed to fight in Bellator, but it just didn't happen.
Okay, so you were probably a little bit bummed when you found out he was off.
Exactly. And we actually spoke, and he told me, out of respect, he told me in person, like, hey, if something happened, health-wise, I don't know if he heard something, but he just wasn't going to show up. And I was appreciated. He told me like a man.
Were you familiar with your opponent, the replacement, Jefferson Creighton?
Well, I know he was a tough guy. I seen him on The Ultimate Fighter, won a DC top pick, and I seen him do a few fights in Bellator. He fought Joe Davidson, so I was a little bit familiar with him. It's not like he was a nobody. It's just my skill set is higher than that. I should be fighting even Mike Perry or Diaz. That's what my skill set kind of match up, or even fighting for MVP title, pretty much. If they would have had a fighter,
sure,
a title.
Do you feel like now with this performance on this stage, there were a lot of people watching on YouTube, so and I know the stream has over 2 million views and all that stuff now, so it's not like no one saw it, but I understand 100% where you're coming from. YouTube is not Netflix. Do you feel now like people are going to view you in that light, like you're going to get the respect that you wanted?
I'm not sure, because from what I was kind of taking note, it was just more the UFC fighters that was getting all the was being like more treated like the valuable fighter. So maybe I need to go to the UFC and make a statement, and then probably come back to MVP and show them I'm a valuable player, because I didn't felt like I was treated like it. And I ain't been on a prelim card since forever. I've been on main event, Bellator, PFL, championship fight. So for me to be in that position, I was like, wow, this is disrespect.
So we still don't know if they're going to truly stay in the world of MMA. They have said that they want to, and we'll find out what the viewership numbers are. If they come to you and say, we want you to stick around, what are you going to say?
Absolutely, I would.
Oh, okay.
I love to fight, and I enjoy fighting, but the only thing, I just need some more respect on my name. So whoever I have to fight, to show them, because I felt like that was like a debut fight for me. So whoever they want to put in front of me and say, hey, you want to back up everything you're saying, give me this guy. And all right, then cool. But I felt like that fight was a test, because I went out and dispatched a guy, and, in a fashion that I haven't seen on the whole card.
And so if it was up to you, obviously someone in the UFC wouldn't, come into play here. If MVP is like, all right, so who does make sense for you? Who would be available, who would you say?
I would say anyone that they have in mind. I would like a Mike Perry or a Diaz. I don't think none of those guys are going to fight, or even one of the guys that actually fight on the card, or whoever they feel is excited. Like what Mike Perry said.
Yeah. There was a bunch of guys on that card that I think that would be very interesting for you. But yes, I understand fighting on the main card means a lot more than fighting on the prelims. Can I ask what happened with the PFL? Why did you part ways with them?
Well, PFL, after the decision that I know I won with that Gene, and I felt like it was some politics why they took that decision, because I was coming to my last fight on my contract. So they just pulled the rug underneath my feet, and they tried to cut my paycheck in less than half. And I have a family to feed, and I was like, that's not going to do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? You guys have been good to me, and, I just want to try something new. And we just part way, a handshake deal.
Okay. So you felt like they wanted him to win?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And was that deflating? Was that disheartening?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. And then this not the first time, like, them pulling the rug from underneath me to use it as a leverage in negotiation, because the fight in Ireland, they messed up on my visa big time. And I got there late, and I was a champion fight. So it's like, when I got there, it was like I had to do a whole bunch of obligation that I traveled a big time different and everything. Like 3 days before the fight, I got there. Still had a fight, make with, and do everything. So it kind of stressed me out. So I felt like I haven't had a fair shot where I'm like, yo. So when I kind of part ways with PFL, I just felt lighter, and I was like, you know what? I'm back to doing martial art for the love of it again, without, don't feel like somebody out to get me or something.
And that fight was in June of last year. What took so long to get you back in there?
They let my contract ran out. I had one more fight in my contract. They would not honor it.
Really?
And then they came back with a lesser deal than what we already had in the contract.
And so you didn't get paid for that last fight?
I didn't get paid for the last fight.
Why? And were you asking to fight?
Yes, I was begging to fight.
And so you think it was deliberate to let it run out so that they didn't have to pay you?
Yes. And then when they came back with the negotiation, they brought up how much they paid that Gene and how much they paid me, basically.
Wow. And so you're just saying that you were healthy. You were ready to go.
Yeah, I was out there the whole time.
Damn, you must have been frustrated. So I feel like that kind of came into play on Saturday too. All of that frustration came out.
Yeah, I've been sitting just waiting, I tell you, and watching even past opponent that I already starched even making a bigger name in the MMA world than I have. And I'm like, people just overlooking me. And I'm like, man, I just want to get my one little fair shot. And I'm always going to deliver.
Are you referring to Yaroslav Amosov, who you beat to become?
Yes.
Yeah, now he's in the UFC doing his thing.
Yeah, and I'll do the same thing to him again if I get the opportunity.
So when you see him doing his thing in the UFC, he fought on the previous week's card, UFC 328. He's getting some momentum now. How does that make you feel?
Feel like my future is bright. That's what I see.
Okay, so you're confident. You're optimistic.
Yep, I'm well optimistic about beating this guy again if it come down to it. And Makhachev, any one of those guys, the fact that the fans will count me out and I'm going to be the only one that believe in myself, I'll finish any one of those guys.
Islam, you're talking about 170 champ.
Yes.
You feel confident against him?
Of course.
Why?
Listen, let's see what I did to Yaroslav.
Yeah.
He couldn't take me down that one bit.
Did your team talk to the UFC when you were, leaving the PFL before getting this opportunity? Were there any talks?
Well, it might be some talks.
Now?
Might be some talks, yeah.
But what about before the MVP fight? After you left PFL?
I'm pretty sure I did. We did have some talks, but, they wanted to see me go out and get some type of win or something, so.
And now they did.
Now they did.
What do you think about the show overall? The cage, I was wondering about the lighting on the seats and all that. It was a quick fight for you, but I was just curious. What was your perspective from fighting on Saturday?
I loved it. I love everything about the show, and I just felt like if I could have been a little more involved.
Yeah.
I'm saying I just felt like it would have been better, but the show was great overall if I was in there or not. And that's what I was a little more disappointed that the show was so great and I wasn't involved that much because I love the show. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the whole crowd was sold out. The arena was sold out, and it was just so much stars that around.
Yeah.
So and the little opportunity I had, I utilized it as much as possible that I could have. Even went over there and get to shake Jake Paul hand and tell him how much I appreciate him for giving me this opportunity. And, that was grateful. So I'm not gonna look at nothing bad. Like, what I'm saying? If they offer me something worth my while, I'm sticking around. But if I'm just gonna get that, little what do they call it? Peon treatment, then I might as well go somewhere because I'm not in it to be a star. I'm a fighter. I'm a martial artist. I got into martial art because of the love. I want to display the art that people say, like, you know what? This guy go out there, you always put on.
Man, you know what would be a great fight? You versus Cedric Doumbé.
Absolutely. I'm ready for Cedric Dummy. I'm ready for him right now.
Why Dummy?
Knows. Because I don't know why he just came attacking me because I didn't know who he was because I don't pay attention to martial art. Like, I barely watch TV. And they asked me like a simple question like who he was, and I genuinely I didn't know who it was. I was like, who is that? And then they reminded me of the moment that he had, and I was like, oh yeah, I know who he is. I don't think that guy could beat me because he's not a martial artist.
That would be a huge fight. I love that fight.
I'm open for that. If MVP want to put that one in play, get him out of retirement, that would be a good fight to bring him out of retirement. And I have so much fans from France because of Cedric Doumbé, so I'm pretty sure I got fans over there rooting for me to knock him out. And I could knock him out in kickboxing. I'll fight him in kickboxing too.
Yeah, there's this thing online, and I'm wondering if you could talk about it. I want to be respectful about like the code of the gym, but there's this thing online about you and Ian Gary. What can you tell us about this?
No, it just spar, and stuff happens during training.
How did this get out there?
Well, I don't. That same question. It wasn't for me, so I don't know. I just knew it was out there, and people kept asking me about it, and I was like, man, I don't even know. I don't know who released it or how it got out there, but it wasn't from my end. I'd say that much.
Do you think Ian can beat Islam?
Yeah, I truly believe because of his skill set, and he's gonna fight. He's gonna fight the game as in like touch and move, touch and move, touch and move, and score and move. But if Islam get a hold of him, it might be a bad day for him.
Okay, so you do give him props and think he has a chance.
Absolutely, absolutely. He one thing I know about Ian is belief, his faith.
Yeah.
You have a strong faith, and that's what got him through the game. And kid, he could fight.
Is it true that you got your nickname from a WWE segment with Kane and who is it? The Rock and Hulk Hogan, the kicking machine? Is that true?
Exactly. The first time when Kane spoke.
What is this? What is this? How did this come about?
So when Kane was just, talking about, the Canaanites and teaming up with the boots and asses, and I just thought about the big red machine, and then I just put it all together.
And
right there.
Were you a big WWE fan back then?
Yeah. So in Jamaica, coming up, we only had 2 channels, and WWE was one of them that as kid. Monday Nitro, Saturday night, Saturday morning. So, like coming to school in America, I wanted to do wrestling, and career day. I told the kids them, they laughed at me. And then one day I I'm skimming through like the timeline. I was just on my auntie floor getting out of high school, sleeping. I was kind of homeless a little bit, living in my car and stuff. And I saw Rampage and Chuck Liddell, the highlight of them gonna fight. And that was it for me right there. That was my moment when I was like, I think I want to do MMA. Because I kind of seen something behind the scene with wrestling that, steroids kind of kill you and break down your body and all this stuff. So I saw Rampage and Chuck Liddell just celebrating. And that's all I know I wanted to do. I just wanted to celebrate it like them. The fire, and that's how I got into MMA.
Did you have any background in martial arts at all before any of that?
Well, I wrestled in high school. Wrestling is my first art, and that's what people forget. They forgot it for a little bit because I kept knocking people out. And then in Bellator, I kind of tapped back into my wrestling skill set because in the top 10, 8, 5 was just all top strikers. So I had to tap back into my wrestling skills to get through that. And then when I make it to the top, it was more wrestlers like Namon Gracie, Yaroslav, Logan, and all those guys. So I was like, all right, cool. Now I can just tap back into my boxing because I learned a little bit of boxing. I did a few boxing fights as well.
In Jamaica?
Here.
Okay.
In America, I came when I was 12.
Okay. And why did you move?
So when I was 12, like I said, I didn't know my father, and I came to America and I met my dad for the first time, and then lived there pretty much.
How did you connect with him?
Well, I always knew him, but like I said, I never seen him because when he left Jamaica, I never seen him again. He never came back.
Okay, and so you were able to track him down and have a relationship.
Yeah, I mean he never gone nowhere, but we just reconnected.
Amazing, and then you've stayed there ever since. Do you get to go back to Jamaica?
All the time. I'm planning on bringing martial art back to Jamaica and give back to the community and try to develop the some of the youth program and give back however I can, even just by service.
Yeah, I love that. And we've seen some fighters go back, Leon Edwards, Aljamain Sterling. So Jamaica's got a nice little fight roster.
Pretty much. Rodney Brown. I see Rodney Brown
of course, Rude Boy.
Yeah, Rude Boy doing some good stuff.
I love that. By the way, what about Clifford? What can you tell us about Clifford?
So, Clifford, the big red dog, that's my truck. So, I paid $800 because I came off the Contender Series. I just kept running into roadblock. Ultimate Fighter, this Black Zillion versus American Top Team. I was supposed to get signed, didn't get signed, and then I went back to the regional scene, fought, won the world title, like 2 world title, went to Contender Series, and then I broke my leg, and I was just like, man, at the point where I was just gonna give up on fighting, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't develop no other skill set, but I knew how to climb trees from back Jamaica and hustle and doing igloo jobs type of thing. So this clipper was like $800 that I ended up buying it from somebody, but I didn't have the full $800 in 2018. So the guy kind of asked me if I could pay it off because I had a tree job already scheduled. So when I went and got the tree job, I only had a machete. I didn't have no chainsaw. I didn't have nothing. And I went, got Clifford, and did the tree job, and then paid it off. And then after I paid off, I went, got a little bucket, like a little tank, put it on the back of there, and I started watching like Gilbert Burns and Michael Chandler and Kamaru Usman. I watched their car because, you know, they the big man. And I would sell coconut because I would get coconut from cutting trees and all that stuff. The trash, I would have to dispose of it. So I was just using that, and the next thing I knew, I didn't have to fight for the money, you know, because the small league, they was paying like $1,500 per fight. And working for a job was just taking up my time. So I was like, man, I need to create a job. If I can't find one, I'm going to create one. And then I just create that little hustle right there. And Clifford, I had a car, like a Toyota I was making payment on. And I ended up got rid of it. It was like, man, why keep a car that bringing me a bill? I need to keep one that's paying my bill. And that Ford Ranger I barely had to get oil changed or anything on it.
Wow.
That car had over at least 400,000 miles on it, and it's going.
Wow. So you still use it till this day?
Still use it till this day. Like, it's parking my parking lot right now.
That's
my parking
amazing.
space.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
I love that you call it Clifford too.
Forget.
That's incredible.
Because Clifford was when I first came from Jamaica, and when I was in like 7th, 6th grade, that was a cartoon that I used to watch all the time.
Okay. Legendary.
So, you know, I was like,
Big Red Dog.
Legendary. The Big Red Dog.
By the way, how long were you homeless for? You said you were sort of homeless there for a minute.
So a little bit like when I was coming to like the end of my high school year. It's like, you know, was just sleeping in my car and still going to school and, you know, making it happen. I still graduated high school. I was going to like at least 4 different schools in one day to graduate it because I squandered so much time doing all the wrong thing in my early year on in school. So
like
I ended up finding a job, like basically hanging out with friends, bad company.
Yeah.
Not going to class, skipping, you know, doing stuff that you don't want your kids to be doing to this day. And I just end up something going. I mean, like, I guess something happened between with my dad or something where, you know, something must happen financially to where, you know, we lost a place we were staying in. You know, one of my older brothers, something happened where he had to get sent back home to Jamaica and a whole bunch of stuff. But I just held the fate and just knowing that it's going to be better.
And it seems to have become better. I know you still want a hell of a lot more, but I saw you wrestling with your son, Jelani. So it seems like you're trying to give him a great life rooted. Here he is, right? This is your son teaching him a little wrestling?
Yeah, Jelani, my boy. You know, I handpicked Jelani. What I meant like that, I chose them because I told my wife, we're going to have a son. I'm going to name him Jelani. And Jelani stands for strong and mighty. And yeah, since the Ultimate Fighter, I've been carrying him around, having like 5 months in the car seat watching. And he's determined. He's a better version of me.
Oh, I love that. Does he want to be a fighter too?
Yeah, but I told him he need to be like Dana White.
Be the promoter.
Be the promoter, yeah.
Yes. More money there.
More money there, yeah. Fighters are pretty stupid, I think. They stupid.
Was he watching you on Saturday?
Oh yeah, he cried. He said we called me immediately backstage, and he was like, "Dad, I cried. I couldn't believe it because of everything that you've been through, and I know what you've been through. So to see you get that knockout, it was fulfilling for him.
That must have felt amazing for you.
Absolutely, he motivated me because I couldn't find no motivation. I was like, same thing as you can't find something you created, and I created that. I created Jelana motivation. Just to see him go out there and wrestle his first wrestling match, and the kid had way more experience than he did, but the kid kind of dropped him on his head and knocked him out. And he was like, "Dad, when I heard your voice say go go go, get up get up get up," I just woke up and just re-wrestled him. I was like, "Man, was that a boy?"
I love that. I love that, and I love the shot you guys showed of you practicing. I believe it was it a right hook that you landed on Saturday, and it was almost in the locker room. Left hook, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then it was almost the exact same thing in the fight. I think we have the clip. Yeah, here it is. Boom. It's quick, so you can't blink. But man, that's a beautiful shot right there as well.
So I knew I was gonna get this guy, and the way I was gonna get him is the fact that he liked to overextend. So I was like, if I could give him that space and take it away and close it, he's gonna be in trouble. So, and then the thing is, he kept saying that I'm gonna crotch sniff him or whatever, I guess wrestle him, because my last fight with that Gene, I wrestled a lot. And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wrestle him." So he was expecting that. So I felt like he was just anticipating that a little too much. That kind of made him nervous.
And look what happened.
Yeah, definitely made my night, and I'm ready to get back in there.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the victory. Hopefully this leads to nothing but bigger and better and greater things for you. I'm sorry it took us a while to get you on the show, but I'm so happy to have you on, and really, really happy for what happened to you on Saturday, and hope for much more of those nights to come.
Absolutely. And I'm happy that you gave me the platform so my voice could be heard, because I felt like that haven't been presented to me. And I'm glad that I was able to find that courage to come up to you, because I always see all your stuff and admire your work.
Thank you.
And, I was glad to get that response. And I'm humbled to be on your show. I swear.
I know. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much, Jason. All the best to you, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Ariel.
There he is, Jason Jackson, the ass-kicking machine. What a win now, 20-6. And, between 2019 and 2022, he had a bunch of decision victories. But this is now his 4th straight win via stoppage, quickest win of his career. His debut win was in April of 2012, and he won in 55 seconds. And so ultimately, this is part of the reason why you want to have more promotions putting on events, is so other people can have opportunities. And yes, I know there are other promotions out there, but on the biggest of stages, Netflix main card or not, you're still getting an opportunity. You're still getting a spotlight shined on you. You're still getting people talking about you. You're still, in the conversation at the press conferences. This is why it's good. I'll never, ever, ever understand why fans don't want competition. I'll take that back. I understand, because you probably want it all neat. You want everyone to fight under the same umbrella so that you could see all the big fights. I get that. But the truth is, there's not enough spots. And so fighters have to have other places to make money and to be able to build themselves up. And maybe eventually they fight each other. But for me, being in this sport long enough, the more spots, the better. Boxing has a bunch of spots. If you're not fighting for Matchroom, you're fighting for Queensberry. If you're not fighting for Queensberry, you're fighting for Boxer. If you're not fighting for Boxer, you're fighting for Top Rank, for Golden Boy, on and on it goes. We don't have that many opportunities in MMA for the fighters to actually make a living, to build themselves up. And I guarantee you, if there was competition, if there was a solid number 2, I guarantee you the UFC would put on a better product. I guarantee you they would up their game from a promotional standpoint. Again, look no further than WWE and AEW. Look at what AEW did for WWE. It would be so good for the sport. So very good for the sport. Just look at the tactics on Saturday. Even that small little thing, that's good for the sport. All of this is good for the sport. And so I understand that there's a vocal group of people who want nothing to do with it, who think it's a sham, who think that the sport was set back. Explain to me how Ronda Rousey beating Gina Carano in the same amount of time that she's beaten a whole bunch of other fighters set the sport back. Were they saying it set the sport back in 2015? Or was it just because there was a big audience? You think Netflix wanted the fight to be so short? Fight goes into the second round, more people are tuning in. The longer a fight goes, the bigger the audience. You think they wanted that? They didn't want that. But that's what happens. Ronda Rousey had not fought in 10 years. But let's not forget, Ronda Rousey was still doing WWE. She was still in tip-top shape. She wasn't sitting around. She didn't have to lose 100 pounds or anything like that. She was still an active athlete. Pro wrestlers are athletes. Competition, the fights, yes, predetermined. I get that. But what she was doing was still very athletic. And so the notion of her doing this is not absurd. It's to be expected.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
None of this set the sport back. It advanced the sport. The better PFL does, it advances the sport. When Bellator went away, that set the sport back. When Strikeforce went away, that set the sport back. When Pride went away, that set the sport back. Competition coming in and trying out other things and working out the kinks, because there are going to be kinks when you start anything. We had kinks. First show here at the Yahoo Studios did not look the same the next day. The show looked completely different. And it looks completely different a year and a half later. Speaking of which, I was told by our EIC, that stands for Editor-in-Chief, by the way, guys. That's Shaheen Al-Shadi.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Well, you know, a lot of initials being thrown around today.
Yeah, no clue.
Saturday ended up being the biggest MMA weekend for us, Uncrowned.com, since we started in October of 2024. UFC 324, which featured anyone?
Wow. What are we on right now?
Islam?
We just had 328. 324 was the Paramount debut, was it not?
Oh, yeah. Patty Pimblett just engaged.
Yeah. Was a distant second. Now, we do have White House coming up and we have Conor coming up. But still, pretty remarkable, right? No reports on the numbers just yet, right? I haven't really seen anything. I've been locked in here, but has anyone reported that?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Let's get into some news and notes, shall we? Let's talk about Conor McGregor, because we did mention that it was announced on Saturday during the Francis walkout that Conor's coming back. In fact, a whole bunch of fights were released. My favorite thing of the video, we don't have the video, I don't think, the IG Live video, do we? I don't think so. But Dana was referring to everyone by their last name. My favorite is that he referred to Gable Stevenson as Stevenson, and eventually said that Conor McGregor is coming back to fight Max Holloway. These are some of the notable fights that were officially announced. McGregor, Holloway 2, now at welterweight, originally at featherweight. I wonder how many times a rematch has happened 2 weight classes up in the history of the sport, or at least in the UFC. Benoit Saint Denis against Paddy Pimblett, co-main event, which we all suspected. Corey Sandhagen versus Mario Bautista, great fight at bantamweight. Brandon Royval against Lonnie Kavanaugh, great fight at flyweight. Gable Stevenson versus Alicia Ellison. And Robert Whittaker fighting at light heavyweight against Nikita Krylov. I think as far as international fight weeks, but more importantly, as far as Conor McGregor fight cards as of late, and I know that dates back to 2021 and 2020, this is actually one of the better ones, guys. Remember when he was fighting Dustin, when he was fighting Donald Cerrone? Those cards were rather weak. Like, to have someone of Paddy's stature and BSD and like a Whittaker, who I think will be the feature prelim, whatever that means, Gable debuting, I actually think this is a really, really good card. Anyone disagree? Anyone underwhelmed?
Oh, it's a fantastic card.
You're never going to get another title fight on a Conor card, but you're going to get names like that. Great.
All of these fights have high chance of being exciting.
Yeah.
Co-main, BSD, Paddy Pimblett, are you kidding me? Corey Sandhagen, Mario Bautista is great. Brandon Royval versus Lonnie Kavanaugh. Yeah, I'm in. Gable Stevenson, should probably have a pretty spectacular debut.
Give us the breakdown, the scouting report, Pete, on Alicia Ellison.
Haven't been able to get to that just yet.
Well, it's Elisha, no?
Oh, it's Elisha. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was trying to see if you guys...
That was quick by you. The Snack Panther.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So tell us.
Well, I didn't want to take Pizzi's shine.
No, you seem to know a lot about him.
Well, obviously, if you know the history of Brando Pericic's career, which I assume you all do, he fell victim, Elisha Ellison, that is, to Brando Pericic in his UFC debut.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it was less than two minutes and he got knocked out. But obviously...
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
We all remember the Spur Roundstone win, and he can always hang his hat on that one.
Yeah. No, I think that was well put.
Remember when Rick was like, what was the debut? Sergey Pavlovich? Maybe go ahead and give him Tom Aspinall.
Yeah, Rick, are you upset?
Yeah.
Be nice.
Why are we slow rolling this?
I don't know. You tell me.
Let's give him Tom Aspinall off rep.
You don't think...
Best I can do is Elisha Ellis.
Okay, you said this a while ago. Is there any chance they saw the spinning back kick? They said, you know what? Let's take our time.
No.
No?
If it, as we showed in that Uncrowned doc, shout out, incredible. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it.
It's a good one. Uncrowned film, by the way.
Coaches encouraged by it. Same way. You see that he has a chin. Like I would think the opposite.
Some people, it is weird. Some people are like, "Oh, look at this guy. He's getting, kicked in the head like that."
Yeah, that's the fucking nightmare for you. If you kick that guy in the head and he's still not down,
He didn't get dropped. Yeah.
You're done.
Yeah.
Barely moved.
Worst case scenario.
Coaches were excited by it, as was I.
Yeah.
We're all in the same camp here. Man, let's give him Alexander Volkov right off rip.
You don't think that?
How about the Snack Pan?
How about this? Set a line for Volkov versus Stevenson right now. Yeah.
What's the line for that fight, by the way?
Volkov. I would bet on Volkov if he was the underdog.
Would he be the underdog?
I don't know. You are convinced he will not be.
Yeah.
Does the minus 1,800 on Elisha Ellison transfer to favorite over Volkov?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, of course, dude.
Yes, he would be.
Why? I want to know what the exact number was.
Minus 1,800. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He would be a massive favorite over the guy who got ragdolled by Jalton Almeida. Yes.
Massive.
Big favorite.
Minus
3.
What? I look forward to my potential investment.
Oh boy, that would be light it on fire.
Oh my gosh.
Light it on fire.
Light it on fire.
The man who has yet to make his UFC debut will take out.
The Olympic gold medalist who has yet to make his UFC debut would beat a guy whose deficiency is grappling. Yes.
This time next year, is Gable Steveson a top 5 heavyweight?
It depends. I would have given him a much lighter body. It's not up to me. They put him against a
based on the first fight and how you think they're going to build him. Will he be a top 5er? Look, Josh Hokett.
I don't know how long it's going to take to get him a real fight.
Backtracking here, Rick.
Josh Hokett.
I'm not backtracking.
They didn't have plans for Josh Hokett.
I wanted him against a top 10, top 5 guy right off rip.
Josh Hokett.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, if Gable wins in 14 seconds, slams him on his head.
Then what? Is he fighting another guy who has?
I'm asking you. What do you foresee?
I can't tell you that. I would have thought that they would have given him a more credible opponent.
Yeah.
Everyone, stop
They gave Bo Nickel 2 Contender Series fights.
Yes. If you're asking me, do I think he has the talent for that? No doubt in my mind. If you're asking me, is he going to get it? I don't know. Why would they give him this guy? I have no idea. I have no idea why they'd give him this guy. It's a waste of time.
You're letting yourself down
opinion.
here, Rick. You're letting yourself down here, mate.
Yeah.
Pizzi, what am I supposed to do? I'm the matchmaker? What am I supposed to do, Pizzi?
Just want you to do better. That's all.
At what? Giving him fights?
Lazy
I can't.
Gable Steveson.
Josh Hokett. Look at Josh Hokett. He
got Curtis Blades. Yeah, if you give him Curtis Blades.
Yeah, but he forced their hand. So I'm saying, you could sit here and say, all right, they're giving him, I don't want to say a cupcake fight. I don't think that's fair, but they're slow rolling him.
Yes, they are. No, you can say that.
They're slow rolling him.
Yeah. I would
but if
not
he
have done
starches this guy in 20 seconds, they're going to fast track him, I think. And so what you could have said
2 fights
to
ago,
answer that question
2
was...
fights ago,
Yes, he will be a top 5 because that's what I've been saying from the beginning.
Josh Hockett was fighting Denzel Freeman.
You never said, by the way,
Solid Fox.
every time you talked about how good he was and how great he's going to be, you never said it depends on the matchmaking. You said definitively.
No, it depends.
Now
You're asking me for a ranking. You're not asking me, do I think he'll be future champion?
Yeah.
You're beating up babies.
You're asking me for a timeline. I can't give you a timeline because they clearly don't have him on the same timeline I would have put him on, right? I thought he'd come in, beat a top guy. If Gable Steveson got the fight that Josh Hockett got against Curtis Blades, I would say definitively yes, he'll be a top 5 heavyweight. But he's not fighting Curtis Blades. He's fighting somebody I've never heard of. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, let's go back to Conor for a second. Conor McGregor, that is. So they tweet out the announcement. They posted all this stuff. Here are some reactionary tweets from one Conor McGregor and Max Holloway. We can roll through these rather quickly. Here's Conor saying, "You're going to put respect on my mother effing name." And this, of course, is from the Boston fight. Look how different they both look. A lot less tattoos and whatnot. I do believe Max has a response. Yes. Nah, big dog. You're going to put some respect on my name.
Good comeback.
Yep. And then Conor came back and said, well, actually, Max had a good promo. July 11th, Return of the Max, which I thought was a very fun play on words. I'm going to son you, child, again.
Wow.
Yes. By the way, how are you feeling if you're Charles Oliveira? You beat Max Holloway and you don't get the bigger fight. Crazy, right?
Man, Oliveira must be going like, what do I have to do here? Nate Diaz wanted to fight me.
Yeah.
McGregor wanted to fight me. Come on. But I get it.
Do you think, PT, if Max would have won the BMF, do you think they would have done this for the BMF title?
Yeah.
I do wonder because Conor's got 2 fights. Does he want a title? I wonder if the same rules apply to the BMF
because,
belt.
they're very strict with the BMF, aren't they?
It's weird. Anyway, I was just curious also, what was the reaction back home? I know it was 56 hours ago or so, maybe less. No. Has it been 56? No, less than 48. What was the reaction?
Obviously, look, he was the biggest star in the world for the last few announcements. Like, it wasn't like that. I've had a lot of people reach out to me over the last day or so talking about it.
On the blower.
It's certain. The blower's been hopping, to be fair. The usual things, like immediately as soon as it's announced, even though most people in the orbit kind of knew the date and everything, but I feel like yesterday I just woke up after, I slept till like the afternoon, woke up and I just have all these messages. Who's he training with? Who's this guy? And I was like, yeah, well, it's starting to feel like a McGregor camp now where we're, surgically going through the camp. Who's in there? Who's he sparring with? Used to spar with these guys. Who are these guys? So we're looking forward to a couple of months of that in the Carroll household, of course.
Oh, yes. So obviously the big story was that they made the announcement during the Francis walkout. I referred to this earlier, but I want to play the clip. Francis was asked about this at the post-fight press conference on Saturday. Here's what he had to say.
I don't know if you noticed during your walkout, Dana White went live on Instagram and announced Conor McGregor's return. Did you realize that or no? And how do you feel about it?
And what the fuck do I have to do with that? I mean, so I should stop my workout and look what is going on with?
No, well, people during the week were saying that he was going to announce it.
I don't care, bro.
Okay.
Let's move on. Life goes on. I'm doing my stuff here. I'm doing good. I have no problem. Everybody can do whatever he wants.
What the hell is this?
So the reporter, who I thought it was a very fair and good question. I would ask Francis that question if I was there. I think the word notice. So people were like, well, he's not going to notice when he's walking out, but I think what he meant was like, did you see after the fact that this happened? And I understand Francis's point as well. Also, he could have said like, yeah, man, they're obsessed with me. He could have said a million different things, but he's like, yeah, I don't care. Does anyone think that it was a coincidence that it was during Francis's fight? Or do you think that was on purpose?
No chance.
That to me is like the ultimate hat tip to Francis,
yes.
Right? That they waited specifically for his walkout. Not Philippe Linz's walkout, not Saladin Parnass's.
Not Ronda and Gina.
No. Francis. I thought it was a compliment. Jake and Nikisa obviously addressed it as well and were asked about it. Here's what they had to say.
when the Conor news was dropped by Dana White, many saw that as a little too convenient in terms of timing with your.
What was the exact timing? Do you know?
During the Ngannou fight. So, what do you say to many who saw that timing to be a little too convenient?
What happened? So I was told it happened during Ngannou's walkout. What happened?
Dana tweeted, he went live to announce Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway.
Oh, I love the cokehead is back.
Nice.
Listen.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. Cool. Yeah. Drop it during our event. Doesn't matter. That just shows how pressed they are. Little insecure boys trying to piggyback off of our event and try to put some news over top of us. It's not going to work, buddy.
On the flip side, I'm super excited that Conor is back. He's, one of the most engaging characters in the sport, and I think it's good for the sport, right? And I've said this numerous times. The biggest fight outside of Paul Tyson that can happen globally is Paul McGregor. And hopefully Conor is back, and hopefully these two run it in boxing and MMA, and we shatter records all over again. So welcome back, Conor, and thank you, Dana, for bringing him back during the Francis Ngannou walkout. That's beautiful.
There is a world, like I said, Conor fights in July, and let's say he wins, and then there's one more fight, and I don't think they'll give him a cupcake there. This time next year, he could be a free agent. Like, it is a little surreal to see. I don't know if people look at these things like we do. That word, Netflix, is a pretty freaking big deal. That word right there. It is, to me, the most powerful brand in all of broadcasting right now. And could you imagine Conor going there? Whether it's against Nate for the third time, which I still think that there'll be an audience for that, despite what happened on Saturday, or the Jake fight, or any other fight. He's Conor McGregor, but it all depends on what happens in these next two fights. The PT, what do you think? Or sorry, was that GC that jumped in there?
It was me.
Okay. What do you think? If he loses the next two,
yeah,
what's the demand?
Oh, it's still astronomical. He's still Conor McGregor. But what I was going to ask is, what's UFC's incentive to let him have that last fight without him re-signing, as opposed to just doing what they typically do, which is a prolonged and expanded window of just keeping him iced in on the sidelines.
I mean, he mentions all the time.
The window can't be that big.
The window mentions all the time. 3 fights.
Why not?
Because the contract was signed so long ago.
Is that true?
Well, I don't know if that's the case. They do say we have to offer 3 fights a year, and so if there's only one fight to be offered, you can't wait forever to offer that fight, right?
The sunset clause thing, I don't think is even a thing. Like, the timeline is not always built in anymore, right? Didn't they?
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
They had to restructure the deal because there's no pay-per-view anymore. I know that for a fact, right?
Okay. That makes sense.
They had to restructure that deal. Do you think Conor, being the businessman that he is and his team, we're going to restructure the deal but not cover their bases to the point where, like, hey, you can't screw us on this last fight and keep us on ice? I feel like they are smart and savvy enough to have laid it all out, almost like 2-fight plan, the season, as he liked to call it back in the day, to where at some point he's going to be able to come back in short order and then truly, for the first time, really, the first time since he became Conor McGregor's superstar, become a free agent.
If that's the case, then that's perfect and exactly what you'd want if you're Conor McGregor and his representation. So if that's accurate, then yeah. Conor McGregor is a free agent. Regardless of how these 2 fights go, I expect Max Holloway to beat him. I expect them to give him a killer in the second fight if he's able to finish that contract. Even with losses, no matter how it goes, Conor McGregor versus Jake Paul, if that's the fight, is massive. Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz, if that's the fight, is massive. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter how it goes.
Honestly, with the Nate Diaz one, after his performance on Saturday, if Conor McGregor lost the fight, it might even make it more intriguing just because of where they're at in their careers.
Yeah. It would be 2 fights, but yeah, I get your point.
Talk of seasons and stuff. That season didn't happen the first time, obviously, because he suffered a horrific injury. But I think there's so many people, right? I was talking about people getting onto me. There's so many people in that orbit, in the McGregor orbit. Obviously, they're training with him now, but they were like, it's still a long way to go before we get to this fight. And then the idea of him just tagging on another one in the next 6 months after that, I think we're still a long way from that, I think we need to get this one out of the way and see how he gets out of it, because he has suffered with injuries over the last while. The Chandler fight being pulled off, obviously the Poirier fight. The idea that he's going to be back and then he's going to come back 6 months later, I think that it's wishful thinking at the moment, to be honest, based on what we've seen over the last few attempts at him putting together a run of fights. Like, that just hasn't been able to happen, and that's where my doubt is with that,
I do understand what you're saying. I do think that the season talk was before Cerrone, and then the pandemic happened, not the injury. I remember sitting with him before the Cerrone fight, and he talked about the seasons. I could be wrong about that, but that's neither here nor there. I also feel like this is the first time in a while that he's actually tried to come back. I know there's been some like whispers here or there, but it felt from the beginning, and that's why I was so adamant that they would at least get the announcement out. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen between now and the fight. A million things could happen, injuries, all kinds of stuff in and out of the cage. But it felt like the first time in a while, not the first time, but in a while, that there was an actual concerted effort to say, we're going to do this, we're going to come back. So let's see. Now, Ronda Rousey was asked about this as well. Her response was an interesting one. Here's what she had to say at the post-fight press conference.
The very first moment this fight was announced, you were very outspoken against your old organization, the UFC, and Hunter Campbell. I don't know if you know, but it seems like there was a little bit of gamesmanship on their part tonight. They announced Conor and Max rematch during Francis Ngannou's walkout. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's kind of catty, but it also shows that, that they see MVP MMA as a threat, that they would, do it in that moment and spend do it at that time. So I feel like it's also a compliment, because it elevates MVP MMA and makes they're declaring that they see us as a real rival. And I think that's such a compelling story, and now they're helping us tell it.
I kind of think that she had the best perspective there. They're not doing it if they don't care. And that has as much to do with the platform that they were on. There were just, obviously, we don't know the exact number, but a lot of people watching. And I think everyone involved should just take it as a compliment that they're doing that, because it's been a while since they felt compelled to do something like that. I'm really curious to see how this all. There's so many. Guys. We've had a bit of a dull stretch. I feel like business has picked up in our sport, right?
Summer's going to be booming for sure. No doubt.
It's going to be great.
From Khamzat Strickland going into last weekend, going into White House and everything that's going to come with that. Conor's return. Let's see what happens with MVP. I also feel like, I know it's not as sexy, but the PFL TV deal, I feel like John Martin was sitting right behind me. John Martin and Mike Hogan were in the front row on Saturday. They have to be looking at that and being like, we need to up our game. Whatever that means, we're going to let these guys come in and just be number two, de facto number two. I feel like all of a sudden, MMA is a hell of a lot more interesting.
And have we got any more on this idea that the PFL would collaborate with MVP and let their fighters go? And I saw Paul Hughes, he was tweeting like, I can imagine myself fighting Saladin Parnasse one day. I spoke to Patrick Habirora today for the website, and I was asking him about it, and he was obviously like, yeah, I'd love to do it. I just don't know if the PFL will be into it. And that's kind of where I'm sat with it as well. The guys that we'd really like to see on that MVP card, the likes of Habirora or Hughes or Dakota, they're all the people they rely on to sell out these events. Surely they're not going to lend out those guys out to MVP where they could lose and then come back as a diminished product.
No, they wouldn't. They do have a history of working together. So let's see. I mean, the fact that they were sitting right there in the front row, I thought was interesting. And John has only been complimentary. But look, they've got a TV deal to secure. And so what if they don't secure it? I don't know. It's a very interesting thing. You mentioned that Paul Hughes tweet. Here is Paul Hughes tweeting about Saladin Parnasse. We do have that. Have a feeling I will cross paths. What's that?
I just said go on, Hughesy.
Oh, yes. With Saladin Parnasse in the next number of years. Parnasse, by the way, was, I guess, someone tweeted about his pay, and he did weigh in on it because he's someone who has talked about turning down UFC offers because he didn't think that it was worth his time. Yeah. I called the banker, and he doesn't believe it either. Just another example of someone refuting those disclosed payouts. Pizza, you've been on the Saladin train for quite some time. In fact, I think it was when was it? 2020?
2018.
2018, golly. You wrote about him for MMA Fighting. To see your guy, I love the fact that he always comes out to California Love, and his American debut is in California. To see your guy, I thought, like, there was pressure on him, right? We're all kind of saying, this guy's the man, KSW, perform like that. That body shot was a thing of beauty. What did you think about how he came across this past week?
I thought he was one of the big stars, one of the big moments of the show. I think he's an incredible fighter. I think this is why, the thing with the 70K, the reason why, well, not the reason why, he's obviously a brilliant fighter, but one of the more interesting things about Saladin is how business savvy him and his team are, Stefan Atch and those guys. Like, there was pretty blatant reports like out there at the time when he signed that last KSW deal that the fights, the payments were escalating up to nearly $500,000. And we know KSW have been in that ballpark with figures before. They make a lot of money off their broadcast deal. The idea that this guy would be fighting for 70K to me was laughable, and obviously he's underlined that too. But to have that US debut, you mentioned it last week when I was talking about getting the calls about Kenny Cross and people telling me like, oh, your boy could be in trouble here. I was like, well, this is very interesting. To see him come out, and look, we've seen that before, where guys making a big moment of his career, a big debut in front of a new audience under a new banner, everything can go wrong. It pretty much went perfectly. He got the show off his wrestling defense. Cross was pursuing that very heavily at the start, and then just a brilliant striking display. I thought he was excellent. I think it's something they can really, really build on with this if they continue to do it. I think they should always have this guy on because there's something special about him. He has star potential. There is talks of, if these guys keep this going, that they could end up in Paris. This guy is a huge deal. He is one of the jewels in the crown of Parisian MMA and French MMA. The same kind of shows we saw with Doumbé in Paris, the same kind of shows we saw with the UFC doing in Paris. KSW are putting those events on in Paris too, with him as the headliner. I think he is massive. I think he'll continue to grow. And it's just about putting challenges in front of him now. Like, there's so many untapped resources you can use in terms of matchups because he's obviously been exclusively fighting in KSW since he's about 18. There's so many guys out there for him to fight. Jason Jackson's there. Well, obviously he's welterweight, but he's gone up there before. I just think it's going to be a very interesting subplot if they can keep this going with MVP, if they decide to keep the events going, that is.
Did you catch me mention he's the Kylian Mbappe of MMA?
I did. And did you see his smile when you said that?
That was the nod to you.
Yeah, that was L'Equipe back in the day. That was Alan Murphy, heavily involved, of course, who was the big PR man for KSW back in the day. That was the headline in L'Equipe, one of the biggest, one of the most prestigious sports publications in Europe, reporting on this guy back in 2018 as well. He's a huge deal, and I was delighted to see it.
Yeah, no, I thought he was phenomenal. He really was. I wish that he could speak just a little bit of English to connect with the people in America.
He has a bit.
He does.
He just doesn't.
He wasn't breaking it out.
Confidence. Yeah.
Man, can I tell you something? Again, I've never done the post-fight interviews in the cage before. I was thinking of our guys, like some of the dudes that we've had on the show over the years, the translators, Gus, Buski, Fabiano, thank you. Like, he is so freaking good at his job. I needed a little bit of help. If you don't have someone that knows MMA and knows the words and the terminology, it's hard to get the conversation going. Like, I really, my appreciation for those guys tenfold when we have them on the show. But in those moments where you're trying to ask like 4 or 5 questions, you really need someone who knows about the sport, knows about what you're talking about and asking about. It is very, very important. What about Robles? I thought Robles looked great. I think that was Robles the favorite going into that fight?
Massive, yeah.
He was, yeah. Hard to see JDS get knocked out like that again.
Yeah, it was tough.
I wouldn't be, again, we don't know what the pool is. We don't know if they're going to sign these guys. Robles versus Francis?
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm surprised.
I don't hate that.
People are interested in that.
You hate it?
I just didn't, completely different stratospheres.
Yeah.
In terms of...
Just a heavy hitter?
It's just who can you get for Francis?
Yeah.
But I think they sold him because that happened, right? Like, heavyweights are obviously older. I think JDS is 42 and there. He was an underdog, obviously. But I'm surprised by the amount of people who have not questioned that at all. Like, just going to be, they're going to do Francis on that. That's fine. And I'm like, well, if everyone's cool with it, let's do it. But I think it would be a one-sided affair, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, his hands are down the whole time, but that's more of the Taekwondo stance.
It's exciting to watch.
That shot was brutal. I mean, he called for it afterwards, and obviously Francis has some big names in mind. He called for it afterwards. Easy fight to make. They have a relationship there. So let's see. Francis with the great knockout.
I'd rather see Jake versus Francis.
Would you?
All right.
Yeah, big.
I have another one.
In MMA?
Either one. Boxing, MMA.
Man, I don't know. Jake did say,
Let's
by the
see
way, on Monday he told us retirement. Later in the week he talked about Canelo, 200 million. And then on Saturday he said he was cleared. So it sounds like he's going to fight. But man, I actually spoke to his neurosurgeon at the weigh-ins. And I asked him, and he's like, why? Why does he need to do this? You get hit.
That.
You get hit again there, and it breaks again. You're talking about a life of pain, chronic pain. He's got so much money. What's the point? But
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rico fighting this weekend.
That's the one.
What about on the back end of
That's
that for
the
Francis v. Rico?
Okay, so let me ask you. If Usyk dominates Rico.
Don't care.
Don't care. That was the original one. You know that, right? Like
I
that was the
expected
original. Yeah. Yeah, Rico versus Francis. Yes.
Over Jake?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Jake is
in MMA, of course. Rico versus,
MMA. Okay.
I want to see Francis stay with MMA for a bit. I want to see a couple more fights here. I want to see him do his thing.
I still
fuck around a bit. Do a hybrid fight. Kickboxing first round, MMA second
Give me
round.
Rico versus Rico versus Francis in MMA is supremely intriguing. I wish that was the next. Like I wish that was the one we saw on Saturday.
I actually think it's less intriguing because I think Francis takes him down and just does what he wants. Like it doesn't. It's not much of a fight.
Yeah.
Rico will get taken down by Francis and he will have nothing for him. Don't love that. It's the like Francis.
You don't think Francis stands there?
No.
You think he takes him down?
Nope. What will be the point?
You don't think this guy stands with the world kickboxing champion?
He's freaking Francis Ngannou, man.
He will do what it takes to win.
Yeah.
We saw it in the Cyril Gane fight. He will
Drop Tyson Fury, lads. That's all I'm saying. Drop Tyson.
He also had a torn ACL in that fight.
Yeah, but what about Renan Ferreira?
No, I know.
He also ended up with Philippe Lins on the ground on Saturday as well.
There would be no point to fighting standing with Rico.
Francis freaking jacked, man. Holy shit. He looks
Scary.
like
Yeah, no
he looked like leaner than before, but like more muscular than before,
I was like
right?
19 rows back, and those fucking back muscles were popping from where I was sitting.
He's wearing that Polymarket necklace there. It's like right on his chest. Golly. Marshawn Lynch was there taking photographs. Marshawn Lynch was like Frank Sinatra circa 1971 out there. Like he wasn't just taking photographs.
That's what I thought.
He's like he's actually like with the like multiple cameras and the gear and stuff. I saw him there. I'm like, is that beast mode? That's pretty damn cool. I don't know how that happened, but it's pretty damn
It's like
cool.
a Seattle former athlete thing. You got Marshawn, you got Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey, all doing their thing with the photos.
Yeah, what the hell?
It's not a bad point.
We should get Esther on to critique his work. Yeah. What did you guys think of Jake Paul talking smack to Francis at the weigh-ins?
Love it.
You liked it?
Yep.
You know, I thought it was interesting. He was right there, so I wanted to see if he'd back it up on the broadcast, but he actually did. I thought he did the right thing on the broadcast. That was about Francis. I still didn't like him doing it before, but it was less public. It was more of like a...
Yeah, that's an interaction with them that it was captured on camera. That wasn't on a broadcast.
Yeah, talk your shit.
I'm down for that.
Francis did it in the post-fight interview.
Francis shit-talking. I thought Francis shit-talking was good. Chael ripped him, but he always rips him.
I'd rather see Rico and Francis be like, yeah, we trained together.
No.
blah,
I
than
was just saying...
Jake Paul and Francis be like, I'm going to son
Jake's
this
promoting
kid.
him in this moment. He's promoting
No,
him.
I'm going back to what we were just talking about.
In
I'd
MMA?
rather see Rico's respectful... Can't wait to fight Francis Ngannou. What a challenge.
If they do that in MMA, Jake Paul's jaw is getting broken again.
Yeah, hang on. You're saying on a sporting level, it's more interesting to see Jake Paul fight Francis Ngannou than it is Rico.
On an entertainment level.
In MMA, though?
By infinity.
It's the same argument you just made. He could just take him down, hold him down.
He could. So what's the difference? At least make the build-up fun.
One's a world kickboxing champion.
And one's a boxer.
Easy, calm down, man.
I like it. No, I like this.
It's your two options are Francis Ngannou. By the way, I should say, as I said in the beginning, I was thinking boxing. But anyway, in MMA, I'd rather have a good build and the same outcome than a boring ass build and the same outcome. I'm sorry, like that's just the reality. I'd rather see Jake Paul rile him up, and I'd rather see Francis do the "I'm gonna sun you" shit.
Rico is more live to me than Jake is.
Neither's live.
Hell yeah, he's.
Jake is not live in MMA.
Of course,
even in the
Rico. What are you talking about? Especially
Neither is live in MMA.
This
Francis
is so
Ngannou
great.
dominates both.
To be fair, it's probably a business move, right?
It's a better
What was
business
that
move.
drop just now, Frankie?
We need to boost the audio on those new ones, Frankie. They're so good, but I feel like they're a little subdued.
This is so great.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you know what that's from?
Yeah, you should sit down.
Nate.
Travis Barker.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
What was that?
I thought it was Travis Barker.
How's the buzz? How's the buzz for?
Anyway, can I show the
Usyk-
clip?
Usyk
Let me
and
show the
Rico.
clip of Jake talking trash for context in case someone may have missed it. Here's Jake Paul talking trash to Francis at the weigh-ins on Friday.
What did you dream of when Anthony slept you?
Of fighting.
Yeah.
No, of sprinting.
So you were
Fighting.
having dreams on the canvas there when you were unconscious? Yeah. That's crazy.
Is it a joke or am I dreaming? Or?
You were dreaming when Joshua knocked you out, yeah.
Because I just saw him running after you and you running away all the time.
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't know if it was a fight.
No,
or
so
if it
yeah,
was-
I know you're not a boxer. So the first rule of boxing is hit and don't get hit. Yeah. Use your footwork. I'm not like a big clunky guy like you stuck in sand. Yeah. Let's find out.
Your jaw is okay? I saw you say
Oh,
your
it's
jaw was
100% ready. And we're going to find out who the better boxer is. Let's do it. Welcome to the show, buddy.
What?
Thank you for
I
fighting
hope I
with
make it
MVP.
clear. Maybe I have to make it clear for you sometime.
Wow. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, let's do Rico instead for sure.
Real heat.
I feel like on Francis's side.
Yeah, I think Francis is not.
The way he was
Jake
like,
Paul
this
shit.
guy doesn't
Yeah.
make decisions. I think he's not too fun.
What do you say, Pete?
Yeah.
You hyped for Jake Francis?
Yeah, I wonder who's going to win. That's what keeps me up at night.
Okay, in boxing, are you more compelled?
Yeah. But I
I
don't,
am.
Me too.
I don't want that for MVP. I don't want that for MVP MMA. You know what I mean?
I'd rather see Jake Francis boxing than Rico Francis MVP. MMA.
Yeah.
A lot of acronyms on the show today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay, more things. What about, speaking of Jake Paul, what about Jake taking the blood from Nate's face and sort of like smearing it on his face? What is going on here? Whoop.
Evolution of the BJ pen.
This is wild right here. Nate's
Bit of blush.
golly. You can't pay me enough to do that. That's next level crazy. Did Connor have more than one tweet about Nate, or was it just that one? Because I'm seeing tweets here, plural. Just the one, okay. Nate Diaz was asked about his fighting future at the post-fight press conference. Here's what he had to say.
What will the end of your career look like? How will we know when it's done?
You won't. This shit forever anyway.
Nate, we got one over here.
And then people will be like, you lost, you should hang him up. And like, isn't this the most violent motherfucker who just knocked out fucking middleweight champion Luke Rockhold and Jeremy Stevens? And who the fuck did he just beat? Eddie Alvarez? Wasn't he the lightweight champion forever? And then, yeah, and he's popping, he's doing all this shit, fighting everybody. He's got fucking broken face and broken everybody's shit all over the place. So you should hang him up. I just fought the most violent motherfucker right there. So maybe I just need to fucking run a little harder next time and get the fucking job done. And if I fucking didn't, then you should hang him up. Maybe I just don't fight the most violent. Maybe I just fight the second most violent. That's it. People just like, maybe I'm done. I'm retired. Here's my gloves in the cage. And then they're like, I'm like, you should have just not fought the most violent out there alive, and you would have been okay. And then the most violent, yeah. And it's like he hung him up, and then he was like, "I'm gonna let I'll come back for Nate Diaz." I'm like, "Didn't you just cry in the cage and retire, and then you'll come back for me?" I'm like, "Bro, you just made a crybaby speech about retiring, the ending of your movie, but I'll come back for Nate." I'm like, "Don't come back on account of me. Fight yourself."
I think he's talking about Dustin Poirier there at the end. Why was he having trouble with the lighter?
His fingers are all taped.
Yeah. He had a few great lines throughout the week. Shout out to Casey who shot that for us. Good to have him back in the mix, of course.
Excuse me, I'm getting offended now.
Yeah, that's a great line right there.
That was a great line. The retirements are stupid.
Yeah.
He's right. Just either go away or don't. But if you're gonna come back at the drop of a hat, what's the point? I don't know about it being forever though. Forever is quite a long time.
Forever is a long time.
I thought he was talking about his imprint in combat sports.
No, I think the fighting.
I think he means his career. He's just gonna keep fighting forever.
He can't do that.
I think he meant his career.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be good.
What was that, Frank?
I think he was talking about his career.
Everything's under the breath today. Speak up. Can't hear. Everything's under the breath. I'm like, what is that? What?
I think it might be his hearing, bro.
Esther took some great photos. Shout out to Esther. Casey's better half. Look at this shot right here.
Wow.
That is some shot. So what's the verdict on the black canvas?
I like it.
I like it.
I'm down with the black canvas, not down with the hex.
And again, you're saying that as a name or are you saying that as a shape?
It's a bit of both, but ultimately,
What don't you like about the shape?
The name.
What's wrong with the shape?
I cannot stand the name, and I don't like branding it the hexagon like UFC has branded the octagon.
Can I tell you something? I hope I don't get in trouble for this. I was actually told to call it a cage.
I think that's the move.
So I think. Why did someone say that on the broadcast?
Big Mo every time he introduced him was they enter the hexagon tonight.
Okay, I don't know if that was like that might have just been him doing that. I don't know if there was a conscious. Maybe I'm wrong. Decision because I did mention the hexagon and they were like just call it a cage.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
And that was from the broadcast, so maybe from the promoter side, it's different. I don't know.
Plus, they don't want to piss off the legendary Hexagon Fight League.
Hell, I mean, of course. But that shot is great. That overhead shot there.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. And honestly, the stills of the black canvas look.
It did look cinematic. I know it sounds like we're glazing.
Just want something different.
Well, I mean, these parts we are glazing a bit, but like the view of them walking out and it was like from under them was great for each of the like last 3 main events.
Need more sponsors on the canvas though.
I mean, there's already quite a bit.
Well, it's the same ones.
Well, can I pay $1,000 to get my name on the next one?
Hell yeah. Amanda Nunes wasn't impressed. This is what she tweeted afterwards. Eye roll. Ronda Rousey was asked about whether or not she achieved what she needed to achieve, if that's truly it for her. Here's what she had to say.
After a while, it's like, when are you going to be impressed enough with yourself? And achievement hoarding is, I think, a little bit of an issue just in our whole family. But I also have other things in my life that are giving me fulfillment now. I think when I was a bachelorette before, I kind of always needed that to, like, I don't know, fill some kind of hole in my soul. But now my hole's filled. Oh, man. That was my husband laughing the loudest in the back right there. I had to find him like, yeah, you.
I did see Travis as well. It was nice to see him and give him a fist bump afterwards. You like that joke, PT?
Pretty good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just a bit of blue. Here's Rhonda talking about her compensation. Did she actually make what they are saying she made?
Obviously, so much of the talk building up to this one was on fighter compensation and just the revenue split. And then you had even told me that it was, a goal of yours to set new standards, for women's MMA and women's combat sports. What can you say about your compensation for this fight? And the number came out from the California State Athletic Commission, but we don't know if that's, all of it or a portion of it. What can you say about your compensation for this?
My compensation? Well, I was compensated not just for my fighting services, I also was promoting this event as well. So I think it's literally on the contract that I'm not supposed to tell people, but I'm very, I'm very happy and very grateful. And, me and my husband are going to go house shopping in Hawaii after this.
Love it. So she seems happy. I don't know. The boys say she's coming back. What draws more, her versus Holly or her versus Gina? We don't know yet, but do you think her versus Holly, because of the history and because of how good she looked, can actually draw more? I think it might.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
With a comparative undercard.
Yeah.
No, it's something similar to that. Absolutely, I think.
I think the ceiling is higher, but they'll have some work to do because I don't think that
because the first one.
This was the first one, and the way it ended, I don't think that you're getting back some of those people that feel let down by it.
I think that's so crazy.
It's
She
real.
was
I
so-
mean, I know
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Is it
that are
real
pissed.
though? Is it real?
Yes,
Like
it's real.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's 100%
So
real.
why wasn't it real when she did it to Katzengano?
It was in the UFC.
Because it was in the UFC at a championship level. A lot of people were going into this already thinking this was a sham.
That to me,
I think you have to wait to see, right? You
Yeah.
have to wait to see the numbers on a second event. Like the reaction was poor to the main event. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think, honestly, like you rehash that head kick, all of the career spiral, I guess. Afterwards, I think you can sell the shit out of that.
I said it was unfulfilling. You know, I didn't feel like I got what I wanted out of it, but the way she looked, her intensity and the technique that we saw in 17 seconds makes me want to see her more, not less. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm
yes,
not.
but you are much more
I'm not
tuned to the
turned off.
story.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I don't know where she stands with Holly Holm, but it would be interesting to see a different version of Ronda for the second one as well, potentially.
Hell yeah.
So that could be something to factor in. But I'm not discounting how many people went, oh, Ronda Rousey's coming back, saw that, and then went, I don't need to see it again.
Well, Nikisa was asked at the post-fight press conference, Nikisa Badarian, of course, about the future of MVP MMA events. Here's what he had to say.
In terms of what it's going to look like going forward, it really depends on our output cadence and what we're trying to build. What I'm happy to say is tonight, Francis Ngannou just became a headliner for another event, right? And he could fight the guy, he could fight Big Boy, or he could fight Rico if Rico does well against Usyk. We have a rematch in the works with Mike Perry and Nate Diaz. Makes a lot of sense.
We want Gina Carano back.
We want Gina Carano back. We have
And
Holly
if
Holm.
Ronda doesn't want to have babies, we'll have her back too.
So there's and one day, without a shadow of doubt, this man's going to enter the cage, the hexagon, and that's going to stop the world, right? Look at what's trending on X, formerly known as Twitter. Nate Diaz was number 1, Conor was 3, Jake was 4. Then it became Ronda Rousey number 1, Nate Diaz number 2, Jake Paul number 3, Conor number 5. So we have a special sauce here that we've created with this company, and we're looking forward to see what fighters want to work with us, and hopefully it's Netflix that continues to work with us on MMA.
That's a key thing right there. Netflix being involved changes everything. 5 minutes ago, Gina Carano posted on Twitter this was one of the best rides of my life. I felt locked in fight night. No fear, just focused, positive adrenaline. Love to my team. My heart is heavy. I wanted to throw battle win, but I kicked when I should have moved and was down and done. If I hadn't, she would have broken my arm as it had begun to crackle. The disappointment of losing like that is very humbling. Johnny Bones and Kane came up to me after the fight. They set my mind straight. John said, you haven't fought in 17 years. Do you know how big your balls have to be to get back in there after that long? Did you get some sort of record or something? Respect. End quote. That's exactly what I need to hear from the best to ever do it. I've been in a caloric deficit for a year. Training felt like swimming as hard as I could upstream. I can count on 2 hands the number of times I felt good training. It was physically the hardest thing I've ever done, taking the weight off while turning back into an athlete. I felt like a science experiment, losing 100 pounds. Every week, the pressure of how to get that little bit off. I learned a little late how to do it healthier, but trial by fire. The California State Athletic Commission is great and one of the strictest in the world. They weighed me a week and a half before the fight, extra tests and scans, multiple drug tests. We weighed in and they weighed us the night of the fight to make sure we complied with the rehydration rules, which I passed all easily. I needed to go through this fight to implement permanent lifestyle changes, and now I feel like this is just the beginning. I can't wait to see where I can push my body to go next. I'm so glad the world got to experience this version of Ronda Rousey. I found a beautiful woman, wife, mother, daughter, sister, and legend. I adore you, lady. We made history again. I hope Most Valuable Promotions, MMA, and Netflix continue on because they crushed it. Respect where respect is due. Nikisa, Jake Paul was such a great experience. Thank you all for showing your support. It's because of you we get to face our fears and live our dreams. With all my heart, thank you all. What a special person that Gina Carano, always speaking from the heart. By the way, I did receive from the California State Athletic Commission. I haven't seen this. You know, they're one of the few commissions that actually weigh you in on weigh-in day, but then also on fight night. And so I got all the weights, and there's actually some interesting stuff. In case you're wondering, Gina weighed in at 141.4, and on fight night weighed in at 152. A couple of the interesting ones. Pumi Nakuda weighed 130. On fight night, he weighed 143.4. So he added 13 pounds. In fact, Adriano Moraes weighed in less than him. He weighed in at 129 on weigh-in day, and then on fight night was 138.4. Would you believe the biggest jump was Namo Fazil? Weighed in at 170.8. Fight night, 198.
198?
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's wild, right? And he's like...
That's crazy.
He's lean. Jacked, but lean.
Fucking hell.
Francis gained 1.6 pounds. Nate Diaz weighed in at 168. Fight night, 184. In case you're wondering, Mike Perry, 169. Fight night, 181. Ronda Rousey weighed in 142. Fight night, 143. I love this stuff. Parnas, 154.8. Fight night, 169. Namo's opponent, Jake, weighed in at 171. Fight night, 186. So he was 12 pounds more. Brandon Jenkins, 164.2, 179.2. I find that stuff fascinating. Speaking of Namo Fazil, I thought he was one of the stars of the week. Stole the show at the press conference. Great build with him and Jake. Gets the big win. Afterwards, he said that he had been signed by the UFC. I tried to verify if that's accurate. I have not heard back. But there was an issue between him and Arman Tsarukyan. Apparently, he went up to Arman as he was walking back. We have some of the footage here. Here he is leaving, happy as all hell. And here's Arman saying, "Hey, brother, what's going on? Why are you talking shit? Look at the look on Arman's face. Front row. Why are you talking shit, bro?" I don't know exactly what he was saying, to be honest. But now they're pulling him away. And here's Arman and the crew walking.
Oh, fuck.
That's a bullshit.
With purpose. And here's Nikisa. This is like straight out of, what is that show? That movie, West Side Story, when the two groups come together? Nikisa's like, "Yo, man, chill, chill, chill." Jake's
No, this is not my fault.
Jake's saying, "Yo, I wanted to see a scrap." Arman don't mess around. Arman does not mess around. Guys, okay, so we heard from Herb, right? Can we watch this? Respect to Herb, one of the greatest of all time, obviously. I still feel like they got it wrong. We heard what he had to say. Can we watch the end of the Nakuda Moraes fight sound up and listen, number one, to the horn, and then look at how much longer he holds on to the choke, and look at like his body go limp after the fact, and look at the fact that Herb actually tries to get him to break and he doesn't break. Here it is.
Expending all their energy. From Moraes immediately takes the back. Seconds left. Moraes looking for the rear naked choke. High drama. Nakuda survives.
Are you telling me like that's like 1 to 2 seconds? Is it not?
It's impossible to say if he was out before the bell, though.
And that's why they should have gone to the scorecards, in my opinion. I think that you have to err on the side. And look. I feel like that replay is not in sync, to be honest. I thought, I thought he got screwed. He was not out at 4:59. I don't think he was out. And I think Herb jumped in there post ding ding ding. And I think that he was already out. And I think that Adriano holding on to the choke is what got him out.
I can't say that because I don't know if he was asleep before that, but I'm not sure.
It is a fact he held on, right?
That's a fact.
And it is a fact that he held on. Okay, there's a couple facts. He held on post ding ding ding, correct?
For sure, no doubt.
And then he held on post Herb trying to break.
Sure.
For sure. It added up to like...
That doesn't have anything to do with the outcome, though.
Yeah, because I think those things led to him actually being out. If he doesn't go limp like
say that, but how do you come to that conclusion?
Well, let's watch it again one more time if we can. Look at his legs. I actually feel like his legs are alive.
No, this muscle spasms reaction. You can't.
Go ahead.
There's no way you can make a determination like that.
It's an insane sequence. He was going to win the fight, and this guy has been scratching and clawing. Go a little louder, Frank, if you can. He's fighting.
Could be out right here. Could be out right there.
Right on the leg.
Could totally be out.
His eyes. He's going like this. He's squinting with his eyes.
Yeah, could have been out.
But dude, if you are calling it to the scorecards in real time, then how can you determine by the replay that he was out when the horn was going off?
Yes, that's a legitimate question to ask.
Isn't the safe thing to do?
Go with the call in the cage, which was to go to the scorecards.
Right, yes. And someone came up to me, I don't want to say who, but someone very, very, very high up there, part of the commission, I said, what do you think should happen here? This is before, and he said, I think you should go to the scorecards. And it didn't. And I was very surprised.
I'm surprised that was what they ultimately landed on, because like you guys, I feel that it was too uncertain to be sure that he was out before the bell. But I definitely don't feel definitive in either direction. I feel like that's completely inconclusive. There's no way to determine whether he was out or not out.
I'd love to see that fight again. I felt for Pumi because...
Really good fight.
A great fight, and I've said this a bunch of times. Ali Quinta was bigging him up, and he's undefeated. He's not getting that opportunity in the UFC, and I felt like maybe he was just feeling... He would have won that fight. If he just coasts in the last 15 seconds, he's winning that fight, and now who knows where he's at. And he went for it, and he got caught, and then, I don't know, insane sequence. I can't remember a sequence quite like that. I don't know. I appreciate them looking at it, and there's very smart people there who have done this before looking at it, but from my vantage point, it seemed like he wasn't out when it went ding, ding, ding. Tough one. Like truly at the buzzer. And I didn't like that he held on. I didn't like that he held on and didn't break. Like,
well, that's where
two
Herb
infractions there.
Yes, but Herb had the chance to penalize him for those infractions.
Yeah.
That's not related to whether he was out before the bell or not. That's a completely separate issue.
What do you think, PT?
I don't think he was too, like, he definitely held, no doubt about it. It's up to 2 seconds after the bell went. But after, I agree with what Herb said, after he touched him, it's like less than a second that he take it off. I mean, it's a fucking, you're in a fight. You're choking someone.
You're in a fight where you need to choke him out at the bell, otherwise you lose. That's
he's point
important.
knuckling there, he's point knuckling, like he's completely rigid there. Like it's not an instantaneous thing sometimes.
Yeah,
so close. One of the weirdest endings. Yeah,
yes, totally agree.
Would love that.
Do it again.
By the way, it was great to see Adrian. I've never seen him in person before. Fight in person before. It was pretty cool. He's been in the game for so long.
Kind of how I felt about Saladin when he was making his walk.
Yeah, you're like,
I can't believe we're watching him live in person. Would have had to go over to Europe to do this before all this.
Dodgy stream. I mentioned my good friend.
Pay-per-view.
Yeah, or that. I mentioned my good friend Rampage Jackson was there crushing. Rampage is walking all around town being filmed. Here he is with one of our own, Dan Canobio, meeting Barry Bonds. And it appears as though Rampage was unfamiliar with who Barry Bonds is. PT, do you know who Barry Bonds is?
Yes.
Surely you've heard of him. Yeah. Here's Rampage.
I played combat sport. Guys had a bat and a glove. I still was in combat. Anything can happen in combat. You can wake up with a good day and still have a bad day. You can wake up with a stomach ache and have a great day.
Honor to meet you, sir.
It's good to see you, brother. So in Vegas. Vegas.
Hey, yeah, okay. I remember now. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. I don't remember. I don't remember shit.
That's the best home run hitter of all time.
I don't remember shit.
You know him? You remember?
I don't watch sports.
Barry Bonds, bro.
He just told me. I feel
750 home runs.
Bad. I feel bad. No, bro, my memory really bad.
Do we believe that Rampage Jackson doesn't know who Barry Bonds is? I feel like that's
100,000% based on that.
I believe it.
He's a crazy guy. Love Rampage. Wish I could kiss him on the lips right now. Nah, I'm kidding. Relax, everyone. Jeez.
Yo, bro.
Do people not realize that, like, we have a friendship here? Like, we mess around with each other? People are like, oh, could you believe what he did? What is this, guys? What is this?
With my friends all the time.
And by the way, when I see, like, friends and family back home, we do the double, sometimes triple cheek kiss. Get outside, all right?
Yeah, what's wrong with
few
Rampage,
points,
man?
Few points. I'm throwing the lips on everyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean,
Me and
anyone that
Pete,
comes
when
near me.
we were in Ireland, we tossed a few back and
Yeah.
started smooching.
Yeah.
Damn, so y'all all doing this?
Yeah, that's how we show love.
Oh,
Wait
all
for
right.
Vegas, baby.
Get
I'm
a
not
little
in on
worldly.
this game, but all right.
This is so great.
There we go. At today's JP Morgan Global Tech,
Shout out.
this is from Josh Nason of, I'll just read, Wrestling Observer. Media and Communications Conference, TKO's Mark Shapiro said the reason UFC passed on Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano was it, quote, was more of a stunt than a meaningful MMA event, and one he thought wasn't good for the sport after how it played out. Netflix wants big spectacle events, and they saw this as a big spectacle event. We're in the true MMA business on a meaningful, consistent basis. When we looked at this potential matchup, keep in mind there's a real art and skill to matchmaking. The answers he and Ari Emanuel got back from Dana White and Hunter Campbell were that this fight will be over in 20 seconds. I don't believe a fight like that, just the way it played out, is really good for MMA, especially because it's Netflix and such an incredible global audience that is going to sample depending on what comes up on the front page to go to that fight and think that's what MMA is. I don't believe is good for the sport long term. We saw it that way and decided to pass on it, taking nothing away from Rousey, her win, or the viewers the broadcast got. The way Rousey tells it, Dana was interested in the fight. And if we are to believe that how he did speak about it at that press conference in December of 2024, that something crazy came up, remember that? We were all deciding or trying to decide or trying to figure out what it was. Seemed like he was into it.
Yeah, but that would also track with maybe TKO as a group not being interested in it.
He's
right?
saying that he spoke to Dana and Hunter, and their answer was, that fight will be over in 20 seconds.
I mean, that would track with Hunter.
Yeah, but
based on Rousey's.
He's framing it as Dana wasn't interested in it as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, they didn't do it for one reason or another.
Yeah. But interesting shade there. TKO versus Netflix. How about it? Now, we did mention that John Jones was in attendance. You all saw him there. He did an interview with one of his PR ladies, actually his actual PR person, Denise White, legendary PR person who's been with him for a very long time, talking about the experience of being at the MVP event on Saturday. Here's what he had to say.
Now, this is going to be a money question. Okay. Everybody wants to know, John, are you going to fight again?
Am I going to fight again? I don't know. I think getting out of my UFC contract is very, very possible. I need to find the right people and go to the right channels. I'll just put more effort into it.
Yeah. Well, we all want to see you fight again. We really do. I feel like you're not finished in my eyes. So we definitely want to see you fight again. But obviously there's some stuff behind the scenes that has to happen first.
I really wanted to box. If I were to put all my energy into just my hands and the combination of punching power, I think I would really surprise a lot of people. So
I think I wouldn't mind seeing that.
I would love to box. That'd be a lot of fun.
All right, did you guys hear that, MVP? He would love to box.
Okay, so that was him talking about getting out of his UFC contract and fighting for MVP, I think, sort of. She said that in boxing. Here he is talking about his experience at the event.
The MVP promotion was absolutely unbelievable. I think it was actually better than the UFC. I've never been at such a promotion. I mean, they had the fog machines and the TVs absolutely everywhere. Great fighters. I think half the audience came out to see Diaz win. Both of those guys are my personal friends, so it was bittersweet.
What do you think about the takedown by Ronda so quickly with Gina?
Ronda did absolutely unbelievable. She did exactly how I thought she would do. Won in less than a minute. I think it was 17 seconds. And I predicted it. I mean, her judo and her jiu-jitsu, she's put so many years into it. The other girls still, to this day, are very far behind.
You know, Ronda told us on Monday of last week that I'm happy we had that conversation, if only because we got to speak about the end of her UFC career, and she talked about why she was so emotional afterwards and the neurological issues and whatnot. You do, again, this is part of the reason why I want to see her fight at least one more time, because she looked so good. Now with all this time off, like you see her running it back. Was she battling things? Was she not 100%? Certainly not in the Amanda Nunes fight. I think everyone would agree on that. But even in the Holly Holm fight, and certainly when she got kicked, it would be very interesting. But John's comments are supremely interesting as well, because it seems like he does still want to get out of that contract. He even talked about it on the actual broadcast. Here he is talking about it on the actual broadcast, his desire to get out of the contract. This is what he is saying, which I think is going to be very, very, very hard, and fight someone like Francis Ngannou.
Yeah, if you don't, I got to focus on trying to get out of my UFC contract. That's going to be the difficult part. If this fight's going to happen, doing it outside, I don't think Dana's interested in doing business with Francis. So doing it with MVP would probably be the only way to make it happen. If we can get out of my contract, that'd be great. Tonight he looked good, but he also fought against a guy that weighed like 220 pounds, right? That guy was afraid to engage with Francis. He definitely wasn't on the same kickboxing level as Francis.
I'm saying have Melquizael and have Netflix pick up the tab for the legal bill that it's going to cost to get you to make this fight.
How cool would that be? You know, heard it here first. I didn't even think of that idea. I wonder if they'd be interested in doing that.
Tyron was giving him some contractual advice. But it seems, based on all of this, that John really wants to get out of his contract. Now, what they're doing to do that, if they're trying to do it, if they're actively trying to do it, if they can even do it, if the UFC would even entertain it, seems a little bit tough to pull off. Why? Like, well, the UFC's not going to let him leave. They're just not. Do you think if Netflix offered like $50 million? You know how AJ's a DAZN fighter, but he's fighting on Netflix. DAZN's getting paid. Do you think there's a number that the UFC would accept to let John leave?
You're saying to just buy him out of the contract completely, or just for one fight?
One fight.
At that point, I think they'd just want him out of the contract, right?
Why? Well, if he wins, now he goes back to them.
If he loses.
But if he wins.
But if he loses.
But I'm just saying, why would you let him go? Say, hey, give me $100 million, he'll fight for you. What's the number?
Yeah, I don't know, because you would be lending him to the competition.
But you're also making
worth $100 million for one fight.
So I'm saying I'm throwing out a number. What is the number? Like, there's clearly a number for DAZN. And I know DAZN's not the UFC and all that stuff, but they let Katie fight on Netflix.
I don't think the UFC has that
different
number.
dynamic.
No, I know.
UFC.
But what I'm asking is, do you think there is a number?
No.
You think they won't give him up for anything?
No.
A nice hundo. That's
because the damage,
couch change.
The potential damage to the business is bigger.
Yeah.
You don't.
What would piss off John more? That's what they're gonna do.
You don't let your competitor who's fledgling, right? They're just getting started up, get somebody like John Jones, and I feel the same way about Conor. It's why I asked earlier, like, how sure are we he gets that second fight? Like, I don't think that I think you do everything in your power to not let them get fighters like that. If you're the UFC,
I don't think. Yeah, to be clear, I don't think. But I was just wondering, is there a number?
I don't think so.
Do you think we ever see John Jones fight again?
Yes.
It would be a shame because he clearly wants to fight again. I guess if Alex Pereira wins, fuck.
Alex versus John's right
Then
there.
what about Tom? Not right.
This is a business.
What? Tom's gonna take step aside money?
No, Tom just fight somebody.
Who's he fighting? Gable Steveson?
No, stop. The next guy.
Minus 500.
This guy said no stop. He was calling for this fight like 2 months ago.
He's fighting. I don't know how much more clear I can be about this. I am not. Let me just make sure. I know we went to LA. I know everybody's like recovering jet lag, all that stuff. I am not Mick Maynard. I know many people have said the two of us are very handsome gentlemen, and I get that all the time. I am actually not Mick Maynard. I do not make the fights. I cannot tell you what Gable Stevenson's next fight will be. Clearly, they don't have as high aspirations to push him as quickly as I would have.
I can tell you his next fight is Elisha Ellison.
After that.
And I'm wondering what your thought process was in making that matchup. That's all we're here for.
Yeah, look, I had a long night one night and a few drinks, and that's the fight that I made.
All right.
Me, Mick Maynard.
No, I thought it was Rick Maynard this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Rick Maynard. That's
but no, I mean, Tom could get the winner.
Stop it.
Who are we even talking?
mean?
Winner of who right now?
John.
No, they don't even know
versus
what the fuck
Alex.
we're talking about anymore.
John Alex. Yeah.
Or John can get the winner. Alex versus Tom.
If Cyril wins, it's
John Jones on the broadcast going, yeah, this is the best event ever. It's way better than the UFC events. You know what I mean? They're a million miles away from having John fight in the UFC right now.
Yeah,
he's closer to fighting in
I
the
think
UFC
if they offered
than he
him
is for
30 million,
Netflix.
he'd come back.
Yeah.
That's
30 million
30
for
million for the kitchen
Netflix
scrap.
Yeah.
He did see Rampage backstage. They had a nice interaction. Remember, they fought at UFC 135, and I believe Rampage called some of his tactics a little bit dirty. Here's how that went down.
Oh shit! What's up? How you doing? How's everything? Great, man. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Bro, it's crazy, bro. We love it, bro. We have fun. What up, chat? How y'all doing? Hey, hey, fuck these guys. They be trying to throw you on the bus, man. Bro, they be making AI shit. They be trying. They call you Tupac champ, bro. 100%, I know.
Yeah, I see you. I poke you in the eyes. I kick you on the balls. I stomp the knees.
Oh man,
Yeah,
my knees still fucked up from that.
I know, my bad.
It's okay. Hey, what happens in the cage stays in the cage.
Stays in the cage.
Yeah,
we had good times.
Yeah.
I hope you guys enjoyed all the wonderful memories.
Rampage says he's gonna take you to Japan. That's what he said.
Oh yeah.
Love to go to
That's what he
Japan.
said.
Yeah.
I would absolutely.
You haven't been there yet?
I've never been.
Man, you missing out.
You got Japanese children, right?
Fuck yeah.
That's amazing.
I got a bunch of them in Japan too.
That's amazing.
I'm joking. All right, brother. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, take care of yourself.
All right, chat. Be nice to Rampage.
Good try. Them over there never be nice to me. All right, chat. We did.
Yo, the vibes were great. And how about John with the lingo? Calling a chat?
Yeah, John was in a good mood, huh?
He was in a good mood, man. He was even talking to me.
Yeah.
We were shooting the shit. I wish I could tell you what we talked about, but it was nice.
No, you could tell us a little
I did
bit.
slide
Cool,
in
man.
I slid in a, yeah, you mind unblocking my boy Rick?
Yeah, what the fuck? Thank you. That's
I
great.
did. I said, I
What'd
didn't
he say? What'd he say?
And by the way, I didn't even ask myself because he's blocked me too.
His number one fan.
I put you in front.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Mind unblocking my boy Rick?
That's what he said. You know what he
He's like,
said?
Rick Maynard?
Who the fuck is that?
He just
said-
gave my boy Elisha Ellison. Hell no.
He said, "Fuck Rick."
Did he? Damn. All right,
That-
John.
That Benedict Arnold.
Keep that same energy. What?
That's what he said. I'm telling you. That's what he said. That's what he said. Guys, there was some other action this weekend. Our friend Dave Allen. Tough one. A little bit sad. Love Dave Allen.
Donovan.
The Homer Simpson of boxing. Here he is. Looked great out there against Philip Hergovich. It's a tough one. What's that, Pete?
He said he looked great out there.
Yeah, who looked great out there?
Well, no, he looked good, before.
Oh, he's a handsome man.
He looked great until the fight started.
Yes. I meant like svelte.
Did they call him the Homer Simpson of boxing?
That's what he called himself.
Oh, yeah.
On the show. What are you talking about?
I
Were
was
you out
asking
that
you,
day?
do they call him that?
That's what he calls himself.
I was unaware of this, hence why I asked.
He said it on the show.
Yes, sometimes I don't get every single word that is uttered on the program. I apologize for missing this, which is why I asked, do they call him the Homer Simpson?
It was also the YouTube title. It's okay. Listen.
Look, man,
There's
I
a
don't
lot of
watch
people
the
doing.
fucking breakouts. I see it live.
That was a tough one for Dave. But I still feel
love
like
him.
Well, yeah, we still love him.
Oh, love Dave Allen.
I feel like he could be a stand-up comedian at this point.
Mate, like that's the thing. Like I think he gets these opportunities, and everybody just wants him to have that big night in the sun.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And it's
yeah.
like we all get cheated up. Do you know what? I think he's gonna fucking do this tonight. And then obviously it didn't happen. But maybe the Fisher fight was that night in the sun. You know.
For now, it was. Hergovich is a better fighter than Makhmudov, and so I was surprised. He had one fight in between, but I was surprised that that they booked him in that one. Because that's a big step up. Rico Verhoeven is in Egypt. The fight is this weekend, guys. This one's it just creeped up on us, it seems like. It's actually happening. Alexander Usyk versus Rico Verhoeven. He's in Egypt. He had a beautiful post about his late mother. Then and now, I believe top left is his mother. Here he is, same spot. He says, "Dear Mom, here in Egypt, thinking about you, with tears in my eyes, writing this because I miss you. I feel your presence. Thank you for being my guardian angel. You and Dad better be watching next week, but I know you will, and you'll protect me. We'll see each other again. I love you." Rico's got the massive opportunity. I'm really curious to see what that setup is like. In front of those pyramids, crazy. I don't know if we could show the Anatoly Malkin versus Rogue, so let's just be safe and not show it. But Anatoly Malkin beat Rogue over the weekend, in case you missed it. And then there was a brawl afterwards. It was crazy. Look it up online. And oh, by the way, the UFC is returning to Abu Dhabi on the 25th of July. They announced that this morning. No fights, right? I don't think they showed any fights. Guys, we do have breaking news, though, before we get to Super Chats. Multiple reports are stating that Colby Covington has retired. There it is. Retired. Now, this is on the website, and I do believe at least one outlet has posted. Vox Media is reporting that Colby Covington has retired. That he's informed the UFC that he's retired. What do you guys think? That's it? Just like that?
He'll be back.
Just like that, he hadn't fought in 18 months.
I mean, he just did.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's retired from that.
No.
I don't think he's retired. Period.
You don't think he's retired?
No.
You think he saw that show
What
on?
is
You think he saw that show on Saturday? He's like, I want in. Doesn't work that way anyway.
No.
Because they still have fights on the deal, right?
This is just a leverage play. He's retired, then he'll be back. We do this with everybody.
Yeah.
This is the Nate Diaz point. What's the point of all this shit?
All right, fine. So
I'm skeptical.
You're skeptical.
Yep.
You're unimpressed by all this. Seems like
I
everyone's.
don't know if I would say unimpressed. I thought it was a great changing of the little laurel to say retired by the UFC on their .com.
Do you think that's how people like? How do people find these things? This guy unfollowed that guy. This guy
there
is.
used to be that roster thing that had the data coming to them.
That dude went rogue.
Yeah.
Started tweeting out.
I think the account got purchased and then the purchaser went rogue.
Yeah.
Who's purchasing such an account? Like, what's in it for them?
Some dude.
But then wasn't there like a rival?
Yeah, there was another one.
There was UFC roster tracker and there was UFC. Then came UFC roster watch.
Which was the OG good one?
I believe tracker.
Okay.
Or maybe
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
I don't remember.
R.I.P. to that.
Yeah.
R.I.P. man.
You think he comes back?
Yeah.
You think he comes back to the UFC?
Yeah.
Wow. So you guys are just like, this is a
Well,
nothing
maybe
burger.
not if he just keeps doing RAF, but if he comes back to fight MMA, it will be for the
No,
UFC.
I don't think he fights for the UFC again.
I think he's done with UFC.
Yeah, I think he's retired. His change of pace, his change of tone, everything. I don't think he's coming back to the UFC.
Let me see real quick. Colby, how old's Colby?
If RAF keeps paying
In
him,
his
he'll
late
just do RAF.
30s. Last time he fought was UFC.
The Tampa one.
Oh yeah, it was the Joaquin
38.
one. Yeah. Jeez, that was December of
24. That was the press conference where Dana said he's got something exciting. So he turned 38 in February. It's not that old. Greatest Colby Covington moment. What was the high point of his career?
Beating Damian Maia in Brazil, was that?
And the promo?
Goes ham after.
I think the high point of his career was the RDA interim title win in Chicago when he showed up to the press conference with the bottle of water and it said RDA's tears on it. Do you remember that?
What happened when he freaked out on Usman when they were doing like a 2-box interview?
Oh, that was crazy.
He was like, "I'm gonna kill you, Marty Snoozman."
Yeah.
That wasn't bad.
This is
the high point?
He had some good lines. Come on.
The 245 fight was a great fight.
Great fight.
Yeah, very good fight.
The first title fight was a great fight. What was that?
The jawbreak fight.
Yeah. But I thought the RDA, remember, he beats RDA in Chicago, sits out for a year because whatever happened, and then he took a short notice fight in Newark. That was a card that was supposed to be in Moscow, and they moved it to Newark on a Saturday afternoon in August. And he beat Robbie Lawler. Do you remember that? And like just completely outworked Robbie Lawler.
And wasn't that the one that Kamaru was at, and then he's yelling at him? Wasn't that one?
Believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he had the back and forth with Tyron Woodley.
I think seven layers of hair is his best moment.
Yeah,
No.
that's got to be a front.
Seventh layer of hair.
He had a moment. I remember talking to him. Yes, this is the fight. I remember talking to him August of 2016 against Max Griffin, UFC 202, Nate Connor 2. And he's in the back being like, yo, man, no one pays attention, this and that. boom, right after that fight, he starts talking a little bit more. He beats Brian Barberina, beats Dong Young Kim, beats Damian Maia, and that was the explosion in Sao Paulo. And then he gets the interim title fight. Remember, he actually said at that Max Griffin, like the press thing afterwards, the scrum, that they were considering releasing him. 2 fights prior, he had lost to Warley Alves. What's so funny?
I'm watching the one when he starts screaming at the camera. And he's like, "You're dead. You're dead. Next time I see you, Marty fake news."
Yeah. Oh, it was crazy.
He made an attempt like earlier, like than his, when he fully turned, with the Damian Maia thing. He did make little attempts before, and one of them was actually directed at Ireland's own Cathal Pendred. And this was like 2015, and I can remember went crazy in Ireland, but nowhere else, because he said he was going to bury Cathal Pendred like the English did the Irish, and people went fucking mental. He deleted it.
Oh, really?
But yeah, he deleted it back in the day. Yeah, people were fucking going crazy, man. So that was an attempt, I feel, and then later he became the Colby we know.
Yes. Do we have any super chats, Mr. Frankie?
Super chats.
Pete, by the way, it's great to have you this portion of the show. Usually we don't get the honor, but there was just so much to get to. As you can see, an hour and a half since you returned. Just felt like it would be a little less fun without you. Have you booked your flights for Vegas just yet?
No, the executive producer hasn't been in touch with me about that yet. So.
Okay. Should probably get on that. Taking the show on the road again. And this time I said there was a bit of a vote. I was like, no, we're not doing it without Pizzi. I'm done. I'm done leaving.
What, they voted against it?
No,
they voted against it.
No,
I voted for Ben without the sleeves. I don't know if you saw that picture.
I did see Ben without the sleeves. What
I'm just saying, but you jumped the gun there. The vote could have been 7-0. I just said I want to let everyone know.
What was the vote then? What was the vote?
I don't feel comfortable saying.
Rick, what was the vote?
Who's to check?
I don't feel comfortable.
Ariel was the only dissenter, but his vote actually is worth a lot more than ours.
Shit.
Everybody else was like, I don't want
actually
that guy
just to the
around.
point that the vote is pointless.
Yeah.
It's just Ariel checking to see if we agree.
It's just, hey, thinking about this, thoughts? And then we weigh in, and then he goes, I'm just deciding.
So hang on. You all said no, and he was
said
like, no.
and he said yes anyway, and then that was that.
I said he's going to be very tuckered out after a 12-hour flight. I don't want to put that strain on him.
Yeah.
It's actually there's no direct. I've checked the dates. It's 8 hours. Then
where are you going to? Philly? New York?
Don't know. There's many options. Many options. Waiting for the executive producer to contact me.
Yeah,
I'm too busy.
I'm done. I'm done doing these road trips without you. These field trips. It's. At what point did your blood really start to boil? Was it the Dodger game? When was it?
No, before that, Santa Monica Pier.
Ah, that was the one, huh? Yeah.
And even the coffee orders going in pissed me off.
Oh, the coffee runs.
The coffee
when you got the over here.
They were yeah.
Just walking the dog going, I'd like coffee. Who's asking me?
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were in the text chain of us all putting it in. Oh, yeah, shout out. Actually, the locals call it the Smonica Pier.
I've never heard that, but you said that.
Well, no, never been to LA.
I know, I'm just helping you out when you do go.
Oh, yeah.
When
I
do I
love
go?
Monica Pier, SMP if you're in a pinch. Never Santa Monica Pier.
I loved it.
GC's so intense right now, the seriousness.
Especially the area that I was staying in, I would walk up and down all day.
I'm at my hotel. It got shit reviews.
No, it did.
He called me one day. He was like, "Oh, I'm not staying with those animals."
No.
He stayed like an hour away, bro.
Oh, it was great.
Forced Rick to drive him home after the Dodger game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the least he can do.
I got in the car the next day after he dropped you off, and it was like, was like a bed in,
I was
in
sleeping.
the car.
Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore.
This guy was snoozing. I'm just lucky he didn't sit in the back seat.
I was
driver.
I wanted to. I wanted to.
That was.
Ariel's like, roll the window up.
I wanted to.
Ariel does the Rick, you're fired if you don't drive me back to my hotel, and Rick's like, the only way I'll do that is if you don't sit in the fucking back seat while you drive me.
Just for the record, I said multiple times, please, I do not want to lift.
I know, but you did the no.
Because people are going to say, listen. That is such fucking bullshit. That is such. What is the difference? What do I care? What is the difference? I had to go back and forth the whole time. What's another trip?
It's just going to be you sitting in the back seat, not speaking to the driver.
It actually would have been easier because then I did have to talk a little bit until I eventually
So you
trailed
fell
off.
asleep, yeah.
So I was.
The seat was
was parallel to the. You know what's going to happen? People are actually going to believe this bullshit, just like they believe that I really wanted to kiss Rampage Jackson, or I really wanted to go along with the interviews.
It wasn't a desire.
Nah, it's crazy.
I thought you was just having me on here to talk about the Paddy Donovan fight. If I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, what happened with Paddy?
Paddy, right? You know, huge, big star over here. He had the loss to Crocker. Everyone's going, "What's up?" Out of nowhere, someone rings me on Thursday. He's like, "Oh, what do you think of the Donovan fight?" And I was like, "What? What Donovan fight?" Like, he's fighting in Germany. He's an underdog. He's fighting Karen Chakadian, and yeah, it's a very tough fight. Styled on the guy. Absolutely fantastic performance. He was really. Now, it was only majority decision. I thought he clearly won, but absolutely brilliant display. And now they have relit the conversation about a potential trilogy fight with Crocker happening on the mooted, the highly publicized potential Katie Taylor fight at Croke Park, which there's a lot of talk about.
Seems like it's happening, huh?
People on the blow are like, "It's happening, mate. Why aren't you saying it's happening?"
September,
like,
right?
I don't know it's happening.
September?
Yeah, late September. They're saying first week of October.
Who's the opponent?
I don't know, actually.
Then we're coming to you, Pizza. You don't have to go anywhere.
Is it possible, by the way? Is it possible? Hear me out.
Okay.
That the fighter that holds two incredible opportunities in the palm of her hand might be Holly Holm? If Holly Holm beats Stephanie Hahn on May 30th, I could see them making that as the retirement fight.
I like that.
And then she could fight Ronda Rousey. Seriously, I actually feel like that's the fight that Katie wants. Hall of Famer, 135, same weight, right?
The reason she got it, she pursued professional boxing is because she was watching Ronda Rousey and Holly Holm. She said it at the first press conference she did when she went pro. I was at it.
Crazy.
Like, yeah. It'd be insane.
All right. Super chats?
I think we covered them all.
Oh, okay, perfect.
No, starting off with Jimmy, what's up? I want GC and Pizzi to have a show together, please.
Wait, what the fuck?
No problem.
Wow.
Yeah, what the hell?
No problem.
Yo, go fuck yourself.
Yo,
go back. What's his name?
It's just fun.
Go back.
Jimmy, what's up?
Jimmy, what's up? Fuck you.
Wow.
The boy in
Damn
the
right.
crack.
Wow.
I'll move to the Dublin
Already
office.
got a name. We already have a
Boy
name.
and the
Jump
Let's
crack.
roll it out. Let's roll it out.
Wow.
We'll build a studio in the
Yeah.
Dublin office. No,
Yes.
I'm actually starting Uncrowned LA.
Love that.
Wow, no pop, huh?
No, I was processing it for a second.
Say love
You
you.
and PT.
Or
But-
Uncrowned
by
Miami.
the way, what
if
is
we need that.
what is the final verdict on LA?
I liked LA. I fucked with it a lot. The vibe is nice.
Wait, why do you say it like it's some sort of like LA's incredible? I adore
Because
LA.
I was with
Rick, can we ask
curmudgeon
Rick?
over here. I was with the Grinch the entire week.
LA is the freaking best.
Anytime anything happened of relative inconvenience, which, by the way, relative inconvenience is New York's middle name.
Sure.
It's actually New York.
There's a freaking
Relative
strike going on right now.
Inconvenience, Rick.
He's trying to book the McGregor fight, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and yeah, Rick was like, I fucking hate this place.
Pizza Fred. I was
I
busy.
quite like it. I quite like it.
I was busy.
Rick had to
Making
drive
all
in, and it
those
took him
fights,
like
man.
3 hours, and he's sitting in his car, and he's like, I love it here.
Yeah,
Well, I
the
mean-
traffic
Rick is the
moves, though.
least.
That would happen in LA too.
Traffic moves. It takes 3 hours.
That would happen in LA
Rick's
too.
not aggro at all, though. He's very rarely angry.
I'm
He
walking-
hates LA.
I don't
love
get
LA.
angry about Los Angeles. It's just not my speed. Listen, man, like, you know, people don't have shit to do there, and it's infuriating.
We weren't on the ground 10 minutes, and Rick's like, I fucking hate this place. Just
I
like,
thought
I just
Jordan
see
was
the
people-
high
whole
on the
car
crack.
ride.
I see people like standing
Honestly.
off on the side. It's 3:00 in the afternoon. Go somewhere. Go to work. What the fuck are you doing out of
Oh,
the
this is-
Like you don't walk around in New York City.
No,
And
because
there's
in New
just-
By
York
the
they're
way,
walking
mobs-
fast
we
to somewhere.
landed. He wants people to go to work. It's a Sunday. It was Mother's Day.
You got shit to do. What did I say? I was like, "There's kids parties. What are you out? What are you doing over here? Doing nothing."
Nah, man, it's the best. Walk up
Slow.
and down,
Too
get
slow.
a $20 freaking smoothie.
Ugh.
Shout out to
Fuck
Ariel.
this.
Love it. Did you go?
I went. Yeah, it was
Hell
nice
yeah.
as fuck.
So good there.
Glass everything.
So good.
It was fantastic.
Hey, PT, what's this breaking news here? Pep is leaving. You saw that?
Pep Guardiola?
Well,
Yeah.
Out
They
of the city?
leaked a video last week of him walking across the stadium with all the trophies out. It looked like a retirement video they were making. So the writing was on the wall. And, you know, all to play for a final game of the season.
Wow.
See what happens. You know, I'm going to be in London, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't it crazy, right? That Arsenal could win the league while I'm there. Spurs could be relegated. West Ham could be relegated. Like, what a buzz it's going to be in London. What a mixture of emotions from north to east. you
So
could have.
so finally, you're going to the game, and Spurs are playing tomorrow. If they win tomorrow,
So it means nothing.
are they confirmed?
They stay up if they like. Basically, if they get a point out of this game tomorrow,
That's
the
what you
goal
want. I know you want the drama, but your poor dad, let him go there happy and not nervous. I know the.
We want the drama.
I want the drama. I don't know.
Needles.
He was always like, would it not be great if we went and there was something to play for? And he goes, no, I couldn't give a fuck, man. Could not give it. Just let it be over. Let it be over and enjoy
We want
myself.
that drama, bro.
I do.
Oh my God. I would be, if I were him, like a longtime fan, you're going to be there. That sounds like a heart-wrenching experience. Let him have the win and then let it be a celebration when you guys go.
I won't want to go if there's nothing to play for.
Yeah, right. There was not going to be anything to play for if this season didn't go to shit. What else, Frankie? What else?
24-inch Dub says, I know we don't see eye to eye on sports teams, but you absolutely killed it on the broadcast. Desk, cage, everywhere. Loved the show.
Thanks, 24-inch. I appreciate that. That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me this weekend. I'm just joking, obviously. It is weird. You get a ton of shit, like last week with all the stuff with Strickland and all that, and then it was one of those weeks where I happened to be in front of a lot of people, right? Open workouts, press conference, weigh-ins, walking around the streets. Usually you just go home and you're kind of secluded. And the juxtaposition of my life online as opposed to in person couldn't have been more different. When I went to the workouts, when I was doing all this stuff, it was love, 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 love. Open the app, hate, 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 hate. Even like real life, getting texts from people because you're on Netflix, love, 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 love. Obviously, no one's going to text me hate. And then you go online, it's like hate, 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 hate. It's a weird thing. I think I chalk it up to a few things. Probably a little bit of jealousy. Probably a little bit of the fact that a lot of the people who are shitting on me were already doing this thing called MMA media when I came in. And, they see me there and they're like, well, fuck that guy. Why is he there? Oh, he's not a real journalist. Why is that? Because I'm getting paid by the broadcaster? So everyone who works for ESPN and is on TV isn't a real media member or journalist? This idea is very, very weird to me, very backwards. Larry Merchant was very well respected. Max Kellerman, well respected on HBO. Were they discredited because they were on those broadcasts? We need to start changing the way we view this sort of thing. Not saying everyone has the same situation, and anyway, you know what? I don't give a fuck. You don't want to call me a journalist? Great. Who cares? I couldn't care less. Spell my name correctly. Call me entrepreneur. Call me founder of Uncrowned. Call me the executive editor of Uncrowned. Call me whatever the fuck you want. Don't even call me by my name. I don't care. They think it's some kind of insult. This guy's an unreal journalist. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. I've got a degree from Syracuse University. Good enough for me. What else, Frank? What else?
Gen 1 BQ, are you guys surprised by Ronda's disclosed pay? I was expecting much higher, and that's why UFC passed. Good pay, just expected more.
Not true. False. The pay.
What's false?
The numbers.
Yeah.
The answer to the question is no, I'm not surprised because they always understate them. That's how
what I was just saying was like these numbers aren't true. Yeah, these numbers aren't true, so.
No, this is common.
Yeah. Why so pronounced for this one? Has the UFC?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, why is there so much
why is there so much attention to it?
Maybe
Because the
it's-
focus kept being Ronda escalated the stakes by saying, I'm getting paid so much money.
Got you.
It's so much better. The UFC, this and that. And then the numbers come out and people don't really understand that those disclosed numbers are understated. And they're like, wait, that's how much she made more when she was at the UFC.
I got you.
Without understanding that it's a different kind of arrangement. In fact, in that clip that we played earlier, she even talks about like, not only was it the fighter pay, there was a promotional kind of aspect to the deal that she did with MVP as well. So, yeah.
What else, Frank? What else?
MMA monster. Hola, Ariel. Did you see the New York Post report that Connor's team had been pushing for his Chandler fight to be 3 rounds? I don't know who Eric Richter is, but interested in your thoughts.
Well, I know who he is. I did not see that report, but I had never heard that. From the beginning, I was told 5 rounds. I had never heard that.
Don't expect it to see a 4th round, to be fair.
I'm just saying, I never heard them pushing for it. That would have been a weird look to do a main event and have it go 3 rounds. You know, like have it be a 3-round main event, no title on the line, but every main event is 5 rounds, no matter what. That would be weird. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jake from Windy City, how's it like working with Morrow again? Glad to see him doing well and doing play-by-play again. We need to see him back on the show soon, too.
Morrow's a legend. I love picking his brain. I love hanging with him. He's one of one. I thought Kenny Florian did an amazing job. I thought it was so great. I don't understand why he's not working for anyone consistently. I thought he was great with Morrow. I thought the 2-man booth was great. I don't think you always need a 3-man booth. Morrow and Kenny, I thought, worked really well together. Like, they had jokes, camaraderie, they were flowing. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm biased because I was with them for a few days. I just would have said it was, I wouldn't have gone on and on here if I didn't feel that way. I thought they were great. I really thought that Morrow and Kenny were a great team. I want to hear more of them. And Morrow's just, to be able to do MMA, boxing, pro wrestling, kickboxing, any form of combat sport is truly remarkable. There probably isn't another human being on the planet who could do that. I feel confident in saying that.
Voice adds prestige as well because we know him for so long.
Yeah.
Been about for so long. You hear it and it just feels like a warm blanket or something. Really good.
What else, Frank?
Some good insight, Pete. Creative like Mike. Ariel, I just want to say congrats. Seeing you run from cage to booth, smiling ear to ear, inspired me. You are one of the last few I see doing it for the love of the game in 26 in an era of mailing it in. MVP MMA felt refreshing.
I appreciate that, Mike. I was on cloud 9. I loved it, and I don't usually say that. I usually actually leave those events feeling a little unfulfilled myself because I feel like I could do more. When you're sitting there for so long just doing the post-fight interviews, like, I want to do more. I don't want to do a 30-second hit and just sit there. You know what I mean? And I just loved working. I felt like I could do even more. I was like, let me go to the locker room and interview people. Let me do whatever you need me to do. I want to do more. But again, I wasn't doing that on my own. I wasn't going rogue. I wasn't freestyling. I was being told for various reasons that they're planning, yeah, keep going. This is good. Keep going. Everyone was happy. Had the time of my life, honestly. Had the time of my life. And I'm a pretty pessimistic person. I don't usually say that. Had the time of my life. What else, Frankie? What else?
Asitka, stadium empty, pay exaggerated, staged main event.
Hell yeah. The trifecta right there. We were just looking at that clip, the John Jones clip there. It really does look like there's no one there. I understand. But please believe me when I say it was full. It's those lights on the seats.
I mean,
this is crazy.
Dave Meltzer
that does look, yeah, you're right.
15,800 people.
That looks like all empty seats. That does not look like there's a human being, right?
Yes, you're right.
And that's a problem.
There have been enough people. Is it though? There have been enough people who have been there who told everybody the reality. If at this point you are too dumb to understand what has happened, I don't have much sympathy for you.
Here's the thing. When the Clippers are playing, the lighting isn't like that, right? And so this has not been an issue. I don't remember it being an issue when Raw was there.
Who's this an issue for? Truly.
Dude, don't pretend like the takes weren't absolutely insane.
This is my point. Who's this an issue for?
No, but I'm just saying it's not a thing that we've made up. I saw a million times there was no one there. And
I'm with you.
I was sitting there.
There's a million of them. Who gives a fuck? They're idiots.
Your lips to God's ears. But I'm just saying, you look at that, and it actually does look empty. And I'm just saying that it wasn't empty. Not that. I'm talking about the John Jones clip. That looks empty. But when you're sitting there and you're looking around, I remember at one point I was like, man, this place is freaking full because I'd seen all the pictures of the Ticketmaster and what did Meltzer say? 15,000 or so?
Yeah, like almost
15,800.
Yeah.
Which I did the math on is 86% full.
More. So there you have it.
I put 70, and I was shilling.
Yeah, but you said 70 at the beginning of the night.
Yeah.
So, what else, Frankie? What else?
C-Dub BB333. Does the thought come to mind of you potentially leaving more money on the table by not allowing yourself to be paid by the network? Wait, but you are paid by the network. You're not paid by the promotion.
What the fuck?
C-Dub BB333. Do better, bro.
No. I think what he's trying to say is don't take the opportunity.
Yeah, don't get paid. Don't do it.
Why? Are you out of your fucking mind? Let me tell you guys something right here and now. I only get one shot at this life. You don't think I want to be on TV? You don't think I want to be on Netflix? You don't think I want to be on the biggest platforms in the world doing as many things as possible? I understand that you may want just, this much in your life. Why the hell? So that some losers on Twitter don't criticize me? Some know-nothing, never-doers don't who gives a fuck? I could not give two shits. I am telling you, with all honesty, I'll post my freaking pay stub for you if you want. I do not get paid by promoters. If you think that it's unethical to get paid by the broadcaster, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to tell you, bud. Then everyone from Howard Cosell all the way on to Jim Lampley, all the way on to Mike Breen for ESPN and Joe Buck for ESPN and Greg Gumbel and Brian Gumbel. Are you out of your mind? What? Absolutely not. I will gladly get paid by a network. There is no issue with that whatsoever. Trust me. I went to a school that broadcasted, events for other teams. The Syracuse Crunch games. You're not going to do that because, there's a team that you're broadcasting. Like, it's nonsensical. And so you think I'm going to take career advice from idiots online? I don't even know if they're real human beings. But that person is definitely real because he gave us $1.99 for us to roast him here. It's just dumb as fuck. I want to be 85 years old and have a whole bunch of experiences to tell my grandchildren about and to reminisce about. And I only get a short chance to do it. And Lord knows, a lot of chances have been taken away from me, and that's fine. I don't cry over spilled milk, but I've spent enough Saturday nights at home being like, damn, I had a fucking blast on Saturday, and I do not apologize for a second for having a blast or for being excited. Everyone has an issue with me saying it's a dawn of a new era. I didn't say it was the dawn of the MVP era. I said it was a dawn of a new era for Netflix to get involved in our sport. And all you people who fake the funk and pretend like you care about the sport are offended by that? You're offended by Netflix getting into MMA? Are you out of your fucking mind? You would be going gaga if Netflix got in business with the UFC, but they dared to get into the sport, at least for one event for now, with someone else, and that offends you? And the notion of the biggest streaming platform in the world getting into MMA is like me saying that it's a massive deal and it's a dawn of a new era offends you? Are you guys as dumb as you sound? It can't possibly be that dumb. Can't possibly be that dumb. Or is it just because I said it? I don't know. Or maybe you're just not real human beings and you partake in the UFC rankings and you're fake like all of them. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What else, Frankie? What else?
Zayden Abi, please be honest about MVP. Ticket sales, fuck being 30 pounds plus, Francis being 30 pounds plus.
Yeah.
17 seconds win, not feeling too authentic. The pay, trying to genuinely understand what I watch.
Okay, keep that up there for a second. Please be honest about MVP. Ticket sales, all right. I mean, Meltzer himself is reporting 15,000, so I don't know what that is. Francis being 30 pounds plus, yeah, there have been heavyweight fights where one heavyweight is bigger than the other. So what does that have to do with anything? Including actual Francis fights. 17 seconds, yeah, we saw that many times before. The pay, what about the pay? That it was good? That I don't know how to respond to these things. I really don't. Trying to genuinely understand what I watch. The only thing I could chalk it up to is you are new and you only watched one form of MMA. And I'm not trying to be the unk here being like, oh, back in my day. But guys, the fight game is supposed to have multiple promoters. That's the beauty of the fight game. And then the beauty of being a consumer is saying, I like this or that. But it doesn't have to be that this is a fraud just because you don't like it. It's just an alternative. There's always going to be an alternative. AEW is the alternative to WWE. WCW is the alternative to WWE. And I went through all the other, boxing promoters and whatnot. It's not anything else. It's not a fraud. It's not fake. It's not phony. It's not this, that, and the other. And to compare it to a promoter that's been putting on events for 30-something years and has a 600-fighter roster, it's like, what are you talking about? But can I be honest? I know I sound a little bit frustrated. I think this is all great. I'm so happy that please stick around so that we could at least have more to talk about. Give me all the crazy takes. I'm jealous of the wrestling people who get to deal with the craziness.
I could do it. I had a lane. I don't want people stepping onto my turf. I'm gonna let me do the takes. You guys go back away.
Could you imagine what our show would have been like if all we had to talk about today was UFC Apex 325?
Well, it could have been talking about a Conor McGregor announcement, but they did that in the middle of a huge card.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Remus says, loved your coverage this week in the Cage interviews, desk, and presser. You, Rhonda, Nate, felt like 2012 again. Pure nostalgia. More of this, please.
What is try? And thank you very much. What is try? It says try 55.
Not really sure.
That would be the Turkish lira.
Hey, we love our friends in Turkey. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that very much. That's the other thing. Like one platform, everyone gets to see. Pretty damn cool. Anyways, what else, Frankie? What else?
Sitka, where's the most watched MMA event ever reports at? Poached UFC fighters and UFC B team broadcast team.
Damn.
Jesus.
I feel like this guy didn't like the event.
It's so funny, B team.
Do we think we'll get numbers?
By the way, Moro never worked for the UFC.
We better
yes,
get numbers.
I think we will. I haven't asked, but I feel like we will. But let's see.
I think we will too.
Yeah. What else, Frankie?
D_Crump_golf. Thoughts on Jake sitting on a throne with his girl right by the cage? You'd kill Dana if he did this. Be honest.
That section there.
It was like a little lounge area.
Yeah, it's a little lounge. They've had it for all the boxing events. Sometimes they've actually auditioned them. No, not sorry, fucking audition. It's been a long day. Auction them. Yeah, not my thing. I wouldn't do that if I were in his position. Not my thing. But again, all this is a little bit different. Like even him standing behind me, I would see him, and then like Mike would talk about him. You wouldn't see Dana do that either.
The rules don't apply the same to Jake and Dana. Do we not agree with that? Like I don't hold Jake to the same standards that I hold Dana.
You kind of want them to be annoying, right? Like that's the point.
Yeah,
He's there to be.
I think Nikisa is much more of an avatar for a Dana than Jake is.
Was he sitting in there too?
Yeah,
at some point.
rotating
Was he?
throughout. I think I saw like Anderson Silva or someone in there.
Bringing people.
Yeah, who I don't have much of an issue with it. Like
I thought it was kind of. I don't know.
Ultimately, the thing is like comparing a company that's 4.5 years old to a company that's 30-something years old is a weird thing because they are going to try to do things dramatically different, even to the point of upsetting people or being cringe or whatever. I'd be lying if I said I pay. Like, would I care if Dana did that? I don't know if I fucking would care if Dana did that. I mean, he sits there with Trump, and I couldn't care less about all that. Who the hell knows? If it bothered you, I get it. It didn't bother me, but I understand. What else, Frankie? What else?
Morris 2896. Gina lack of defense in the ground was sticking.
I mean,
maybe sickening.
It all happened so fast. She did have her in the guillotine there for a couple seconds.
No, she didn't.
Ronda's really good.
Yes.
She's really good. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah.
Ronda could be a top bantamweight now, no doubt.
I actually asked that question at the
She's
beginning.
good at those armbars.
You think once she got to mount that she was going to be able to get an armbar from there? Those tricky.
Shocked me.
I think she could be like a top 3 bantamweight right now.
Let's look at the UFC bantamweight.
I would pay great money to see her fight Amanda
Tell me who's
Nunes
top 3
or Kayla Harrison.
It's an incredibly shallow division as well.
Her versus Juliana Pena. You're telling me that's not a competitive fight,
here we go.
a fun fight?
Number 1 champion, Kayla Harrison, right? Yep. Do I think Kayla would win that fight? Yes. But would I be interested in seeing it? Absolutely.
Yes.
Number 1, Juliana Pena. I think Ronda Rousey would be very viable to win that fight.
I think she beat her, yeah.
Number 2, Raquel Pennington. I think Ronda Rousey would be able to win that fight as well. Number 3, Jocelyn Edwards. Like, all right, do I even need to continue to go down? Norma Dumont, Kelvin Vera.
Point made. Point made.
Come on. Let's not be silly here. If you thought Gina Carano was going to be competitive, I state again, that's on you. That's not Netflix's fault. That's not Ronda Rousey's fault.
What else, Frankie? What else?
There were a few super chats asking about Nate allegedly defecating himself.
What?
They wanted your response.
Are we just...
Yeah, there was some conspiracy theories that that's why they called the fight.
So is this
a
new version of Stoolgate?
Yo, there was you know how much blood
What
was
are
on?
people watching? Like, what the fuck? Like, the amount of takes of saying, like, this one.
This is crazy.
This is fucking crazy.
You know how much
Where
blood?
did this come from? Is there
There was so much
photo
blood
of
on
the-
the
Look at his back.
There's like one picture of a
There's a stain?
stool, and people are.
Do you know there was blood on his back? Like it was coming.
Yeah,
because
there's blood coming down his back.
Yes. So yeah, maybe.
And blood dry as it goes, a brownish.
Yes.
hue. You know what I mean?
These people are dumb as.
You've dealt with these rumors before, Pete.
Every fucking day, GC. And I bleed a lot.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Clutch Attitude MMA. That's my dog Ariel on Netflix. Frank, you demand.
Hey, I got much more of that sentiment than anything else in person, at least, which was nice. And by the way, because again, the boxing crowd is different than the MMA crowds. It was so nice seeing so many fans there. It really did feel great. So I appreciate all the love very, very, very much. What else, Frankie? What else?
Chasete. If Messi and Ronaldo both top their groups and keep advancing, they face each other in the quarters for potentially one of the biggest World Cup games in Kansas, July 11th, the same day as McGregor versus Holloway.
Better be during the day, Pete. What are we going to watch? We're going to be in Vegas. We'll be at the pool together, having a Mai Tai. By the way, that game's going to be in Kansas?
What does that mean? Like in terms of times we're talking?
Oh, it'll be fine. Will it be during the day, though? It's so hot there. They might actually do it at night.
It's going to be like the same day as the event, no? So
yeah, it'll be same day, but they might wait till the evening.
So we can't get liquored up, like.
Nah, you can't. But what about the fact that Ronaldo, Messi would be in Kansas? I think he means Kansas City.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come on.
What do you want it to be?
In a better market than Kansas City?
It's gonna sell out anyway.
I know, but it's just Messi, Ronaldo in Kansas City feels very underwhelming. Give it to me at SoFi or something.
You're such a coastal elite now.
Yeah. I hate Kansas City. What are you talking about?
Well,
damn.
I mean, I hate their sports
willing
team.
to play.
No, you sound like you hate the people.
Nah, the people are fine. I don't like the Chiefs.
They don't deserve to see that, is what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, Royals beat us in 2015. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jay Watt, 2387. As a Pistons fan, just grateful considering we had the worst losing streak record just 2 seasons ago.
Okay.
And Cade, we trust Knicks versus Cavs will be fun.
I appreciate this perspective. You should be grateful, by the way. The team was awful 2 years ago. Cade's great. I don't think enough was made of the fact that Cade just had 2 collapsed lungs. What, a month and a half ago? And he came back. Jalen Duren, bad playoff. They need more scorers, more shooters. Knicks, Cavs. Rick, what do you say? Knicks, Cavs?
Yeah.
MSG, we pulling up? Game 1 tomorrow?
Is this an invitation or is this
No.
just bullshit? What
I
is
just say,
this?
are we pulling up?
Are we? I don't know. You tell me. Are we pulling
Well, I don't got the plug.
You do.
Please
Just give me a 5-star review on Uber and let's just move on with this.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Shroony 6, amazing first MMA event for Netflix. Ariel has to be a staple in Netflix shows from here on out. He was superb. Are UFC commentators tied with exclusivity contracts like the fighters, or could they commentate a Netflix show?
They could not. What is MAD 200?
That's
the Moroccan dirham.
Yo! Much love to Morocco.
Saladin Parnas fan right there.
Hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that very much. And it means a lot, but no, they can't. I don't think that would be well received if they were going back and forth. What else, Frankie? What
He
else?
writes back, also, Ariel, when will you make a prop quiz appearance? Ariel versus New York Rick would do amazing pay-per-view numbers.
We're in negotiations. They just haven't met my number yet,
No congratulations on
Every man is a price.
winning the championship.
Is that what that means? Oh, so am I the final boss?
No, actually, Jose Young's the final boss.
Oh, okay.
I have a beatdown coming soon.
Yeah,
but
rightfully
so. We won.
What else, Frankie? What else?
The Gator 117, love that the full card replay is on Netflix.
Oh, score 1 for Netflix. Oh, yeah, we love Netflix here. I will. Do I have my? No, I don't have my hat. I will gladly shill for Netflix. No problem. No freaking problem. Call me Ariel Helwani all day long when it comes to the networks. No problem. That's how we feed our families. Are you kidding me? What do you want me to just sit here and be like, yes, peace and love, everyone on Twitter. Please give us $2 super chats. That's how we'll feed our families. Are you out of your mind? What else, Frankie? What else?
Clutch Attitude MMA, my son running around the house screaming Le Predator.
Le Predator. I had to go guttural. I had to go Alex Terrible on that one. Like right here, Pizzi. Right here. You heard that, right?
Felt it. That's what it sounded like to me.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Hey, Schultze, better back and forth center versus Alcaraz or Rick's assessment on Gable?
I think that's astute right there.
These people are. What?
Nah, he's a good guy. Senators fan.
What's going on here?
We were just taking the piss out of Rick, to be fair.
Nah, he's a good guy. I like that guy.
What happened? Did something happen on Saturday where the overall IQ just dropped?
That is possible, by the way. That is possible.
I've always been this stupid.
Was there an inciting incident where just everybody got dumber as a whole?
Nah. That guy, astute. Everyone else, you're right about him. What else, Frankie? What else?
The Robot Ren, you kissed him on the chin, not cheek to cheek.
Yeah, because he moved. Head movement.
I didn't even see chin. I saw nape of the neck right here.
I saw neck as well.
I was like, yo.
Here.
Yeah.
Like, he never kissed
He
me
moved.
like that.
I was going for the thing, and he moved. I was going for the
on there too.
Yeah, well,
I've known you for 15 years.
Yeah.
I've never seen that move executed. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you know why? I was on such a high. Frankie, if you were in front of me, I would have kissed you on the lips.
Yeah, don't make promises.
Actually, ironically, you say that. You're big on the Frank hugs.
I love Frank.
Oh, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
This is so great.
Yes. What else?
Miguelito 87. Petsy, why not ask the wife and move stateside?
Petsy?
No, not married.
That's right.
Also, not a chance. You told me whenever the plane enters Irish airspace, you start crying.
I do, yeah.
On a return flight home.
I fucking love it, man. I
I'm
fucking
kind
love
of pissed at Petsy.
every
Look at
day
this
of the
guy.
week. I fucking love being from Ireland.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Lawrence AP, were there any restrictions on how the outfits could look? I was really looking forward to some creativity from the fighters. I was disappointed.
Oh, wow. Jesus,
Jesus Christ.
I really don't know. I saw some sponsors. I thought it was cool. I did not ask about restrictions. Golly. Parnas
Is this
came
all
out,
we can do here?
Parnas came out with a cool like robe. Did
Yeah,
you see
so
that?
did Ngannou. Both
Yeah.
like robes on.
I don't know. I thought they were pretty cool. What else, Frankie? What else?
Zero Dark Dirty Dash U9V sent $49.99.
Wow. Just like that?
Just like
Appreciate
that.
you doing
Nothing to say. All right.
Shout out.
Sick. Thank you.
What else,
Spoke
Frankie?
for
What
itself.
else?
KO3N.770. Ariel, kiss my neck.
Just like that?
Just like that, but only for $1.99.
Also, what's up with that spelling? That's sus. Not the actual kissing part. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ben-XXXX. If there are future MVP MMA cards, would you want an expanded role within the company? I felt you added a lot of legitimacy to the product. Also, says coincidentally, MVP having Ngannou on the roster is very reminiscent of Pride having Fedor when they could have legitimately claimed that they had the best heavyweight in MMA.
Isn't that fun? As far as the first question is concerned, no, I don't want to work for the company. I don't want to work for a promoter. Unless it's uncrowned promotions. Should we start our own league? That would be fun. I want to work for broadcasters. So yes.
But
and
to
I
that
want
point, though,
advance my career.
do we assume? I would assume that MVP's MMA cards will be the Netflix cards.
You know what happens when you assume?
Yeah, maybe not.
Netflix might say like, "Cool, that was great. Good luck, guys."
And then MVP says, "All right, let's
then
look
they
for
have
a broadcast partner."
Well, they have to decide if they want to keep going.
Yeah, fair
you know?
enough. Fair enough.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Alexander Hurst 1171 thought you and the gang nailed the MVP event and show throughout the week. Boys in the Back was absolute chaos. I think that's a compliment. Showing
I
some
thought
respect as best as I can. Cheers, chaps.
Wow, there's actual nice people out there. This is lovely. It was a great week. I loved it. It was one of my favorite weeks, since we did all of this stuff.
It was a grand old time.
It's great to hear. It's great to hear.
It was great. What else, Frankie? What else?
James Fry, SYD. Fucking epic work last week, crew. Bring on International Fight
Hell
Week.
yeah.
Fire emoji. PS Rick/GC Swan still on top of the AFL ladder. Love seeing the jersey in the control room. Fist emoji. That was the last super chat.
Hell yeah, James.
Let's go.
Up the Swans.
We gotta get rid of Fremantle up there.
What's that? Oh, that's the name. That's the name of the team. They're called Fremantle.
That's who's tied with us. Yeah.
Where are they from? Sounds like a
Australia.
Yeah, Fremantle sounds like a production company.
PT.
It's very late over there in Ireland for PT, so we're gonna wrap up the show now. We're past.
Oh, don't use fucking.
Yeah,
don't
no.
use me as a
You
scapegoat.
know what this is
I'm
like?
fine.
PT, this is like when you're on the phone with someone and they want to get off and they say,
Look,
"I'm gonna let
every phone call with you.
I'm gonna let you run now." I never say that.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, you know that move when people go, "I'm gonna let you run now." I'm like, no. You wanted to run, not me.
No, Ariel goes deathly silent until you go. All right, see it.
It's so crazy.
Supposed to
Slanderous.
end the conversation.
Now, you know what? Those were some of my favorite super chats of all time. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate
Was
you
it as good
guys.
as the time you had in LA? Was it the best time you've ever had in your life? Yeah.
LA was the second best work trip, PT.
Behind?
You were also not at the first, which was international last year.
Last year. The first Vegas trip for Uncrowned was fun.
That was number 3.
That was fun. Coincidentally, the one PT was at.
I thought Dallas
Vegas,
was a lot of fun.
There's only been 3 trips, hasn't
Dallas
there?
was aight. Dallas was aight.
Dallas was awesome.
Dallas was a bit of a shit show, not gonna lie.
Dallas was.
We were less kind of. My favorite part of Dallas is when I threw to you guys and you were holding the DAZN mic flag. That was fun. Remember that?
Yeah, sure did.
Nah, LA was great. One of my favorite moments of the LA trip. I don't know why. I like eating sushi by myself. After the weigh-ins, by the time we got back, it was 9:30, and I found a sushi place like a mile away, and I walked to it. A little sketchy at times. Tremendous sushi. Walked back, and I was walking through like a little trail, and someone opened like a floodlight in my face, and I wasn't sure what it was, and he's like, "You effing punk, get the F out of here." I was like, "Whoa, peace and love, peace and love." And then I walked back to my hotel. And
This was your favorite memory?
That was my favorite memory. It was a great memory.
Eating sushi by himself.
We didn't get
on the
any
world
dinner
trip.
together this
But it was a great time. We had an amazing time.
Re-rack that music.
Thank you very much to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Thanks. Oh, shit. Wait, Frank, before we go.
Re-rack that music.
Tomorrow's show is a banger. Carlos Praches, Ryan Garcia in studio, and the long-awaited return of Maxwell Jacob Friedman, aka MJF, in studio. That's a banger of a show. If you think I'm talking all over again, you know yourself. Tomorrow's gonna be a great show. Did you fast forward? Now I'm all screwed up. Okay, the sushi was great. Bye. Back to our side. Peace out here.